Welcome, one and all, to SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I am joined today by my dear friend, Erika, the Gutsick Gibbon. How are you doing today, dude?
Hey, that's me. I'm doing really good.
Yeah.
Let me think. What's
the
going
music's still going. It's
Yeah, I know
still
the music-
going.
Is it still going for you? It's not going for me.
It's blasting me. Oh, I know why. It's because I had it running over here like an idiot. Yeah, dude. How are you? Now that I've already botched the intro, what are you up to?
No, it's okay. What am I up to? God, I'm still recovering from the holidays. My holidays are always kind of tumultuous. I don't know if I've ever said this on here before, but I've got like 3 families that I have to visit, and they're in 3 different states, and so it's like a round trip, multiple dozens of hours of driving to make sure that we see everybody. And then my birthday was on January 8th. Yes, chat,
Hey.
happy birthday to me. I turned 30. It was the big 3-0.
Oh my God.
I want everybody to know.
I was 30 for a few years. It was great.
Yeah. You know, Jimmy gets a reputation around here for many things, but in my book, he now has a reputation for being the only member of the line staff to wish me happy birthday via text message. I didn't hear from Forrest, just in case you guys are wondering, but it's fine.
I didn't know it was your birthday or that you had a birthday, to be honest with you. I wasn't aware.
No, I know. I do give a vibe that I've sort of always been, right? Like I sort of this idea that it's like there's no beginning, no end, no
eldritch horror situation.
Yeah, it's like no concept of a beginning, no vestige of a beginning, no concept of an end. I think that's Hutton. So I turned 30. That kind of sucked, but you know, mostly just because it's like the inevitability of time and mortality and things like that. But it was a good birthday. I got some cool stuff. I've got some new skulls and crania on my shelf. Came back here, redid my whole study, which was kind of a pain in my ass. I'm working on my dissertation, which is a pain in my ass. I'm doing videos, which is pain in my ass. But honestly, as I was saying beforehand, I consider myself very lucky to have these particular trials. I've lived to be 30. I have a job that I love. I get to study what I love to do. And I get to be on this show hosting with my good friend, Forrest, whose birthday to be fair, I also don't know your birthday, so.
I was going to say, make sure everybody, whenever it's your birthday, to go harass Erika and let her know that she didn't wish you a happy birthday. Apparently that's a cool thing to do to people, is what the precedent is now. So
I'm okay with setting
that.
I'll own it. You know, because I'm forgetful, so that's my excuse.
Right. No, I just checked, and I don't think we were hanging out in August, right? In for BajaCon. That's where we were the last time we saw each other in person. Yeah, it was August. Which was we were August 8th through the 10th. We were in Canada together. And that was 1, 2, it's 2.5 weeks after my birthday. And you didn't say shit to me, but it's okay.
I know. But that's because I didn't. That's because I didn't know it. Did Jimmy wish you happy birthday?
He did not. Also, so I think he likes you more than me.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but that's. This is awkward. You made this awkward now, Forrest. I don't know what to say. And being the favorite of the 2 hosts here by Jimmy, by our overlord, I'm not really sure what to say about that.
I don't actually know if anyone. I don't think anyone at this. My wife wished me a happy birthday, and like a couple of friends. That was it. So like you are clearly a more loved host here on the line, is what I'm saying.
Let me tell you what happened to me too. Speaking of people wishing you a happy birthday, I did not hear anything from any extended family for like several hours on the day of my birthday, which is January 8th. The same birthday, by the way. Here's who I get to share birthdays with. 1, Elvis Presley. That's okay. That's fine. 2, David Bowie based. 3, the tier 1, number 1 best of all the birthdays of people that I share with, Alfred Russel Wallace. He and I share a birthday, which is pretty epic. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So I didn't hear anything from any extended family, and then all of a sudden it was just like a deluge of people wishing me happy birthday. And I was like, wow, that's so nice. Like, how did everybody suddenly? And then I was like, oh yeah, okay. So like, my mom definitely texted them. She definitely sent out a mass text, and she was like, hey, wish Erika happy birthday. It's her birthday. It's 30. It's a big one. And I was like, I confronted her on it. And I was like, Mom, you just tell everybody, like, very sweet of you? And she's like, no, it's
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
No, I think they all just remembered. I think they remembered. And I was like, that's funny because I'm in the chat group. So she added herself.
Amazing.
But it was
Amazing.
good deal.
I actually have never bothered to really check, but I'm doing so now, and it looks like I share birthdays with Selena Gomez,
Oh,
David Spade,
let's go.
Willem Dafoe. Y'all, I don't know who I don't know who any of these other people are. I know who Willem Dafoe is, but like these
John
folks,
Leguizamo.
Danny Glover, John Leguizamo. I know that's a guy. I know that guy. Yeah,
Wow,
dude.
the Prince George of Wales, age 12, you lucky dog.
Colin Ferguson. I don't know who that is. But hey, a TikTok star, this trippy hippie, has the same birthday. Everyone's favorite. I don't know who this person is. Maybe they're cool. I've never heard of them before, but like, yeah, there you go.
Well, I know this has been a fun...
And more than anything, Bretta Bay 9973 in the chat, also July 22nd birthday. It's a top tier birthday, y'all. It's a cool time to be born.
Me and Bretta don't share a birthday. Damn, I was close to having you beat with that off for Russell Wallace, but you pulled out the Bretta from chat, and I've been defeated.
I don't know. I assume that's my birthday. I've always been told that's my birthday. I don't really remember. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if I was around at the time, to be perfectly honest with you. But like, I'm told that's when it was happening, and so I just kind of been keeping up the tradition for the past 33 years.
Because 30 is a big birthday, we watched my birth video. That's what I want to. My mother, she's a journalist, and so she's big on like recording things, and so she recorded many moments of my early life. And so I was like, she's like, I have the birth on camera, and I was like, let's watch the birth. 30, I want to see the birth. So we did that. It was amazing. My poor husband was sitting there, and he was like, "Can I look?" And I was like, "No, you cannot. You can't. Not yet. Not yet." But you guys will be pleased to know that I finally I've been told for a very long time that I was a very long baby. My mom had horrible morning sickness, and so she didn't gain a lot of weight when she was pregnant with me. And so when I came out, I had very little body fat. I was a very lithe baby. And I set a record at my hospital for being like the longest baby. And I kind of didn't really buy that. But then my doctor is like holding me she's holding me like a conservative man's dating profile holding up a fish, like kind of like a display.
Yeah, as you do.
I'm just this freakish Benjamin Button simian looking creature with long, like little limbs. I do look like an eldritch horror. But then they hold up my placenta, and my placenta is just rich. It is an A+ placenta, Forrest. I gotta tell you, it's a good looking placenta. I was a healthy motherfucker when I came out. And then other than that, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I sort of had a point with that. Oh yeah, I set a record at the hospital for being the longest baby of that section. Like year.
I don't think I set a record or anything, but I was 10 pounds when I slithered out, and apparently that's a lot.
That's heavy. That's a big baby. Yeah.
I'm a large guy.
I've
been long and large my entire life. I'm gonna be real with you. Far be it from me to say I'm not criticizing. I'm not making a value judgment or a moral judgment here. That is fucking weird, and that's great that that's a cool thing for you. I think that's awesome.
Oh, to watch the birth?
You should watch your own birth as a birthday thing? That's fucking strange, yo.
Dude, she's had this video for so long, and then she was like, the offer has been on the table for many years, and I've not been brave enough to do it. So I took it up this. I was like, let's do it. Man, we watched so many home videos. My poor husband. I got to see some very incriminating moments of my childhood and upbringing that was fun, but the birth was
good word choice.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like I'll say for those of us out there who can get pregnant or is considering getting pregnant, I would recommend watching a video of somebody's birth, preferably your own, because it's intense. And my mom's always been like, I'm like putting her on blast here, but that's okay. She's always been like, your birth wasn't that bad. She was like, it was like labor was several hours, but like overall, it wasn't that bad. Like, honestly, it was pretty chill. And then I was like, I just don't believe that. And then after watching it, I'm like, yeah, she evolution kind of dunked on my mom as far as the hormone
Yay.
release to make you sort of forget how dog shit giving birth actually is.
For
Because when I
real.
watched it, she was like, oh man, she's like, yeah, now I'm remembering that. She was like, yeah, it was not fun. It was not good. And it was
It
not
doesn't
easy.
look good.
So,
It doesn't look good.
anyways.
Amber and I aren't doing it because it's just it sounds terrible. Splitting yourself in half for some dude you've never even met. That's out.
Let me tell you something. I
Yeah,
was reading. I know we need to get to the show, but I've got a lot of like
this is the show,
miscellaneous. I
whether
have
they like it or not.
miscellaneous. I have miscellaneous things to share today. And next time there's a lull in the conversation, as I know frequently plagues our shows, is that there's
Yes, yes.
lulls and no one really knows what to say, and then there's
Uh,
just this beat where of dead air. That's a problem when we host together a lot. I know. Um, I have a fun shitpost style fact to share with you. But before that, I was reading the other day about the obstetrical dilemma, which, for those of you who don't know, is the proposed selection conflict between having big brains and walking upright. And it's this paradox that exists in hominin evolution, where it's like, how do you end up with the morphology that we have if you want to have big brain kids, but your needs to be relatively narrow for efficient bipedalism? And whether or not there's an obstetrical dilemma, now that we've done a lot of extra work on it, remains to be seen. But I was reading about it, and I was reading about squirrel monkeys, because squirrel
mm,
monkeys also have a really, really weird genus Cymeri. They have a really, really weird, uncomfortable for mom style setup where the baby's head is really big at birth. And the Cymeri pelvis is very narrow, so the pelvic inlet is very narrow. So even though they're a lot smaller than us, they have the same sort of small hole, big head issue. And the way that they solve it is the pubic symphysis completely opens up, like by
yeah,
several inches, to
yeah,
open to allow the baby to actually come out in a degree that we don't really see in many other mammals. And
yep.
I was just kind of thinking about that, and I was like, that seems like a solution that should be employed more often, but it's actually quite difficult to evolve. So,
Well, the pubic symphysis is like it's cartilage, right? It's just
yeah,
really dense cartilage. Because I've sawed through one, and like it's chunky. Like
it's
it's
chunky.
it's easier than bone, but not by a lot. And so like,
No.
yeah, dude, it's a tough biscuit to break down. But I guess if you were gonna break anything down, that's easier than employing a whole bunch of new osteoclasts to like dissolve a whole bone. You know, crazy shit.
Make
By
it
the way,
more
no,
efficient.
chat, this
Oops.
doesn't count as vamping because we already have callers waiting. We are just abusing them. Um, in case you didn't know, Erika, our chat is now playing bingo
Uh-huh.
with our shows,
Oh,
and
good.
they were asking if this counts as vamping for a little while, and no, it fucking doesn't
What is
because we
vamping?
have just stalling, talking to kind of fill in some time till we get people to call in. And no, we have 5 callers on the line. Um, we have 3 atheists. 2 of them seem like pretty quick. And then we have 1 theist and what looks like a deist calling in. So like we have, as of right now, up to 6 people potentially, which means we still have a couple lines open. So real quick, the show is that we are both biologists and we're here to take your questions about about atheism, about evolution. If you are if you believe in gods, if you believe in Jesus, if you believe in the Bible or that the Bible is a good book, if you believe that this is a Christian nation, if you believe that Christian morality is essential and that atheists have no whatevers, if you don't believe in evolution, if you don't believe that the earth is 4.6 billion years old, if you don't believe that trans men are men and trans women are women, if you don't believe that the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe as we know it, or where it came from, or that it can explain blah blah blah. If you want to know how random chances can make an eyeball and why we all have faith in Darwin, or whatever other thing you heard from Answers in Genesis, or if you want to understand how code can write itself and how random mutations can cause complexity, or whatever other thing you heard from the Discovery Institute, if you have issues with science or arguments for religion, this is the show for you. You've got 2 biologists here who are ready to take your calls. So if you're out there and you're on Threads and you notice somebody talking about evolution isn't proven and is just a theory for a reason and it can't blah, 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 link them this show. And if you're one of those people who believe these things and think that science doesn't have answers for whatever, this is the show for you to put your money where your mouth is and actually talk to people who know what they're talking about in this area. Erika and I are very nice. We very rarely mute people. We are notorious for letting our calls go on for way too freaking long. If you think that these shows aren't productive because you're just going to get muted and talked over and people are going to dominate the conversation, you've never seen one of our shows. So call the number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. If you want to talk about cryptids, if you want to talk about aliens, if you want to talk about LGBT people, just as mysterious, if you want to talk about evolution, the Big Bang, the age of the Earth, vaccines, climate change, chemtrails, or gods, angels, demons, spirits, the afterlife, near-death experiences, the floor is yours. If you want to talk to two scientists about it, call that number, 720-619-2288, or if you're outside of the U.S., use the web link in the description. That is the show that we're doing today.
I'm thinking just like, if you think that you've got something figured out that big science doesn't, right? Like, call in and let's talk about it. I would love to get first mentioned cryptids there. I would love to have a cryptid conversation. I've never once had a cryptid conversation on this show. So if you've seen weird critters, call in and let's talk about it. But yes, my preference is always evolution, age of the Earth, climate change skepticism, being transphobic generally, things of that nature. The anti-vax, flat Earth to a lesser extent, stuff like that. Call in. Please.
Also, I'm going to open the door even a little bit further because I just realized we just put the number there in the chat as well, and it reminded me. Also, MAGA. We're always down to take, while we're talking about science deniers, happy to talk about reality deniers and cultists. If you're MAGA, if you believe that Donald Trump is a decent president, if you're a staunch capitalist and want to talk about that, if you want to try to defend or deny the genocide in Palestine, if you want to talk about why ICE fascists are a good thing and somehow not fascist, why it makes sense to you to have Proud Boys, who Canada acknowledges as a terrorist organization, we just call them far-right extremists, Proud Boys wearing masks, hiding their identities, going door to door with guns, demanding that other people prove their identities, and arresting anyone who is either brown or in the way. If you want to talk about that, let's talk about that. And because it is Martin Luther King Day as well, I give you this prompt, a quote from MLK himself that I posted on my threads this morning. The evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and racism. The problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without radical redistribution of political and economic power. That's one of the quotes you won't hear Democrats quoting today when they, because we live in a bullshit country where Republicans do literally whatever the fuck they want, and Democrats tell you how horrible Republicans are, and then they both give $10 billion to Israel. And that's our political system. And so if you want to call and talk about any of that, this is also your show, 720-619-2288.
It's been really incredible to see the ineptitude of the majority of the establishment Democrats on display. Like, it's sort of like, if this isn't going to push them to action, like, what even would? What even would at this point? I would love to also say, if you want to call in and defend ICE, do that. I've got a real bone. It's pretty indefensible at this point. It has been since the beginning, but it's much more blatant than it has been in the past. And I don't know, man. I'm just an average Joe, but when I see ICE doing literally anything on my screen, the only thing that comes into my mind is what a bunch of losers, what a bunch of fragile, baby losers. I mean, it's bullies on the playground type shit. So if you want to defend that, call in and we can talk about that too. This is technically SkepTalk, so like we want to talk about science and science denial. But Forrest is right when he says, at this point, that is intrinsically linked to the far-right MAGA movement, right? It just is. Like, there is absolutely no arguing otherwise. They have been singularly responsible for the biggest gutting of science in the United States of all time, in addition to all of the crimes against humanity. So this is a little cherry on top. Call in. Yeah. Let's talk about it. Also, what is vamping? This is a new term.
Vamping. It just means like just shooting the shit and like kind of just filling in the dead air with random and mainly nonsensical conversation in order to space out the show. We have 7 callers already, so we're gonna get in there. Oh, one last thing, by the way. I said this yesterday. I fucking finished the lights, y'all. I finished the lights.
Oh, beautiful.
Except for the bottom. The bottom shelf is going to be done on Wednesday. I accidentally botched one of them, but like you can see. Oh, and I got my fucking the LED sign as well that I forgot to turn on. Now it says Valkai Labs over there as well.
Wait, I don't see it.
You can't. There you go. Yeah.
Hey.
That is now. We did all that. Amber and I were up all night making this happen.
Let's go. I don't think I can show you guys. I redid my background, but mostly, I mean, I redid some of it here, but it's mostly over there. Oh, wait, you guys
that's really good.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Check that out.
I love your snack table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's on my snack table.
There you go.
Pick our first caller.
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's talk to... let's get through some of these atheists. We have one theist. Do you want to jump right into that, or do you want to knock out some of these atheists who were calling specifically with science questions?
Let's see. Let me see what we got here. I mean, all of these guys have been waiting for approximately the same amount of time. I think we start with our theist. I think that's the rule that we tend to hold to, so...
Yeah. Let's start with that. Let's talk to Cameron, who wants to talk about the Bible. Cameron, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today? Cameron, are you there?
Good. How are you guys doing? Sorry.
Hey.
Hello.
So, I don't know if my question on this show was clear. I tried to talk to the call-in person, to try to clarify, but yeah. So I don't know if like my question that I have is clear on here.
Okay. What is your question? What I have written down is: are there any parts of the Bible that you believe to be true? That's what I have in the call screen for me. But that's just like the notes that the call screener puts in. So like you may have something more detailed than that. I usually let you guys tell me what you think.
Okay. Yeah. So that was my question. Between both of you guys, I don't know if I've ever heard you guys get asked this question. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But yeah, do you guys believe that like any parts of the Bible are true, or like any people in the Bible were real people, or anything like that?
Do you want to go first, Forrest, or do you want me to?
It's your choice, yo.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna go. Yes, I do. I mean, I think that it would be a pretty indefensible position to say that there's nobody in the Bible that has shown up in extra biblical sources. I'm totally down with that. I'd even go so far as to say that in part there are historical events, quite a few, that are corroborated extra biblically. The question for me isn't whether or not the Bible gets some historical events right, as other texts do. The question is, are the portions of the Bible that are correct, are those the ones that involve anything supernatural in nature? That's the question, I think, for the ages. Because like I don't think anybody's going to disagree that like there's a city called Jericho, right? Or that there was a pharaoh called Ramses II, right? Like that's not going to be controversial. You know, I to me that's not a tough sell. So that's just how I'll kick it off, to say yes, for the things that there is sufficient evidence for, and we need extra biblical evidence here, right? Because like we have many books that claim to be at least partial histories that talk about people that existed, who, as far as we can tell, I gotta mute my Discord, who, as far as we can tell, aren't, right? Like the way that we know that there are people in the Bible who actually did exist is because there is a means by which we can investigate that question outside of the Bible, right? You're not using the Bible to prove the Bible. You can look to the archaeological record. You can look to the histories of other nations and cross-corroborate them. You can look at kings lists. You can look at old trade records. You can look at hieroglyphs on the sides of temples or cuneiform tablets or whatever. There's other ways to actually validate the existence of people other than the text itself. And that's how we know that Jericho was a real place and Atlantis was not.
Right. I would say the exact same thing. Like there are plenty of things in the Bible that are real, but not the stuff that matters. So like if you're asking like, is the Bible true? it's the example that I usually give is Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. It's a book and a movie about Abraham Lincoln hunting vampires, and the people in it all exist, and the places in it all exist, and the story of his like ascension into political power and the death of members of his family and the hardships that he faced, all of those are real things, and he hunts vampires. And so if you were to show me this book and say, yeah, but I can prove Abe Lincoln is real, I can prove his presidency, I can prove his kid died, I can prove his wife did blah, blah, blah. Like, great. He's not a vampire hunter. There are no vampires. You know, it's nothing of substance about that story. Nothing that matters about that book is real. And it's the same thing about the Bible. You can point to certain places and certain historical figures and maybe even a few historical events that are seriously real, and that's awesome. The substance is not real. You know, the Hebrew slaves building the pyramids, and then this mass exodus where the pharaoh dies, and nobody wrote that down apparently, and then the Jesus walking on water and healing the blind and the sick and the whatever, and then rising from the dead, and all these things, like none of those things happened. So you can say, well, there really is a place called Bethlehem. Neat. Maybe there was even actually was a dude named Jesus at that time. Cool. Doesn't prove anything meaningful about the Bible.
So I just want to clarify. So do you guys believe that Jesus was real or not?
I don't know
like
for
person?
Sure. I have heard
like
people I have heard people that I respect have both positions, and I am not trained in like how to analyze that, and I also haven't really cared enough to dig into it too much. And so I'm not entirely sure. I'm willing to grant it for argument's sake.
I am not an expert on the topic. I have heard people that I have a lot of respect for have both positions. I tend to go, whenever I don't know anything about a subject, I tend to go with consensus. And my understanding of it is that current consensus is that Jesus was a real person. If that consensus has changed, it's changed, and I was unaware of it. But the last time I checked, which to be fair, it's been many years, that was the consensus on this. So I am cool with Jesus being a real person. In fact, I'm cool with many people in the Bible being real people. Again, like as Forrest said, that's not the validity of an actual person does not sort of pull with it everything else that's packaged with it traditionally in certain texts. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. I just hadn't heard that. I don't think I heard like you guys specifically answer, at least from what I've seen, like that specific question before. So I'm just curious what you guys have to say about that. So yeah, that answers my question. And that's all I have for now. I'll probably call back another time, but I don't want to take up too much time because I know you guys have a lot of calls. So yeah, that's it for me.
Right on. Thanks so much, man.
All right. Have a good one, you guys.
Take care. You too.
Thank you. You too.
Easy call.
Easy
way to start the show. In that case, I'm just going to start cranking through these atheist folks because we got several.
Yeah, actually, hold on. Just a second, right? Because like I'm looking at the calls too, and I am also seeing predominantly atheist calls. So like I'm asking people who listen to the show. Like I know that there are people who are listening who disagree with us. We see you guys all the time in chat. We see you all the time in the comments underneath it. Call in and defend your position. Like we have cast a wide net for the things we're down to talk to tonight or talk about tonight. So help us out. Throw us a bone here.
It is frustrating. I was talking about this yesterday. I was hosting with Justin, and what's really fucking annoying is every single time we do any show, we were like, hey, Christians, call in. Like, let's talk about creationists, call in. Let's talk about this, and we'll get usually maybe one or two in the show, and then always 4 hours in, we'll have a burst of people in the chat who have to get muted because the mods don't want to hear you in the chat, and they're like, Christ is risen, and you have to blah blah blah. And there's no proof of evolution. Darwin was racist, and all this, and we're like, hey, call in, and then they just fuck off, or they'll say, you won't take my call. The lines are closed, and it's like, bruh, you've had hours to call in. So fortunately, this is probably going to be a longer show. You'll have plenty of time. But like, I just want to be clear. The floor is yours, y'all. if you believe in these things, if you believe in gods or you don't believe in science, this is your chance to have a serious, meaningful conversation with people who disagree with you. Put your fucking faith out there. The thing is, they're like average about 30,000 people watch these shows in the first week. We usually get about 1,000 to 2,000 people watching live, and then in the first week, it goes up to about 30K on average, just in the first week. Even if you believe that Erika and I have hardened hearts and would never hear the word and never accept the blah, 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 30,000 people are watching. And I know for sure, we did a poll yesterday. We should do that poll again, by the way, Lux, to ask, like, hey, are you, like, if you're a believer, are you going to call in or are you just here to observe? We had more people saying, yeah, I'm a believer. I'm just here to watch. I just want to see what the arguments are. You know what I mean? And that's the most common deconstruction story that we get is like, yeah, I was watching this show in order to prove your arguments wrong, in order to hear the best arguments for religion. And caller after caller after caller couldn't do it, and I didn't have anything better. And so I guess this doesn't make sense. And then they start calling us asking, like, all right, well, how do I deal with this new, life without God? So, like, this is your chance, y'all. Make your case. Save some souls.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that it's like if you... we got two different sides of the coin here, right? We got people who are watching who do disagree with us, but they are just sitting back and observing. Totally cool. No pressure. If you don't feel like you can defend your perspective, you are under zero obligation to call in. Do your thing. Enjoy the show. We'll do our best to be entertaining while we talk to people. The people we're talking about here are the ones who show up in the comment section of these videos and the people who show up in chat who like to sort of run the gamut there in the side chat saying all of this stuff, touch and going like cowards. That's who I want to hear from. And if you don't like me calling you a coward, call in. Because I'm only saying you're a coward if you don't call in. Call in, defend your perspective. We're really nice, right? Like, I'm just saying if it's me, I don't leave a comment unless I'm ready to draw blood, right? Like, I don't leave a comment in a Twitter thread. I don't leave a comment in a YouTube video. I don't leave a comment anywhere unless I'm willing to engage in it back and forth. It's good internet etiquette. Does great for not wasting as many people's time. So please do that. Thank you.
My number one comment that I leave all the time anymore is just, hey, here's my next show, call me. Because it's like, I'll see somebody saying some dumb shit about, like, the Democrats were the KKK, and so really the Democrats are the best. I'm like, all right, cool, here's my next show. When are we debating? Let's talk. Here it is right here. I've got on my channel, I actually have people on my channel, my YouTube channel, that have been banned from this channel by the mods because they were so fucking obnoxious. Just like, there's this one dude named Ponyboy who commented every single day about, like, oh, you fucking trans activists don't understand, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, when are you calling in, bro? And then he would just tone police everybody's responses. He got banned here, and now he's literally in my comment section responding to everybody about how, like, I got banned from The Line, who has very black and white political thinking. I'm a free thinker. I'm a free American. And I've got a ton of those people over there, and they all know. I'm like, hey, here's the show. Pick up the phone. Let's talk. I had a fucking dude with a PhD in psychology who was commenting all of my shit, talking about how I don't understand science. I'm like, let's fucking go. Let's do it. Here, let's talk. Like, scientist to scientist. Let's go. And not gonna happen. Like, it's just, it's so frustrating.
Okay, so I've been dying to have this conversation at some point in some venue, but like, I want to talk about the utility of conversation in this venue, and I want to talk about the utility of debate, and I want to talk about the benefits and detriments of both of those in an internet context in the modern age, right? Because like there's been a big resurgence of people lately who's like, it's not worth talking to these people, and sometimes you're right, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, right? Sometimes these conversations are worth having. Like, we've had conversations with people on this show that have been a net good. And we've had dog shit, garbo tier conversations that should never see the light of day, right? Yeah. So it's up to you. Call in and decide which one you want to be. But at some point, I would love to have that conversation. If you want to talk about the utility of this show and the utility of, like, I'll put it in quotes because it's not actually debate. It's really just like rhetoric, aura farming, right?
Yeah.
I'd love to talk about that too. But mostly, call in creationists, call in climate change deniers, call in anybody, please. Because now we've got a great list of people, but we mostly agree with them. So
exactly, that's what I now we are vamping because we're like trying to get callers, but we've got 3 atheists and 1 agnostic on the line who largely agree with us and just want to ask some questions. So let's talk first while we're waiting to Roland, who wants to talk about evolution and penguins. Roland, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing really, really well. How are you?
Right on. Never had a bad day, dude.
Doing good.
Yes,
All
I
good.
know you say that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a backstory here. Several months ago, I saw a National Geographic special on penguins, and you two were on the line, and I sent a super chat asking about it. Okay. And first you thought it was a pun. And so I sent a second super chat. It said, no, it's not a pun. I'm serious. And Erika, you said that you didn't know anything about it and that you would look into it. Well, I called a few weeks ago saying that wanting to talk to you, but I didn't get in. I was on hold for 2.5 hours, and then I had to hang up. But so this time I got in. Oh boy, I am so excited. I'm just really excited.
All of that
it was
tracks,
talking about
all
the
of that.
various.
Oh, go ahead, Roland. Sorry, you cut out for a minute, and then I started talking, and then I cut you off. Finish your thought.
Okay. So the special talked about all the different penguins and whatever and things like that. So I this one point they were talking about these two species of penguins and that they interbred. Okay, which was really strange because they're not supposed to do that. And the scientist or the guy that was observing this, I can't remember his name. Anyways, said that he is witnessing evolution in front of his eyes. Is that accurate? Or is this just speculation or what?
So we have a ton of examples where we're witnessing evolution before our very eyes, right? The sort of pedant answer to this is that we're always witnessing evolution because evolution is defined brutally as a change in allele frequency in a population over time. And that's always happening unless you're in Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, which isn't a real thing that actually has ever been observed in any legitimate population, which is to say, in the same way that every species is a transitional species because species don't stay still, things are always evolving. But I suspect what you mean by that question is this evolution in the sense that we're looking at sort of a larger scale change in a population or speciation, the birth of a new species, because these two penguin populations, which previously couldn't hybridize or didn't hybridize, are now hybridizing. Again, the pedantic answer to that question is, yeah, that would be, right? You're looking at gene flow being reestablished between two populations. That is evolution in the sense that the frequency of those given alleles in either of those populations, depending on where that egg ends up hatching, is going to change. But I would argue that hybridization events aren't typically what we use when we're talking about evolution. Like when we're talking about directional selection, which is usually what we mean when when we're having sort of layperson conversations, usually we're talking about something has happened in the environment that's causing a species or a population to change in a specific direction to make it more fit for the environment that it lives in. I wouldn't categorize hybridization as an example of that. Just because it's not typical. I mean, gene flow is a mechanism of evolution, but that's not usually what we talk about. Instead, if I were to point to examples of evolution sort of happening in real time, I would point to like the Vancouver sea wolves, these wolves that are growing progressively more aquatic in their behaviors, and their paw size to body ratio is higher than wolves that live in mainland North America, and that allows them to swim better, and their diet is like 80% marine life and all these things. It's a really interesting sort of phenomena, and part of the reason that's proposed for this particular population of wolves to have adapted more to an aquatic lifestyle, a more seaside lifestyle, is because they've sort of been pushed that way, right, by human encroachment on their previous territory and being in close proximity to other animals that they weren't in close proximity to previously. So that would be, I think, is a better example and a more sexy example of like evolution before our very eyes. I would also wager that penguins are also doing that in response to climate change happening right now in all of their habitats all over the world. I would wager hybridization isn't a huge part of that I know of. Maybe it is. I don't, again, I know a little bit about penguin evolution, but not like extant penguin diversity. But if I had to bet, I would say modern penguins are adapting to thrive in environments that are less ice covered, more like their relatives that live in areas that never see snowfall. Because there are penguins like that live in areas that are never snowy. That would be my guess.
Okay, good.
Am I sort of pushing you in the right direction there a little bit?
Yeah. You answered my question and stuff. I'm kind of that. Why aren't they saying this out there, being it more verbal about that it's, that this is going on as proof of evolution,
Roland, let me tell you, as somebody who's been doing this for a long time, I have watched just about every excellent example, several kind of mediocre examples, and a handful of phenomenal examples be put forth as examples of evolution to people who doubt it, and they don't care. Like, you can show them speciation. You can show them the emergence of a new species that is completely reproductively isolated from the previous population, right? You can show them ring species. You can show them the emergence of a new body plan in real time, and they don't care, right? They'll always come up with some excuse. It's still the thing that it used to be. Yes, okay, but evolution doesn't say that it shouldn't be anymore. Like, for instance, what is it? I think it's either antennapedia or bithorax. It's a mutation that gives fruit flies an extra set of wings. Well, not an extra set of wings, but their hind pair of wings develops into a standard pair of wings, just like the forepair does. Anybody who's seen a fruit fly knows that it appears like they have only two wings, and they do. But behind that set, there's a little stunted kind of wing-esque developmentally things called halteres, and they're basically like little mini gyroscopes that help the fly keep its balance as it's moving around. But those halteres are derived from wings, right? Like, and if you turn the genes, if you fiddle with the genes that play a role in the development of those halteres, they'll develop as normal wings do. And then you end up with a fly that looks like a fruit fly that looks like a dragonfly, where it's got two wings on either side. It's really, really cool, and it's one of the famous mutants documented, I think, by Morgan in the 1920s, 1930s. Okay, that's, for a fly, that is a new body plan. Like, you can't get around that. It's a set of wings where there didn't used to be a set of wings. That won't count for them because they'll say it's still a fly, right? You can show them any example on the planet, but shy of building a time machine and then like giving them an immortality potion and then showing them evolution happening in real time. People who are reticent to accept this simply won't.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, that covers pretty much what I have to say. One more question. Can we call you Dr. Erika yet?
Oh, let me tell you, Roland, I love getting that question. There's nothing I'm going to get your goat here a little bit, but it's a fair question to ask because I've been working on it for a million years. But I am feverishly working on my dissertation right now. I'm not a doctor yet. I'm hopefully going to be a doctor by May. Of course, I said I was going to be a doctor by December, and then I wasn't. So dissertations are slow progress. Part of the reason why I didn't graduate in December like I wanted to is because I was assigned to run a completely additional test that wasn't previously on my to-do list, and that took up a lot of time. And that happens. I have to listen to my committee, and I have to make my dissertation as good as it possibly can be. And writing is hard, and unfortunately, I picked a topic that is very, very time-consuming, and I do not have an undergrad to assign work to. So it's all on me. I will tell you that I finished a chapter today of my 5-chapter dissertation. I finished one of my chapters today, so that was pleasant, but I am not done yet.
5 chapters.
What?
Only 5 chapters.
Yeah, no, tell me about it. I don't know. It's a frustrating deal. Okay, Roland, ask me again in 5 months, and hopefully the answer will be yes.
I know you're going to do it. I know you will. You are fantastic. I love listening to you, and you give great answers, and I know you're going to do it. I have one more comment for Forrest.
Hello.
Several months ago, you were explaining something about to a theist, and about having, if I could say that I had a goblin, and that you have to take it on faith that it's whatever. But you said you had a goblin, and his name was Roland, and he lives in your closet. I'm here to tell you I am not a goblin, and I don't live in your closet.
There's more than one Roland in the world, Roland. You don't have monopoly on Roland.
I know that, but yeah, I was just like, what? Wait a minute. Okay.
That was an old TikTok meme that's become like a major staple in my career. It's wild.
Yeah. But
man. Well, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you very much for answering my call. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Roland.
There we go. We've got several more peeps on there. Are you refreshing the thing you were working on?
I was gonna wait. The thing is that I think I have to like close down Zoom and then reopen it. We're using Zoom now. Everybody knew this except for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, it's my fault that I didn't know this. Because I'm not plugged in.
It's also terrible.
It is. It's fine. Whatever. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna come back. Forrest is gonna, what is it? He's gonna vamp while I'm gone.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna start talking to the next person.
He's gonna start talking to the next person while I'm gone.
Yeah. I love the editing there. Let's jump right in to Milo, who is our next theist caller. We still have 2 atheists and 1 agnostic on the line, and it looks like we have a full call-in queue. So get your calls ready if you're wanting to call in. If you're a theist and you want to call in, we are loaded up right now, but we are about to clear out some lines. So let's start by talking to Milo, who wants to disagree with me specifically on the use of the word theory. Milo, you are on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, and you?
I'm all right.
Good. Okay, so I think it was yesterday, but I saw a video where you were talking about the scientific and common use of the word theory and the confusion that occurs.
I think that was yesterday because we had somebody calling in to say that the classical dumb definition of woman as adult human female is like good enough because it's a lot of, and we were like, hey, if you use the word theory wrong, if you say theory just means guess or assumption, you're doing it wrong, and it doesn't matter if you, and so yes, that was the course of the conversation yesterday.
Okay, so I used to be a journalist, and one of the basic rules was that if a reader misunderstood what we were saying, it was our fault, never the reader's fault. And that summarizes a basic principle that whoever's speaking has the responsibility to communicate as clearly as possible. And for 396 years, science has had this conflict between 2 different meanings of the word theory, and that's a long time to be very stubborn about not changing the word you're using so that the confusion goes away.
Okay, so the issue here is that this isn't a problem with science being stubborn. This is a problem with language existing. So, like, if we pick any other term in science, right? If I sit here and talk to you about fucking histoneacetyltransferases, right? The fact that you don't understand what I'm talking about in this case it's not my fault. Because I'm using the appropriate jargon of this specific discipline. In this case, it would be something in epigenetics, right? If you wanted to know what I was talking about, we would then have to dig into that. I don't have to break that down for you if I'm speaking about science. I'm speaking about this actual, research. The concept of like theory and what theory means, yeah, it's been around for hundreds of years. It's been a very consistent thing. People are consistently using the word incorrectly, which they're allowed to do. That is a colloquial definition. It's fine. But to make it incumbent upon science to come up with this new thing and then if you can understand why it's so hard to get people to understand theory, you would understand how difficult it is for people to understand any new science at all, and then try to retrain the entire non-scientist population to like use this new scientific vernacular. It's just silly. It would be a ridiculous undertaking with very little reward. So at the end of the day, I think your issue just is with language being language and with people having common usages of words that don't make any sense.
So when the meaning, scientific meaning, came after the other meaning, and when it was introduced, several other words from Latin were transferred into Romance and Germanic languages, and the word theoria, which is where both meanings of theory come from, is also the source of the word theorem and theater. And when these words were brought into English and other European languages, there was a realization that you needed to have differences, because if we use the exact same word for theater, theorem, and theory, that would be even more confusing. And so you introduced a new use to the word, and it made sense when only very few people were allowed to do science. It was all being done in Latin. But when you did not use it, I mean, even if you just use the Greek word or the Latin word, which are both the same word, it would be a different word and it would be clear. And
so
this seems to me to be a problem that science created.
Let's look at this angle from two different ways. So, like, the word atom goes back way farther than the word theory, right? That goes all the way back to the time of Democritus, writing about atomos, right?
Yes.
And yet, I have responded on my own channel to a video of that creationist shitbag Matt Powell saying that diamonds are the toughest subatomic particles out there. So he's misusing the word atom and subatomic particle and all these things. Is that the fault of scientists for coining the term atom, or is that the fault of this fucking idiot who doesn't know what anything is and is misusing this term?
In that case, I'd say that it is, and I don't know this person, the person that used harsh words again.
Oh, he's the worst. He's the worst. He's just, you can assume that you don't need to be nice to him.
Okay. I try to be nice to anyone.
He thinks that gay people should be put to death.
I completely disagree with him, but again, I try to be nice to anyone.
Weird. Okay, but whatever. The point is this his problem or is this science's problem, is the question I'm trying to ask you.
Okay. So in that case, it sounds like he's not even using the words in the way that any common way. And the modern meaning of atom is pretty much the primary use of the word for everybody, not just scientists. And it doesn't exactly match the Greek original and so on, but there's real universal clarity there. And so when he uses atom or subatomic or whatever the other word we just mentioned and uses them incorrectly, he's going against the mainstream and doing it for what sounds to be nefarious reason.
Right. The issue is that is the exact thing that is happening when people misuse the word theory a lot of the time. Not every time. The nefarious reason thing, a lot of the time, but not all the time. So, like, anybody who has gone through a 6th grade science class knows the actual definition of the word theory, or has at least been introduced to it. It just so happens that common parlance, we use it wrong. And everyday, ordinary people use it wrong all the time, and that's just part of life, right? So, like, they have the opportunity to use it properly. They have the accessibility of the knowledge to use it properly. They don't. In the same way that, Flip Dude, if you want to say we should come up with a new word for cookie, because here in the United States it means a sweet little treat, and over there in the UK we'd say biscuit or something like that. But pick your favorite thing. There's a million situations where people use the same word in different contexts. This is just one that everybody who has a decent public education in this country has been exposed to. and still chooses to use improperly. I use it improperly sometimes when speaking colloquially. Although I've got a theory about this one, and I know I'm using it wrong, but that's the point of just kind of having a casual conversation with people who know what I'm talking about. Again, this isn't the problem of scientists. This isn't something that the whole international science community needs to come together and have the decades-long debate that it would take to establish a new fucking vocab word and then teach it to everybody. It just, if people use the word wrong, they either need to be corrected, or if they don't care, then it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay. So my personal experience, which does not mean that it's just in any way universal, I do a lot of work with homeless people. And when conversations come up where I will hear them say things like evolution is just a theory, and I will literally have to spend 10 to 15 minutes trying to explain to them that the word actually has two different meanings, and it's clear that a lot of the people that I'm dealing with do not know this difference. I don't find it to be something that's universally known.
Right, but as I just said, it doesn't matter because it is universally taught in this country. It's pick any fucking middle school level science textbook and it'll be in there. So like the fact that people haven't exposed to this, okay, I think that they probably have, but like your issue here is like more than anything just with like homophones. Like there's a million situations like this that you know, ask somebody like a brain of those elementary school brain teasers, is a pound of feathers or a pound of bricks heavier, you know? And like that's not even something with double meanings, and people have problems with that shit. So just like you're just talking about people getting things wrong and making it the onus upon all scientists to now reevaluate and reestablish our language. Erika, if you were trying to say something, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about adding something in. You know, somebody who like has to stay up to date on a lot of like the latest in my given field, a lot of what I see, and I'm going to sort of put the punchline out here ahead of time, a lot of what I see is that the problem comes from the middleman between the scientific community and the general public. A lot of pop science communicators misuse phrases that are in general science, and that leads to miscommunication and misunderstanding with the general public. So, for instance, there's a new paper that dropped last week for a new partial skeleton belonging to Homo habilis. It's a really cool paper. It's really interesting. Every single pop science headline that I've seen, I'm being hyperbolic, but a lot of them, and even from some science communicators, was like, this changes everything about what we thought we knew about human evolution. This is common, right? And I, in my experience, have seen the misuse of theory traced back a lot of times to that. I know I'm clipping out a little bit still. I'm going to try to sort that out here in a second. But I think that we can draw an analogy here to other areas of science that have changed that the general public seems to be able to grasp, right? Pluto isn't a planet anymore. It hasn't been a planet for like, whatever, 20 or 30 years. But the general public now knows if you ask if Pluto's a planet, you get somebody who will tell a joke and they'll be like, no, it's not a planet, but it should be. It's messed up what they did. Messed up what they did about Pluto, right? Kicking it out of the planet list. Because people know that this used to be something that we thought was true, and now it isn't. Now Pluto's a dwarf planet or whatever. The same is true for the definition of an ape. And maybe that's more applicable here because what an ape is something that the general public is sort of in the middle of coming to accept, right? Like it used to be that there was a group of animals, tailless monkeys or tailless primates that we called apes, and then there's humans, right? And then there's monkeys, and you've got lemurs and lorises and things like that. But after we did a lot of genetics work in the 1970s and 1980s, we came to find out that humans are more closely related to chimps, and chimps more closely related to humans than either is to a gorilla, which means if chimpanzees are apes, then humans are apes too. And so now we know that humans are also apes, and the word ape encompasses what humans are as well. But there's still some lag on that. Some people can accept that what an ape is, right, a tailless primate with a big brain that grows up slowly, et cetera, includes humans, and some people don't. And oftentimes we'll use the word ape to refer to critters, like groups of critters, I should say, that exclude us too. That's an example of like a shift in language that's happening right now. The word theory, I think, is an example of this because insofar as I can tell, it's been pretty consistently used in science. like since we outlined what a theory is as compared to a hypothesis, which has been around since Francis Bacon. So with that in mind, we've got this concept distinguishing factor, at least, that's been around since what, the 1600s? And so my question is,
1630.
yes, 1630. Thank you. So if there's this misunderstanding with, I guess, okay, here's my big question that I'll sort of pivot at the end here. So like I'm letting you know that I don't think that the misuse of theory is the fault of scientists. I think that it's an issue with the general public. And more specifically, it's an issue with the middleman between science and the general public. But moreover, science is the only one of these three that's consistently used the word theory to mean what it means, right? Like the pop science communicators and then the general public are the ones who are shifting what the word theory means. So I guess my question to you is, if scientists have used the word theory to mean one thing this entire time and are still using it to mean that thing, how do we fix this problem? Do you want the scientific community to just say we're not going to use the word theory to mean this anymore, even though we've used it since the 1630s? Instead, we're going to use, I don't know, a different word that they made up, like Gooberhausen or something. I don't know, like something goofy like that, like come up with some new third thing. What's your solution to this problem? Because as far as I can see, the solution to this is to, as irritatingly as possible, correct people when they misuse the word theory. And it works. Like I've heard in pop culture people correct others on this before. Now last thing here, and then I'll be done and try to fix my internet again. Yeah. You said you talked to homeless people who get this wrong, right? And you're like, yeah. How do you take the 15 minutes to correct them? This is what I would do if I was in your situation, right? If someone was like, well, evolution is just a theory, I would say, here's the classic line, so is gravity. So is germ theory. So is atomic theory. In science, the word theory doesn't mean the same thing as it means in general parlance. And then that's the end of the conversation.
I wish it was that easy. And I have used comments like gravity's a theory. Regarding how long the words have been around, the colloquial meaning of theory has been around for almost 100 years before the scientific meaning of the word theory. So there is a different order of which came into English than you were just stating.
The colloquial use of the word human was around for much longer than the scientific words that use the word human, way longer than the word with theory.
Yes.
So should we change that?
Okay, so my simple solution, because words change over time. The word road used to mean a raid, and so we adjust to what are most people using. We use Webster's dictionaries to try to keep track of that kind of thing. I think that a very simple solution is, because a lot of these words, theory, theater, and so on, all come from a Latin and Greek word, which were the exact same. If we just change the N from a Y to an A or an IA and use the Latin spelling or Latin pronunciation or something close to it, then that's very little change, and the words will suddenly be very clearly different. And as long as, having been a journalist in the past, our big thing about communication was we don't try to change how people speak. We try to match how they speak so that we can communicate as clearly as possible and get the information across to them as easily as possible. And this seems to be a really big stumbling block.
You understand that the rhetorical process of journalism and the rhetorical process of science are fundamentally and necessarily different things, right?
How so? I may agree with you, but I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
When we're talking in science, it's usually a communication between other scientists, between other experts in that field, or at least between people who are scientifically literate. Science communicators, like Erika and I, also take on the additional task of then educating the public. But that is part of that. Like I said earlier, about all you're advocating for here, the easiest solution here, rather than changing a word, is just better science education. More science communicators, more science teachers, more funding for science education. that would get everybody on the same page real fucking fast. We wouldn't have to change anything. If I'm a journalist, instead, I am necessarily speaking to the general public who are very diverse in their opinions, in their backgrounds, in their interests, why they're reading my paper, my publication, whatever like that. And so, yes, it is then incumbent upon me to be as diverse in my speaking as possible and be as accessible in my speaking as possible. Make sure, like you said, if they don't understand me, that's my problem. I need to make myself understandable. But as scientists, as science educators, as science communicators, we are speaking to people who are learning science. And therefore, we need to teach them science accurately. It is a very different job. We are talking, even as a scientist, that's not my issue. If you don't understand me, I can give you the background information, or you should have read my introduction section and picked it up yourself. And so, like, at the end of the day here, if you have the exact same issue of people confusing there, and there, the exact same issue of people confusing your and your, we don't need to change these words. People need to be better educated and be held accountable when they fuck these words up. And you talked about, the word theory was used colloquially before it was used scientifically. The word human, as I brought up a second ago, was used wrong way the fuck before the scientific community established the word human. Human is anything in the genus Homo. Most people every day use the word human to mean only our species. If you're educated in bioanthropology, humans go back 2.6 something million years, as opposed to 200, 300,000 years. Both of those statements are technically correct. And so if you have a conversation with somebody and say, yeah, here's these humans a million years ago, we're talking about Homo erectus, they don't get that. We don't need to change the word human around. People just should keep up with the scientific conversation if they're having a scientific conversation. I don't understand why this is this is a weird hang up with just this one word.
So Milo, I gotta interject here because I was doing a little Googling around in the background because that seems not correct to me, right? Like unfortunately, when you have to read a lot of science, you oftentimes have to go back pretty far. So it's like, origin and earlier. I've read a lot of old literature, and my understanding is that in science, the word theory has stayed pretty consistent. So I was doing some looky-loo work in the background, and it does seem like from Darwin's theory of evolution through to germ theory of disease, up to the modern usage of it, in science, it has stayed pretty consistent, at least insofar as I can tell from like very cursory Google searches. So I want to ask you, where are you getting this, that the colloquial word of theory precedes the scientific usage of the word theory?
I paid for the subscription to Oxford English Dictionary. They have among the best etymologies of words of any dictionary.
So do they have like a section in them that's like a history of the word that tells you like where and when the usage of that word adopted this specific meaning? Is that like the breakdown that it gives you?
Yes, they try to give the exact place in writing where it first appeared. And so they've got 1588 as when theory entered in the colloquial meaning, and they've got 1630 when it meant in the scientific meaning, and sometime in the 1610s, I don't have it in my notes, when it applied for music, when they started calling it music theory.
Okay. So your perspective here then is that we should use the original 1580 function of the word. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting this right. You want us to use the 1580 word of or usage of the word theory, sort of like this is ICZN, like naming a species kind of rules, where it's like the first usage of the word gets to be the definition. And you're saying because theory in 1588 meant this, and because, and I would love to track that down myself, but I obviously can't do that live. So like I'm fine with just taking your word for that. And I'm also not going to pay for the Oxford Pro version or whatever. So I'm cool with trusting you on that.
Right.
You're arguing here that we need to take the 1588 usage and have that sort of supersede the current usage, which has been around for like 50 years less time, since like 1630s. Is that the idea?
What I'm suggesting is of just changing the last letter of the word for the scientific one would solve an approximately 400-year problem and get rid of confusion that over 400 years of simply trying to teach people, hey, we've changed them in science. We've changed the meaning of this word. Please use it this way. And if after 400 years that hasn't succeeded, maybe instead of trying to force society to change, the simple answer is to simply change the last letter to more match the Latin and the Greek that the word came from, and a one-letter change, and now you've got two different words, and the confusion goes away.
It's genuinely wild to me that you think the confusion will go away. Like, despite the fact of just how difficult that solution is, how unnecessarily difficult that solution is, it is wild to me that you think that the same people who say evolution is just a theory would not then say, well, you know, these scientists could never prove the theory of evolution, so they had to come up with a new word for it. Like, that's I'm sorry, like, that's just not realistic.
Like, I can see where you're coming from, and like this is new to me. Like, I didn't know that the colloquial usage of theory preceded the regular usage. But I am inclined to side with Forrest on this because I think he's right. I think if we change the word, like, let me give you a look-see into my day-to-day. I hear from creationists all the time that we changed the word ape to include humans to push the atheistic worldview on the general public, right? That the word ape now includes humans, and that we grouped all the apes into Hominidae on purpose to like push some kind of evil communist narrative. And that sounds silly, but like that's what they're saying. So I don't know that your target audience here, the people who, because like, and I say target audience because that's an important bit to this. Most people, when you correct them, when you're annoying about it and you're like, oh, actually, but a theory is not the same as a hypothesis. What you're using is hypothesis. They go, oops, my bad. And then that's the end, right? The people who you would be targeting, the ones who actually misunderstand what a theory is, I don't know that they would be convinced by this. I think what they would say is very similar to what the creationists that I deal with say about the word ape or the word hominid, right? They would say, well, the scientists just changed that to lend false legitimacy to all of these ideas that were previously not held in such high regard. So I think you would need to have a game plan to combat that as well.
So and I understand that you're dealing with a different problem. I'm not too concerned about dishonest people. But I see that honest people, even if they've been exposed to it at elementary school and don't remember, or high school and don't remember that they've been exposed to it, that there's still this massive confusion. And I'm trying to go, there's got to be a simpler way to solve the problem of this massive confusion than trying to force everybody to understand, wait a minute, we've got this one word that has two very different meanings. I'm looking
like the word literally, for example.
Right. I was going to bring up literally, where Oxford English Dictionary just added in that literally means not literally.
Right. So, like, do we need to come up with a new word for literally, or is it okay to just understand that there are different usages of words sometimes, and that people are going to be silly sometimes?
As an example, terrific until the 1950s meant something that was caused terror.
Right, and if somebody used it that way today, they would be silly. But there was probably a little bit of middle room in there where it wasn't that way. Right. And I still would like to have an answer to the question that I asked you a minute ago. What do we do with the word human, which means anything in the genus Homo? And like, I've had to correct other like science communicators who say they'll pill an article that talks about this changes what we thought about human evolution because we found a Homo erectus tooth and shows these humans were doing these things, and they don't understand that means a different species of human. And so like, do we need to rename our species for the sake of this so that people can get the word human right? Or do we just say, hey, like this is the actual name, the word, the narrative is what it is. When people say Pluto is a planet, do we need to correct them and say, hey, actually it's not a planet, this is what planet means? Or do we need to say, well, I guess we need to come up with a new word for planet so we can include Pluto again, and then have a different thing that the other thing else is? Pluto's a planet, but Earth is a planetoid, or whatever. Like, what is there any other situation where we'd be doing this, or is it just in this one ridiculously pedantic situation that we need to go back and use a word that's 50 years older than its counterpart?
Okay, so in general, we don't have a lot of control over. No one person or group of people has a lot of control over how people speak the language, and the language is constantly changing. And I really had not. I understand what you're talking about when you talk about the different meanings of human, just like man used to mean the person who brought bread home. So
man also used to mean all humans.
Yes. And so words change, and the thing I've seen is that for almost 400 years, this changed to a very important word that has a lot of impact on daily life that the general public has not really understood and made this change, that when the typical even the people who know the difference between the two meanings, most of the time when the average person says theory, they mean the colloquial sense, not the scientific sense. And to me, this seems to be, for this one particular very important word, unnecessary complication, unnecessary confusion.
Milo, I agree that
you think introducing a new science word that goes across the whole world, every scientist must now adapt, every science class, is not going to be unnecessary complication. That will be significantly less confusion and complication.
I agree with that. I think that the idea here, my honest opinion is that I think that you got interested in this topic, looked into it, and you were like, holy shit, this is crazy. I didn't know that the colloquial use of theory preceded the scientific use by Francis Bacon in the 1630s. That's nuts. Uh-oh, now we've got this really big problem. I don't think you have to go there. I think you can just say, wow, that's a fun fact. That's interesting.
Yes.
The word theory in a scientific sense has been used in this very concrete way. It sucks that it's being misunderstood all the time, but I think Forrest is right, that if you want to have an actual practical solution for this, I think the best way you're going to get people to understand this is just by correcting them in the same way that we did with Pluto, in the same that we've done with human, in the same way we've done with ape, in the same way that we've said, hey, actually birds are dinosaurs. We used to have this idea about what a dinosaur is, and now birds are included in that. It's the public is slow to accept this, but they are going to be pulled over to it eventually. Progress is slow, that sucks, but I don't think that inventing a new word is going to speed it up. Right?
No.
I think you can be right that colloquial theory precedes scientific theory, and also wrong on the way that you think that we should fix the problem that's before us.
This is literally the exact same argument as when people get bitchy about people using they, them pronouns. And it's like, well, I mean, it's confusing because it sounds like multiple being, it's been used for this long. Back in the 1600s, Shakespeare was using the word they for a singular person, but for hundreds of years, people have been doing it this way, and now it's all this confusion. It's the exact same argument. And speaking of pronouns, it's weird that we're having this much argument over what words mean, what should we use, when you didn't offer any. I don't know, man. It's just strange. It's a strange hill that you want to die on here.
I did offer them. And the guy said that I was being too confusing.
It was a woman who was doing the call screening.
Oh,
and
sorry.
What pronouns would you like to offer?
I said that I don't care what people call. People call me he, she, they, and it doesn't bother me at this point anymore.
So any pronouns.
Any pronoun will be fine.
We literally take callers who have any pronouns listed all the time. So I don't know why that was an issue. But what I'm saying here is this.
It was his choice for what was put in there, not mine.
Her, because again, it was a woman who took your call.
Sorry, excuse me, my mistake. I apologize.
So what I'm saying here is it's the exact same argument. Whenever we take callers who argue that they and them aren't appropriate pronouns for one person because it sounds like multiple people, that's wrong. And it's very obviously wrong if you think about it for 2 seconds. You don't need to be trained in linguistic to understand that that's a stupid fucking argument. And yet it's persistent. We don't need to come up with new neo-pronouns to correct this 400-year-old error where people don't understand what was going on with Shakespeare and all this shit like that. It's just not necessary. So I feel like you've just picked one really weird hill to die on when you wouldn't take this stance with any other word that we have the exact same issue with which are plentiful.
Okay, and to go back to pronouns, in the 1920s it was suggested, and actually I think even earlier than that, but in the 1920s it was suggested that we reintroduce a common pronoun into the English language, which we did have in the Old English, and it's these, them, and I forgot.
Yeah, and some people use those.
Yes, and
a lot of people take issue with it because they don't know the history and they think it's confusing. So here again, there are a lot of genderqueer people, a lot of non-binary and gender non-conforming people who use z, zim, and all this stuff, what we would today call just neo-pronouns. And we have our producer today uses they, them, or its pronouns. And people fuck that up all the time and refuse to. It has been around for a very long time, and people refuse to do that too. And people refuse to use z and zim, and people refuse to use they and them. And people fuck up theory, and people fuck up planet, and people fuck up ape, and people fuck up human, and people fuck up they and their, and people fuck up your and your, and people fuck up all of these things. And the solution to literally all of this is just better education. Not creating new words and forcing people to use them, because I fucking promise you, if you come up with whatever your new version of the word theory is, you are going to have the exact same conversations that you have to have today, correcting people on the proper use of the word theory, only you're going to say, actually, the word is this now. And then you're going to have the exact same fucking conversation afterwards. And it's just going to be more annoying. Anyway, with that, it's been 34 minutes. And I don't, seriously, I really don't know why you're dying on this hill. So we're going to move on to the next call.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye. Goodest of gravy, y'all.
What
Interestingly enough,
delectable to you, Forrest? Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, we dropped that, and literally, in the time it took me to click the drop call button, we got another call in, so lines are still full.
We're vamping. Sorry, folks. I know we've got 8+ callers waiting on the line, but Forrest and I are going to have to banter for the next 40 minutes about whatever pops up into our heads. We're going to vamp. We're in the mood.
Jumps into our little noodles. By the way, do you watch The Devil's Plan?
No, what is that?
It's a show on Netflix. It's this Korean reality show where they have to it's a bunch of just brainiacs who do these crazy brain teaser challenges and eliminate each other. It's like Survivor but without tribes and with more puzzles. It's a whole thing. But I'm watching that shit. This is a pointless thing because you don't know this, but it's an awesome show if you like riddles and brain teasers and watching people solve cool things. And they're doing the spooky host is this guy in this dark room with a glowing mask with X's over the eyes, and he's talking into a microphone. It's this whole V for Vendetta anonymous type thing.
A Squid Game type villain.
Yes. And he's got a shirt. It's all this grungy, industrial, black light and dirty and grimy and scary and all stuff. And he's got this awesome fucking hoodie that just says "Use your noodle." And I want that hoodie so bad in the context that it's so good. Like I said, it's a pointless thing to tell you because you don't watch the show, but it's such a cool fucking hoodie. Somebody said, send my fucking Use Your Noodle hoodie to P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 74013. Large.
I love Use Your Noodle. I think that's great. My dream t-shirt. So since we're hypothetically creating t-shirts or sweatshirts of things that we want. For me, there's this picture. Are you familiar with Chick Tracks?
Yes, unfortunately.
Famous little the little creationist comics that have been around for forever. In the one on evolution, there is a person who's wearing a shirt. It's the bad kids, it's the evil atheist communist students who are trying to pull our protagonist over to the dark side. And one of them, when they're behaving evilly in the comic, they have this shirt on that has a hominin on it. Oh, that's badass.
Isn't that awesome?
Wait, I can just find this. Hold on. I can just find this now because now I can share my screen. Hold on. wait, what's it called? My ancestor chick track.
Oh, you're looking it up. Okay, good. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't want to distract you.
Yeah. No. Hold on. Let me just share my screen now. This I can do. Now this I can handle. Okay, can you see this? Can you guys all see this?
I cannot. Hold on a second. Maybe
What
I
the
can
hell?
on this.
What do I do?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it now.
So it's got like this. It's got like this hominid, and it says "my ancestor." Here are the children, right? They're holding guns and they're
awesome.
evil, and they're getting ready to like look. They got the free birth control in the background, and they've got guns. One of them has a shirt that says "drugs" on it. Anyways, I would like a chick tracked T-shirt. Someone please send me a chick tracked T-shirt. It says "my ancestor" on it. With just that specific little image. I think that would be fun.
That is unbelievably cool. My wife brought me a snack. Hold on a second.
I wish I had a snack. I'd pasta before we run tonight,
head of broccoli right there.
No, I don't. Way to spoil it. Yeah, I also
you don't know
have
anything about anything.
All right, I have a snack too.
Yeah.
Here's my snack. You guys saw it earlier. Yep. I'm being healthy today.
Amber brought me one too.
What's yours? So stupid.
We're not.
Give us your first bite, Forrest. Let's see the first bite.
We weren't supposed to react.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting it to be so large.
My wife brought me a snack. Erika, why are you making fun?
I'm sorry. I know I blew it. It's literally the size of your head, and you don't have a small head.
Oh well.
Let's take the next
call. Yeah.
Oh my God.
We got Janet, who wants to talk about the first humans. Janet, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hi, guys. I'm doing okay. How are you?
Never had a bad day.
All right. That's great. I love that. Okay, so now this is an opportunity for you guys to educate me probably because I did not pay attention in science class when I was in junior high.
Do you know the definition of the word theory?
I don't anymore. Not after that call.
You're right.
I'm more confused than ever.
I feel like Milo made it worse for everybody.
Yeah, you're like, hey, here's the solution. How do you think that's going to work? We make a whole new word. I was just over here giggling. I'm like, that ain't going to work.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
It's not.
No, it's not going to work. People can't handle it. Got to dumb it down for us. So my question is, okay, my thought, when I am a theist, and I would say that I'm a creationist in that I believe God created things, okay? I don't, the more I learn, I don't subscribe to, we've got, day one, he did this, that, like the way I was taught, okay? But when I look at pictures in a magazine, say, and it says, here's upright man or what, whatever. Or I've seen, it'll be just like one picture and then like, here's a human, they're from 1,000,000 years ago. Why is there only one? I apologize if this is a dumb question, but are there just lots of these fossils like all over, Africa and like, wherever the first people came? Are there lots of these fossils? And I just don't know that because they have one put together that they always take a picture of.
So there are a few very famous fossils. Usually like the first one that we find of a species is like the holotype, I believe is a word for that species. And so that one, because so for example, Lucy, right? Super famous fossil of Australopithecus afarensis. Or is that Africanus? I forgot, I mixed up.
Lucy's afarensis, you're right.
Lucy is afarensis. Okay, good. Got it right the first time. So there's a species called Australopithecus afarensis. Lucy was this amazingly famous fossil at one point. And so creationists like to point to that one fossil and say, look, it's missing all these bones and all this different stuff. Meanwhile, we have like 10,000 other fossils of this species, including some remarkably complete ones. There's one called Littlefoot that is like a damn near perfect skeleton. It's ridiculous how much of this fossil there is. And so, yeah, usually what happens is one fossil gets super famous. Usually it's the first one of a new species that we find. Creationists pick it up and run with it and get all bitchy about it. And they ignore the fact that, and this is not an exaggeration, Janet, a major actual problem in bioanthropology is that we really genuinely have too many fossils. And we have so many that there is major debate amongst bioanthropologists as to whether we should classify it as this species or that species or an in-between species, a new species, whatever, or if we should just consolidate for convenience or break things apart. A great example of that is the species that I studied in grad school called Homo erectus. We have to be careful when we're talking about it to say Homo erectus sensu latu or sensu strictu, in the loose sense or the strict sense. Because if you say sensu latu in the loose sense, Homo erectus evolved in Africa 1.8 million years ago, spread all across Eurasia, and that's all Homo erectus. If you're saying sensu strictu, then Homo erectus evolved in Africa 1.8 million years ago, and then as they left Africa, the ones that stayed behind are called Homo ergaster, and then Homo erectus is only in this one part of Central, East Asia, and then as they went right, you get a different one. You get the Homo floresiensis over here, and the Denisovans over there, and all these different things. There are all these different subspecies that now become mains, and it's like really fucking complicated because these are all creatures that are so very different, populations that are so very different from each other, that we can track their ancestry, and depending on how you want to classify it, we have different vernacular. And so, yeah, it's there are a stupid amount of fossils if we're in, and this is just talking about human evolution. And also, as we talked about in the last call, it depends on what you mean by humans. Because if I say humans to mean our species, Homo sapiens, we're talking about 200,000 to 300,000 years ago, right? And then we also still have to make the split. Are we talking about archaic Homo sapiens, or are we talking about anatomically modern Homo sapiens? Because there's a difference, right? Or are we talking about the actual word is anything in the genus Homo? That goes back a little over 2.6 million years with Homo habilis. Right, and there is a lot of argument. Does Homo habilis, is that actually the first genus species Homo? Should they be Australopithecus habilis? Or should Australopithecus africanus actually be Homo africanus? And Homo rudolfensis, should that really be more habilis or not? And it gets really freaking complicated really freaking fast. If you want to, I'm going to let Erika say some stuff because she's going to be able to go way more into detail on this than me. But if you want to play with this, I'm going to put a link in the chat. humanorigins.si.edu is the Smithsonian page on human evolution, on bioanthropology. And if you go to, they have a link right there that says human evolution evidence, and you can go into the actual fossils. Let me actually pull this up on screen really quick. Let me hide that so I'm not doxing you. And then I will put this on my screen so everybody in the audience can see it as well. So here is the website is the Smithsonian. Oh fuck, I'm trying to get this just right. I have this stupid thing with my computer where I'm trying to get this right in the middle of the screen because that's where the Zoom call is. And so here you've got this thing, and if you go to the human evolution evidence page, you can actually go through like an interactive family tree. You can go through like different species and what fossils we have for them, what questions we still have about them, what things we don't know. If you go under fossils and then go into species here, they have a list either by age or by alphabet. You can go through and look at each individual species and say, pick your favorite here. Let's go to Homo erectus, my boy here. Yeah. And it shows you where they appeared and when they disappeared and a brief overview of them, history of their discovery. And then it shows like a list of different fossils, just like prominent fossils that we have of them. And you can see like just a handful of cool stuff that we know. So I encourage you to go check that out as well. I'm going to put that link in the chat for you so you can play with it.
Okay. Thanks, Forrest.
Hey, no worries.
Hey,
Erika, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. So I got up and got a bunch of crania. Hopefully you can see us while you're talking to us, because I'm going to be holding up
Hold on.
visually.
I can't. Let me look and see if I can, because I always am scared to do stuff on the phone that I'm going to hang up on you. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, I can see you, but I don't see you moving. Should I hit the play button?
Yes,
Probably.
I think that would be a good idea, because I'm going to show you some. I got a bunch
Oh my gosh!
Are we good? Can you see me? Am I talking to you? And you can see
awesome.
that
I'm like,
windows up?
okay.
Perfect. Okay, so I completely empathize with you, right? Usually when you see evolution depicted, specifically human evolution, you tend to see the little march of progress where it's like, kind of a stooped over chimp looking thing, and then sort of a semi-upright Australopith looking thing. And there's one, and there's one, and there's one, and there's one, and there's one.
Rudolph Zallinger.
Right.
Yeah, so like if I wanted to show that to you, I could say, okay, here's our first hominid, and this is Sahelanthropus chidensis, and it's got a little bitty brain case size, but the hole at the base of the skull is a little bit more forward than earlier Miocene apes, and so maybe this is our first hominid in addition to the small canine teeth. So this would be like your first really stooped over hominin, or if you're like me and prefer an arboreal origin, then this thing's like swinging from the trees, but it comes to the ground sometimes, and when it comes to the ground, it has to walk upright. So theoretically, next in your march of progress, you could have something like this. This is Ardipithecus ramidus. Canines are a little bit smaller. It can't keep those canines sharp anymore. That honing complex is gone. Brain case size is a little bit bigger, but not substantially. Face is a little flatter. Hole at the base of the skull even more forward than before, right? So this could be your maybe slightly more upright individual in your march of progress. Then for your next individual, theoretically, you would have something that's more upright still. And you might pick something like this. This is a composite of a couple of different Australopithecus afarensis crania. So this is Lucy species. But here we're going to have to press the brakes, right? Because theoretically, in your march of progress, instead of using this particular composite specimen of a species called Australopithecus afarensis, as Forrest said, you maybe could say, instead of using this one, let's use this one. This is Australopithecus africanus. This is STS5, Mrs. Pless cranium, right? So theoretically, either of these two species could be maybe ancestral to genus Homo. We're not really sure which one. One of them's in Eastern Africa. One of them is in South Africa. So we've got kind of a bridge here. If you're making that march of progress, though, you have to pick. You can try to show both of them, but if you're trying to do a specific march of progress, you have to pick one or the other. So that might be the one that you pick over another. Like let's say we just go with afarensis here. So then after afarensis, you have something that's a little bit more upright still, flatter face, smaller teeth, bigger brain. You got Homo habilis, right? And this guy's walking upright and it's using stone tools. Technically, afarensis was as well, but for our sake, let's say we do our little drawing and this guy's holding stone tools. We have a problem because at the same time that later members of this guy are walking around, we've also got this guy, Homo rudolfensis, another complete cranium of a hominin that is really, really similar, but not identical to Homo habilis. So if you're doing that march of progress, you have to pick, again, which one do you use for this next step in human evolution? Do you use rudolfensis or do you use habilis, right? You could continue forward. You've got first members of Homo erectus. I'm going to show here I think it's the Tattersall Deek reconstruction of Peking man or Asian Homo erectus. Is Tattersall Deek? Tattersall Sawyer. So you could use this next Homo erectus, even bigger brain, even flatter face, even smaller teeth, and so on and so forth. But the problem is here is you've got about 12 different species that you could pick for your first member of Homo erectus. Not literally 12. I'm exaggerating a little bit. So for every single step, the reason I'm showing you these crania is to say, in every single step along the march of progress as you've traditionally seen it, there's a bunch of different options. The reason you see one skull usually represented for it is because you have to pick one to represent it if you want to show it in this singular line. That doesn't mean other ones don't exist. It just means that you had to pick one, and that's the one that you went for. For this reason, since the March of Progress has basically been published, the scientific community has said, we don't need to be showing it that way. Showing a March of Progress, and I'll pull out my little whiteboard here, where you say, this thing evolves into this thing, which evolves into this thing, which evolves into this thing, as I just showed you with our hominins, that's not really how evolution even works in anything, let alone in humans. Instead, what we have is, okay, maybe this is our first hominin here. And then we have a couple of options. Maybe it's this one, maybe it's this one, maybe it's this one. And of all of these guys, there's another descendant here who we know is connected. We don't know which of these three actually begets it. Same with others that are going to be living sometimes older, sometimes in between, right? Time is going to be on our x-axis here, and the species are on the y. So as you move forward, it's really, really tough to tell with any certainty which individual species evolved into which subsequent descendant species. And so usually the way that you'll see human evolution depicted now, at least in textbooks, is as I just showed you with that whiteboard, as sort of a web. I'll show you a picture. Oh yeah, Forrest already has it. Perfect. Something like that.
Well, I had to turn I had to turn the YouTube off because it was echoing and it wasn't keeping up with us on the phone, so I can't look at your pictures now.
Oh no.
It's okay. Well, you can go back.
Hopefully you saw the stuff.
Yeah, I'll go back.
Okay, good.
I'll go back and look. Yeah.
Perfect. So what I want to show you here before I kind of give it to you to sort of respond is that if we were to take a bunch of our different crania of a bunch of different species and show them all at once, you might get something like what I'm sharing now. Hopefully you guys can see this. How do I zoom this out to make it smaller? I don't know how you do that. Let's see. Maybe bigger? Does that help?
There's a zoom thing on the bottom there.
A zoom thing? Yeah, but okay, wait. A zoom thing on the bottom more?
There was a slider on the bottom right.
I don't see a slider on the bottom. No, I didn't see one. Oh, now you guys can see cut marked bone. That's cool, but that's not really what I was going for. Oh, this. Yeah, but that's... Yes. Okay, perfect. Maybe like that. Okay, perfect. So now...
We're scientists, y'all.
Yeah, right. So now, Janet, if you pause and you go back and look, what you're going to be able to see from me here is a bunch of different skulls, all in a line, all labeled. Now, I can tell you for sure that as we go from A to O, letter A to letter O on your screen there's the ancestral descendant relationships all over these represented crania. But as far as who specifically beget the next one, that's still up for grabs. We're not 100% positive on these representations. So when you see those march of progresses represented, those are like really good guesses, and that is a possible relationship. But that isn't all of our options, and it certainly isn't all our actual fossils. Does that make sense?
It does. So you're telling me that throughout, like Africa, wherever they're finding these, there's like lots of them scattered around. There's not just like if you take Neanderthal man, okay? There's not just one. There's one that they put together and they photograph, but there would be fossils from that in multiple places.
Yes.
I'm just seeing a picture of one.
Yes. So let me show you another here.
Kind of like dinosaurs.
It's exactly like dinosaurs. Yeah, 100%. So,
okay. All right.
So I'll show you this. I know you're like, please quit showing me stuff. So what you can see on your screen
No, I'll go back and look at it.
Good stuff. So what you can see on your screen here is the famous Lucy specimen, right? Like pretty well represented. Lucy's found in Eastern Africa. Classic, everybody knows this hominin. But in addition to Lucy, as Forrest was saying earlier, we have a myriad of other different hominins, specifically some of these. We've got the Dakika child here. This is Katanumu man here. Let's see if we have Africanus. There's some more Lucy. There. You might end up with something like this. Yeah, little STS 573, which is a 94% complete Australopithecus africanus specimen. You're probably not going to see this individual up in any museum, right? Usually people like to go with the Lucy specimen just because it's one that we know more about because it was found like further back in the past than Littlefoot was. Littlefoot wasn't found until the 1990s. And so as a result, it's like both of these are important fossils and both of these tell us a lot about the animals and both of them critically match in the anatomy that's what tells us that we were correct in all of our assessments of Lucy is that Littlefoot, who was found in articulation, like some of these bones, you can probably see on your screen when you go back and look at this, the left hand there is clenched. The fossil itself is still clenched together in a fist because this whole thing was found with different bits of it still in contact. The bones were still in articulation with one another as it was removed from the limestone that it was found in. So 100% you're correct. on exactly what you said with regard to this being analogous to dinosaurs, right? We have a ton of different specimens for the majority of species. Not all of them. Some of them are more poorly represented than others, but for most of them, we've got a ton of species, and that's what gives us a good idea of what we're looking at. The reason we usually pick one, just for display purposes, is for simplicity.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, so would you say that way back then when we had these, I don't know, I'm sorry, my terms, the people back then, like, yeah. You think there was very many of them on the earth? Like, today we're, really populated and stuff. Like, do you think there was, what do you think the population was like? I don't know why that is a piece in my brain that I need to hear your thoughts on for me to make the whole thing make sense. But like,
your best comparison is going to be the amount of chimpanzees that are on the planet today, except probably more than that, right? Like, think about how there are groups of chimpanzees that live in different jungles, and some of these jungles touch one another. So different groups of chimpanzees from different countries are in contiguous forests, so they could theoretically encounter one another. Right? But they don't necessarily live with each other. Right? You have chimpanzees in Western Africa and chimpanzees in Eastern Africa, and those two are probably never going to meet. But there are a bunch of different groups in a lot of different countries that do meet and do meet regularly, even though they're not in the same place. So the answer to your question in brute numbers is like a couple of thousand, maybe a few tens of thousands, but you're not going to have hundreds of thousands of any given species of hominid on the face of the planet. And that actually goes for any large predators. Land predators.
It's very interesting, and like growing up in church and in that culture, it's all, you have to believe a certain way. Yeah. I really think it would be more honest. Listen, if a person wants to believe in God, okay, but I think it would be more honest and less confusing for us as we get older and are trying to reconcile our beliefs with truth and data. It would be more honest for them just to say, here's some actual data. We really don't know the answers, but, it really, kind of everything that you're taught to believe is really shaken when you start looking at the actual data and then talking to people who actually know how to interpret that and teach you. And we were never allowed to have that. You didn't get to ask those questions.
And that's why.
And
that's why.
Yeah, and in school, exactly. And listen, you guys, I'll be honest with you. I still believe in God. It's okay. Like, I'm open to things being way different than I thought they were. So I don't even understand why they're threatened on that, because you can still say, I believe in a creator. You can say that. I can, whatever. Everybody can do what they want. But
so just so you know, Janet, when my first master's was in anthropology, studying human evolution. Mm-hmm. And I had one of my lab mates, somebody who was in class with me, my colleague who was under the same advisor as me, working on a different population of early humans than I was, who was doing the same research on human evolution. She is a devout Christian. And she, even some stuff, I think she believes in, biblical archaeology shit sometimes. She actually goes a little bit farther than I would go. But, that's, and there's also Mary Schweitzer, I believe her name is. She is a very famous paleontologist. She's the one who discovered soft tissue in dinosaur bones. That creationists love to talk about, to say that, it proves that the Earth is young and everything. She is also a devout Christian who understands evolution, who studies evolution, who has publicly stated that she freaking hates it when creationists use her research to try to push for a young Earth and say that evolution isn't real. And what's crazy about her story specifically is that she got into science because she was a creationist Christian who wanted to prove evolution wrong. And her professor said, okay, go study it. Go prove it wrong. Yeah. And she studied it, and she was like, shit, this actually makes a lot of sense. And the most common deconstruction story we get, I'm not pushing you to abandon your religion right now, but let me tell you, dude, the most common deconstruction story I hear is exactly what you're saying, that people were looking for good arguments against evolution, and they only found good evidence. People were looking for good arguments for God, and they only found, good arguments against it. And so I agree with you. You can be religious and scientist. You can be a religious scientist. You can understand science and still have faith. All of that is fine. It's not going to bother me one bit. When you are ready to talk about God too, believe you me, I will be here ready to take your call.
Oh, well, Matt did a great show yesterday. I've already watched it again. And he said that he deconstructed because he wanted to be the best Christian he could be, and somebody's, and so he studied the Bible, and that was kind of what, and that's kind of what I hear, like people go, the best way to become an atheist is to really study the Bible, and I get that. I totally understand it.
Yeah.
I totally understand it.
Yeah. Janet, to what you were saying earlier, right? I was raised a young earth creationist. My parents aren't young earth creationists, nor were they, but they sent me to a Christian school, and they didn't really care about the subject that much, and they just so happened to teach YEC in that school. We had a whole worldviews class. It was a whole thing. But I have this very specific memory. This was right when I accepted evolution, is that we had this worldview class. They were talking about naturalism, which was the evil atheist ideology, and in addition to existentialism and all these other evil ideologies that weren't good, and were anti-God and things like that. And I met, as Forrest said, I met wonderful Christians later who do not take that perspective at all. Some colleagues that I have and some of the scientists that I look up to the most are themselves Christian. But anyways, we're taking this class, and at one point they were talking about the hominin fossil record. They're like, human evolution is BS. Like, there's no support for it. Everything's either clearly an ape or clearly a human, and the fossils that appear to bridge the gap are made up. They were like, for instance, Homo habilis is something that they've proposed to bridge the gap between ape men and humans, right? For lack of a better term. And I remember thinking that, and I was like, Homo habilis, huh? And they were like, yeah, it's this fossil they made up. They don't even have any evidence for it. And I was like, well, but I know how naming animals works, and I know how naming fossils works, because I love dinosaurs as a kid, because who doesn't? I was like, so why would it have a name if there was no fossil to name it on? And because my private Christian school was not very wealthy, we had textbooks that were basically the older edition of whatever our local good public school had.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm going to go. They were like the whole evolution section of our public school textbook. They were just like, don't look at it. There's nothing here to see. Don't worry about it. So that day I went home and I went to the evolution section. They talk a little bit about human evolution because I was in like 7th or 8th grade. And lo and behold, I go to the hominin page, and there it is. It's Homo habilis, and it's like a little cranium that they had. It was this specific cranium. It was KNMER 1813, a hominin skull cranium there's no associated mandible. But I looked at it and I was like, okay, wait, hold the phone, right? Because I thought there wasn't one, but then here it is. So what am I supposed to do with that information? And that's what sort of set me down. And that's like, for some people, that's all it takes. Like for me, I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, so this is bullshit. I was like, so young earth creationism is nonsense. Like, if they're just going to lie to me about the existence of entire species, then they don't really have a good case to make.
Yeah.
I stayed religious for many, many years after that. And there's never, the science was not what pulled me away from that. But that story is a common one where people are they're raised to believe that none of the support for this idea exists. Then they're exposed to it. And then they're like, okay, well, if they're lying to me about this, what else are they lying to me about?
Yeah, because they won't let you ask questions, and I don't understand that because, well, like I said, just because you question something doesn't mean that you can't still have a certain belief about it. I think I don't know everything, and we don't know everything. Even one thing that I hear a lot of the scientists say on the line, or just people say, there's some things we don't know. Maybe you'll know them in 100 years. We don't know what we're going to know. I think that I just wish that Christians would at least just have an open mind and not view everything as just an absolute threat. It just doesn't have to be that way. Like, learn what you can and then adjust. Maybe
the way you're doing it, Janice, is exactly how Janet is I got broccoli in my teeth, and I'm
okay.
Like, and you guys will be thrilled to know I also have broccoli in my permanent retainer. Janet, the way that you're doing it is perfect. It's the way that I wish everybody would do it, right? Is when you're confronted with new data. And by the way, this goes for all people like completely external to the conversation of religion. When you're confronted with data that is contrary to what you thought, The response should be, oh, really? I didn't know that. I'm going to investigate it and see if that's true. And if it is, then you incorporate it, you change your mind. And if you don't, then you leave it by the wayside, right? Like that is not a weakness. And the way that we've managed to turn it into one is such a massive detriment to progress. No one should ever be afraid to admit that they're wrong and change their mind. It's a good thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's a strength to be able to admit you don't know everything.
Me too.
Be comfortable with that. And then, look, be curious. I mean, I can admit I don't, half of those words y'all say I'm like trying to hang on to. But at least
trust
be curious,
we feel the same way as well. Every single class, I'm like, the professor just said stuff, and I know that she said words, but I feel like with my education, I should understand, and that is every single class, every single day.
Oh, geez. Okay, well, I have hope then. Well, that was really all I wanted to ask you guys. Thank you for answering that. I've always wondered that. And I know it's kind of a simple, silly question, but it's good to be able to answer. Sometimes I read things, but it's nice to be able to talk to you guys. I'm not in the Christian world because, well, it's you got to be willing to believe a lot of crazy stuff, to be honest.
It is so reasonable and cool of you to be like, how come when I see the March of Progress, it's always these skulls or these pictures? And then you just call and ask somebody who knows the answer to that question, right? Like, again, I wish more people took that perspective.
Seriously, and I'm glad we brought that up because I've made videos about the March of Progress. I hate that crap so much. That was made by a guy by the name of Rudolf Zallinger for, I believe, Time magazine way back in the day. And that is now like the symbol of evolution, is this monkey leveling up into a human. And it is so wrong. It's like calling World War II a serious disagreement. That's the level of just unbelievably reductionist stupidity of that. It's just terrible.
Wow.
So, yeah, dude, I'm really glad you called. Thank you so much for doing so. Please feel free to call us back if you have any other questions about evolution specifically or anything else in science. We'd be happy to be here for you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you taking my call.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Bye.
I should have mentioned the fact that we also both have channels.
Nah,
it's fine.
She'll find them. I have to put all these skulls back, so I'm going to mute myself, and then you pick the call, and I've got you loud so I can listen. Hold on.
I really hope.
You go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I'm gonna burn through some atheist calls and to declare up some more lines for theists because we have one theist on the line, and I really hope this person who's currently in the screening room isn't an asshole and can get through. Because the person currently in the screening room, what I've got here on they're calling in from out of the country, so they're able to type in their own call screen thing, and it just says anything atheists say is trash. They're currently being call screened. So if they're not a dick to Stephanie and they can get through, I would love that conversation. But first, I'm going to start by talking to these people who've been waiting for 2 hours, because I don't want them waiting for 8 hours. We're going to do just a little bit out of form here. Ray, who wants to talk about morality as an atheist. Ray, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hey. So, real quick, before we get into that, for the guy who was talking about theories and the definition, real easy solution for that guy is just have a new word, scientific theory. And
I mean,
that's the word you use
there's a lot of people who say it that way, a scientific theory, as opposed to that's a lot of people do that already. It is weird that I'm thank you for bringing that up. I'm surprised none of us thought of that, but that is very, very true.
Yeah.
Are you currently on a spaceship? I'm hearing this whistling going on in the background.
Well, I got new headphones. Maybe they're bad at. Let me switch.
Yeah, can you take us off of those?
I'm sorry. There it is. Okay, we're just. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Immediately better.
Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah.
So you were calling in about moral positions.
Right. So, am I right to say that you say that you have a superior moral position as atheists than theists do generally?
I would say that not every atheist does, but if you are not, what I usually bring up is like Kohlberg's model of like moral development, and like the very basic, like simplest, lowest level of moral development is like just, I don't want to be hurt. The person in authority told me to do this. I want a cookie, whatever it is, that very, very lowest level. And then mid level is like social norms and social acceptance, and this is what I've been raised to believe. This is what I'm taught to do. I don't want to be ostracized. This is what makes society run. And then the highest level of moral thinking is actually reasoning out universal moral principles that you can apply to any situation. And if you are coming at morality from a theistic framework, you necessarily, I shouldn't say necessarily, you are almost certainly coming at it from that very, very lowest level of thinking, God said this, so this is what it is. And I don't want to go to hell, and I do want to go to heaven, and the person in charge laid down this law, and it's written on our hearts, and all this stuff is the most base level moral thinking. Whereas, as atheists, it is more likely, not necessarily always the case, but I can say for everybody on this channel, almost certainly, that you actually think about, why is this right and wrong? It's not just, well, I learned this in school. It's not just, I feel like it. You actually have to have a serious reason for it and be able to think it out. And so you have a much higher level of moral development, probably in that universal moral principles. If we're talking like, the death penalty versus, abortion versus, whatever else, I can use a universal moral principle like, for example, bodily autonomy, to be universally applicable to all these situations. I like what's going on there at the lower third, because that applies to every caller. Go on now. That's everything that I would have to say about it right off the bat.
So, would you say you're like moral calculus or some? Is there like a denomination? I don't know if that's the right word. Of
secular humanism is very. Yeah, secular humanism is very often what people reference on this channel. I'm not a philosopher, so I don't know. I know the philosophies or the schools of thought that appeal the most to me and that I base my worldview off of, that resonate with me, and then I look up more into it, and I still pick and choose what I do and don't agree with. Generally speaking, I'm aligned the most with ancient Stoicism and cosmic nihilism, but those do apply to morality in those ways. But I'm not a philosopher insofar as I can like pick out like, oh, this person said these things, and here are the tenets of this system of moral thinking that I adhere to. It's just not that complex in my imagination.
Okay, so the main thing I'm wondering is why I don't see an organization that like says we can figure out what's the most moral thing for you to do when you come here, and I don't know what to do. Like, educate.
There are secular humanist organizations that do talk about these things and that do have memberships and communities and all sorts of stuff like that.
You know what? Could you give me what some of those are?
Yeah, dude. Let me look one up.
Yeah.
So, there is the big one, just the American Humanist Association. That's a place you can look at. Also, I know that there are Oasis groups all over the place. Like, I spoke of like Kansas City Oasis, and I believe Denver Oasis as well, which are just organizations dedicated to more or less humanist values. There's the Council of Secular Humanism, and Humanist International as well. These are all ones I'm finding with a cursory Google search.
Okay. Like I used to be Mormon, and had like tithing. They would have this world report thing where they would say, "Look, this is all the things we're doing." And like I found out that it wasn't really that much, and they're mainly just taking all the money and putting it in a big pile and just investing it for some reason. So I guess I've been looking for something to replace that, of an organization that can.
Yeah, this is a major thing. It's commonly said that the thing that is the most missing from the atheist community is community. So, yeah, I would encourage you to look up Oasis groups in your area, as well as humanist groups or atheist groups or whatever. I would recommend a humanist group or an Oasis, above, like, just looking for atheist community, because, that's atheism just means you don't believe in God. There's a lot of assholes out there, and they're like, whatever.
Yeah.
But or the secular hubs as well. There are secular hubs all over the place that are also great organizations that can work with you on these things. I think I spoke at the Secular Hub of Denver and Secular Hub of some other fucking place recently. So yeah, I would just check those out. Go to Google, look up Secular Hub, Oasis, and Humanist Organization in your area, and see what you can find, and then you can kind of get some of that community back. And then, if you're interested in atheist philosophy or humanist philosophy or whatever like that, or like where we get our morals from, there are a ton of amazing resources out there. Like I said, I fucking really resonate with ancient Stoicism and cosmic nihilism, especially because they reject the objective existence of morals in the first place, and talk about, my favorite philosophers talk about how morality is a practice. It's a muscle. It's something that you work out every day. It's not just something that exists. You have to choose it and then build it and then practice it. Epictetus, I believe, was really strong on that like, you go, if you want to get bigger arms, you go lift weights every day. And if you want to become a more moral person, you go be moral and think about it and sit there and reason out what your morality is, and then act on it every single day. Every single second is a chance to make moral choices and to grow and build your morality. So like, those are the kind of philosophies that I really resonate with. And maybe that doesn't resonate with you. Maybe you're more into other kind of things. That's fine, whatever. But I think there's a lot that you can dig into there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, good resource. Could I also ask you a quick question about evolution?
Sure. You're kind of cutting in and out, but I'll try.
Oh, sorry. Internet might not be very good in my house. So I want to know if I were a time traveler, I went back in time and tried to make our current civilization as soon as possible, when would people likely have the intelligence to recreate that? Like, how long have people had a modern level of intelligence from a biological standpoint?
Tough to say. Erika, you'd probably be better equipped to answer that. Like, where on the human evolution timeline could we say that people were intelligent enough to have a society like us? I would say that probably I would be surprised if any like really educated bioanthropologists were to say that Homo erectus couldn't come at least damn close, because those dudes, they were the first to leave Africa, they were the first to control fire, they were the first to cook, they were the first to build boats, they almost certainly were able to speak. Their brains were not as big as ours, but within range of ours, and then Neanderthals' brains were bigger than ours. And so, like, in that wiggle room in there, I bet you could find some people who could have a burgeoning civilization. I bet if Homo erectus was walking around today, you might not tell the difference, besides, like, the shape of their head. They didn't have, like, a big forehead like us. It was kind of just eyebrows, blurp, and off to the back, a little flat dome on there. But beyond that, like, I bet they could function pretty well in today's society. But that's just my assumption here. What do you think, Erika? Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because I might be unpopular. I'm a Homo erectus splitter. So what I would consider to be Homo erectus would fall into what you're talking about there. But then I would also say that you might be able to push it earlier. You might be able to say that African Homo erectus, like Homo ergaster, was capable of that. These are the guys that were the ones who were first pushing out of Africa, whereas Asian Homo erectus, or what we would consider like actual Homo erectus, like associated with the Trinal stuff.
Stricto.
Yeah, sensu stricto. That's going to be like your relatively recent past stuff. I think it's also tough because what do you mean by function in modern society, right? Like there are a lot of people with a wide range of capabilities who function quite well in the society that we have. If you were to take a time machine and pick up some regular human from 300,000 years ago, they could learn exactly the way that things work here and be perfectly fine. The question is, okay, well, where would that stop, right? Homo erectus is probably.
So yeah, I guess you would need a range.
Yeah, yeah.
Start would be when pick up a random person and tell you start going back. There's slightly less intelligent people to work fine in society, and then at some point, I guess it would be somewhere where it's not intelligent enough to form an active society.
What?
So you were cutting a little bit in and out there, but what I gathered is that the question is when we say function in human society, like an everyday person would today, right? Like which hominins would be capable of doing that? I think Homo erectus in a strict sense is a pretty good bet. You could probably go earlier than that. Because if we go in a broad sense, then what we would consider to be Homo erectus would include that Dmanisi stuff. And some of those guys at Dmanisi who are capable, but I don't know how much you know about hominins, Ray, but there's a group of hominins from Dmanisi, Georgia, not Georgia in the United States, but the country of Georgia. And these guys are really interesting because, one, they're out of Africa. They're the oldest hominin bones that we have reliably outside of Africa. It's a really good assemblage. There's 5 great skulls / crania there and some postcrania. And they look really similar to humans in a lot of ways, but they also look kind of apish. And I use apish in sort of the typical term there. We need to get our buddy Milo from earlier back on. They look kind of apish in other ways. But what makes them fascinating is that amongst their assemblage is an old man cranium, an old person cranium whose sockets have grown closed. It's a classic case. And what that means is that this guy didn't have any teeth. And because his sockets have grown closed, he's been taken care of long enough to actually close those sockets, which means that his group is taking care of him. That's really cool, and that's really interesting. But what makes them especially interesting is their brain case size in light of that. The brain size of these guys were on the lower end in the range of Australopithecus. It's like 547 to like 750 cc's. Like they're barely, the highest brains at this site are barely half that of modern humans. And yet they're capable of these immense acts of kindness, of these immense acts of community, of pushing out of Africa on their own and beginning to establish settlements elsewhere. So like if you took a Dmanisi Homo erectus or what I would call like Homo georgicus and plopped them in the modern day, how would they get along? Like how'd they fare? I don't know the answer to that question. But I would think it's correct to say somewhere around that. Somewhere around about 1.8 to 2.2 million years ago. And if you get more recent than that, they're going to do just fine. And if you get earlier than that, they're probably still going to manage, but it's going to be a lot harder.
Okay. I want a time frame because I think a lot of like evolution deniers fail to grasp the amount of time involved.
Yeah, it's a long time. I mean, it's crazy to think, right? Like humans haven't even been around. Humans in a Homo sapiens sense haven't even been around for 1 million years. We've not even been around for 500,000 years, and we're talking about almost 2.5 million years ago, right? This was a very different group of people, and like I would call them people, but they would have been very different from us, and they would have shared a lot with us too. There would have been areas of overlap that would have been kind of jaw-dropping, I think. I wish we had a time machine. It would be incredible to see and to sit down around a fire with these guys. Because given the fact that they're found in Georgia, it's almost certain that they had control of fire, right? I mean, it's pretty cold in the region that they're passing through. And with that in mind, how did they do that with brains that were that small? Now, brain case size isn't a one-to-one correlate with intelligence, but there is a relationship there. You have more neuronal density to spare, I suppose, the larger brain that you have. I don't know. Does that answer your question, Ray?
Yeah, that's a good answer. Thanks.
Awesome.
Right on. Well, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate your call.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye-bye. Difficult to keep up. Difficult to keep up with the audio coming in, but like it's we did it. Managed to pull it off.
I was doing my best. I was like kind of filling in the blanks, I I did this little number, the little make my ear bigger, the cartoon style to try to pick up the waves as best I could, but some stuff was falling through the cracks.
Let's do one more quick atheist, and then we'll move on. Let's talk to Sweet, calling in all the way from Ukraine, who wants to talk about evolution. Sweet, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good evening, guys.
Hello.
I really appreciate that you take my call. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Beautiful. So, I really appreciate that you say that it will be a very short call, because I have indeed a lot of topics that I would like to discuss, but I would like to start with the one that I put in my call about sterols and how to use them as the argument for evolution. So,
okay, yeah, let's do
it. As you biologists probably know much better than me, because I'm a chemist, mere chemist. I do analysis on various things, and one of analysis is components of various sterols in some food. For example, oil and fat, animal fat, and so on and so forth. So, as you know, that our cells
for those who are curious about sterol, what we're talking about here. So this is an organic compound. I don't remember how many rings it has. I think it's 4, but it's got like this multiple ring-shaped structures. You're familiar with one if you're watching this. Cholesterol is a type of sterol. So you're just talking about the evolution of these compounds. Go ahead, Sweet.
Yes, 4 rings and various side chains. Various sterols differ in their side chains. The one that most all animals actually have is cholesterol, as Forrest said. Various organisms have various sterols. For example, plants have 5 different main sterols and some minor components. I believe that mushrooms have just one big sterol, but I honestly have never analyzed them. So, and here comes my point. I've got a sample of algae oil. Hopefully I did not butcher the pronunciation of this word, from marine organism, like unicellular organism. And since the sterols were very different compared to everything I have seen ever, I started to dig into it, and I thought that it might be a good idea to use this as an argument for evolution, because yes, beautiful, it is one. So I think that I imagined some discussion between theists and scientists, and someone calls and asks, here we have cholesterol in animals, here we have various sterols in plants, here we have ergosterol in mushrooms. What your model will predict in algae, in unicellular organisms that are older than everything else? And I think that maybe theists don't have a good model for this, but my model of theists says that if they will be asked first, they will never give an answer. But if they will be asked after the scientists, they will say, yeah, God predicts that everything exactly like the scientist guys said, but it's not because of science, but because of God. So And my idea is that if I ask you, for example, you as a biologist, as evolutionary biologist will say that you will find an answer, but it might be not entirely precise. So anyone who will say that the God predicts that it will be exactly as you say it will be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, this sounds like the same kind of way that we do like predictive modeling on, genetics or on a lot of things. You're taking a biochemical approach to this, which is awesome because, molecular biology has added a tremendous amount of new nuance and proofs to evolution in the exact way you're talking about. I don't think I've ever heard this one before, but yeah, I would write it up and publish it, dude. And not like, you're not going to put this in an academic journal or anything, but like, if you can show the predictive power of this, it would make for some damn good science writing.
Can we make a little experiment? Can you predict what you, from your understanding of theory of evolution, will expect from this sample?
No, not off the top of my head, because I could give you several things. Like maybe there's convergence here. Maybe this is something that like, the algae is going to have something that's more basal or more primitive than the plant ones because, plants are evolved from green algae, modern plants. And you would expect to see something in fungi being more closely related to the whatever we see in animals because fungi are more closely related to animals. Those are the things that I would predict, but that doesn't rule out like convergence. That doesn't rule out like, something totally new coming in. I guess if I had to give one thing that was like a pretty solid, like this is for sure, is I would expect it to be something for the algae to have something more closely related to plants, but fundamentally different. And that you could, if you were to plot the structure of these things on a phylogeny, you would create something pretty similar to a basic phylogeny based on kingdom that we would see today.
And what do you think, Erika?
Sorry, sweet. I just took a huge bite of broccoli right when you said that. One moment. I think that this argument has legs. I think that the main thing that you're going to want to be on guard against is what we see oftentimes when it's anything involving phylogenetics, or anything that even could tangentially be inferred as like ancestor-descendant relationships, like a characteristic is existing in one organism due to its presence in a closely related organism, or to a LCA between the two, which is you have to be on guard for common design, right? Like I've met creationists who will say that the characteristics that appear to unite bears and dogs, or dogs and seals, or whatever, like they have these characteristics that unite all carnivorans, for example, but that's just common design. They don't actually have those characteristics because they inherited them from a last common ancestor that was also a carnivore, and they have those characteristics because God designed them that way. So if you're going to use this example, you need to be ready to defend against that. And I think your best case scenario is to do sort of as Forrest said, right? You're going to want to create this phylogenetic tree that shows this characteristic being passed down, right? But that it's also linkable at each stage along the way. Or if you're looking with extant life, how that adaptation, or rather how that pathway has altered in each lineage. That would be my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. And here is the composition that I found in this concrete example. It might not be representative to every sample of algae. I don't even know which strain exactly it was, but it has about a third of sterols is cholesterol that is found in animals. About 50% is various sterols that found in plants. About 7% is a sterol that is found in fungi. And the rest is sterols that I haven't seen anywhere else.
There you go.
So
it's exactly what we talked about. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, thank you. So it's not exactly how to say it. We can see that probably algae were ancestors of all organisms on the land, but also there were some lineages of algae that did not ever come to land. They are still stay in water, in marine life. Is it correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I remember correctly, green algae specifically is the ancestor of all land plants. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have much more calls to speak, and excuse me for my language because I didn't practice it English for a very long time.
Your English is so much better than my Ukrainian, dude.
Yeah, you're coming through crystal clear. And again, like, I'm no chemist, nor am I a biochemist. The last time I touched biochemistry was when I took biochemistry in undergrad, and that was, goodness, eons ago at this point. But just be ready because, like, for example, when I've heard creationists talk about the differentiation between animals and plants, like the presence of a cell wall versus a cellular membrane, the mitochondria versus the chloroplast, whatever. And whenever you talk about these organelles and how they're limited to certain major, domains or kingdoms of life, their response is always, well, a car designer, regardless of which designer and regardless of which car is going to put wheels on it, right? Or there's going to be headlights, or there's going to be a rear view mirror, or whatever. They're going to talk common design. So just be ready to argument proof that when you work this up. That would be my only suggestion. Outside of that, what you've said makes sense to me. Like, I think it holds water, but that's also because I just accept the conventional science, and that makes sense, and that is precisely what we would predict for the evolution of something like cholesterol. But a creationist isn't going to see it that way. So just make sure that you're ready for that. Otherwise, thank you. And sorry, I couldn't add more other than my 2 cents and my munching.
I think this is a really cool structure, and I'm really genuinely excited to see where it goes. So like I said, dude, write it up and put it out there. I think it's a really interesting argument. Erika's right. You're not going to convince too many creationists with it. But I got to tell you, showing the evolution of cruciferous vegetables through artificial selection and showing things like convergence in wings and homology in front limbs and horses and whales and all things, they're kind of worn out. These are great arguments that are used all the time. They're my go-tos. And so I know having something like this from a molecular basis is really cool because there's a lot of creationists out there that talk about how molecular evolution specifically is not possible. And me, I'm currently doing my PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology, but that's only because my research has a heavy molecular component. I also suck at biochemistry. And so, we need people like you who can really dig into it. So I think this is a really, really cool idea, and I think you should totally do it.
Thank you. And my idea is that since there are so much arguments for evolution, that you just simply cannot walk and didn't find another one just by looking around you. They have just pick up something that they might show as controversial. They are not controversial, but they might find a way to make it controversy. But you just can open a book and put your finger somewhere on the book, and you will find a way to make it an argument. So thank you very much, guys. I will listen to the rest of the show.
Right on. Bye. I really appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. Bye-bye. All right. We still have 2 agnostics. I'm going to let them stew for a little while because we have 2 theists that are waiting here. But I do want to shout out, who's this person in the chat? Ruleus, whatever, 7664 in the chat, who is currently trying to tell everybody about prayer in there. Call in. I encourage you to call in. And I have a serious question about prayer. I want to talk to you about prayer. And you're saying we'll talk soon. Let's talk right now. You're clearly in the chat. You're bothering people in the chat. People don't want to talk to you. Call in 720-619-2288. Or if you're outside of the U.S., use the web link in the description. Let's talk about prayer right now. It's really important. Thousands of people are watching. We're going to have over 30,000 people in the first week guaranteed that tune into this show. This is a great chance for you to talk about prayer. I have a really important question about prayer that I want to ask you. So pick up that phone and let's talk right now. And anybody else out there, if you're a theist, if you believe in a god or gods, if you believe in Jesus or angels or demons or whatever like that, if you believe that prayer is real and that it works, this is your chance. Let's pick up the phone. Let's talk. We're right here waiting for you.
I'm fresh on the prayer issue. I just did a deep dive on this with regard, a deep-ish dive on this with regard to medical miracles. So I'm down to talk about that too. Like if you think intercessory prayer is something that can actually heal someone, I have questions too. I'm interested in this. Call in. Yeah. Let's chat about it.
Also hit the like button or Erika and I are going to beat you up.
There you go.
Oh, that's true. Yes. And you have no idea. You have no idea the tools I have in my disposal if I come to beat you up.
Let's talk to, do you want to do line number 22 or 29 first? Because they both look fun. I think 29.
Check. Let me check. 22 or 29? Oh, 29, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, okay. Cool, I agree. So let's talk to, the name that we've got here is Anti-Atheist. And this is the person we were talking about a minute ago that we really hoped would make it through the call screen. It said that everything atheists say is garbage. The call dropped and they called back in, and now it just says no atheism as the whole thing. So here we go. Let's talk to Anti-Atheist, pronouns he, him. You're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Good. It'd probably be best if you don't let lobotomized sycophants call in for hours and hours, but let's proceed.
Not sure who you're talking about there. We've had nothing but pleasant calls all evening.
We are starting off so strong. Yeah. I love this already, Anti-Atheist. I'm really liking this call. I have a question for you to kick us off. You have Anti-Atheist, so you can't even have one? It's not even Anti-Atheists? You can't even have one of them?
No, not a single atheist out there.
No, it's a mental... what would I call it? A mental plague or
a mind virus?
It's a mental disease.
A mind virus.
Tell us more.
I'm the pathogen.
Tell us more.
You say you are the pathogen?
I'm the pathogen to kill it.
He's the cure.
I'm the pathogen so just so you know, to kill atheism.
Just so you know, pathogen is that's the infectious agent. So if you're saying that this is a virus,
no.
Pathogen, a virus is a type of pathogen.
Can a virus not eat another virus?
I don't. Are you talking about like bacteriophages, where a virus kills a bacteria?
I'm talking about viruses. Viruses can eat other viruses, correct?
Viruses don't eat anything.
Well, then how do you get retroviruses, and how do you get evolution of viruses? Because viruses eat their less evolved counterparts, right?
No. Nope.
If you have a new strain of the flu, it does.
That's not how that works.
That's not.
Yeah, it does. No. How did C19 and out of all the other Cs keep evolving and changing all the time? Because they actually change.
So just to be clear,
you can say COVID. You can say COVID here. That's okay.
COVID's
well,
okay.
I'm trying to be respectful. I'm
giving you permission.
I'm not getting anyone flagged.
You have yes, you have our permission to say the word COVID. So just to be clear, viruses don't have a metabolism. They don't eat. They just insert their genetic material.
Viruses. They consume
they
them.
Don't. They can. There are virophages that can. I'm pretty sure there are virophages that can infect other viruses, but all they would be doing is like implanting the same exact thing. They'd be putting genetic material there so that when that virus then infects something else,
consume another virus.
It's not consumption. What they're doing is they're hijacking cellular machinery to replicate. That's one of the reasons why viruses aren't considered alive, because they don't do any consumption. No, it's not absorption either. It's not absorption either. It would be infection. Infection.
So it infects the original virus that it's trying to attack, correct?
I'm pretty sure that is a thing. I'm not super... I only did a little bit of virology.
So that's what I was trying to say. So now since we agree...
They can co-infect other viruses. There are virophages that can do that.
So I wasn't wrong, right?
Well, yeah, you were wrong in your terminology, but the idea that viruses can hijack other viruses is the thing.
Listen,
this is the weirdest thing.
Hold the phone. I got two things on my agenda here tonight, right? I'm here to eat broccoli, and I'm here to talk to goobers on the internet. I am out of broccoli. So I want to hear what you've got to say about no atheist. Anti-atheist, tell me why no atheist Floor is yours, please.
Because like I said, it's a mental disease. It's an identifier of mental illness.
So let's dig into that.
Like,
Can you first just tell me, what do you think atheism is? Like, what do atheists think? What is the identifier?
The inability to accept the world around you.
Okay, so I think it's pretty obvious that, like, and I think you can probably agree that you are deliberately using hyperbolic language there, right? Because, like, I'm a biologist.
No, you're
right?
asking me a question. I'm giving you my genuine answer. I believe
okay, well, then if that's
the definition of an atheist
genuine answer,
is a person who can't accept the world around them. Yeah.
If that's your genuine answer, then that's genuinely silly. Because, like, for two major reasons. Number one is that, like, I'm a biologist. I talk about evolution all the time. That's part of the reason we're on the show, is to talk about evolution.
Okay, I'm a lawyer. I debate all the time.
I didn't.
So why are you debating?
But
don't appeal to your own.
If a creationist calls in, I'm trying to explain to you why what you said is silly, and I'm giving you an example. So you're gonna have to let me get the example out so you understand what I'm talking about.
You're making a judgment.
Yes, and I'm explaining I am explaining the judgment to you in this moment. You asked. I am currently substantiating. I am currently substantiating the judgment. So you're gonna have to let me finish what I'm saying,
right? Or a preference.
Go ahead. I didn't make a moral judgment at all. So what I was saying a second ago is that, like, I, as a biologist, talk about evolution all the time. If someone were to call in as a creationist, I could honestly and reasonably say that there is proof of evolution all around them and that you can very easily see it. I would not be justified in telling them that they simply can't accept the world around them. That would be extremely reductive, and it would be downplaying the reasons that they have for not believing in science. Similarly, if we're talking about, like, the idea that atheists simply can't accept the world around them, there are plenty of people who are, say, for example, schizophrenic or have some other legitimate mental issue that are theistic. And you could say they aren't accepting the world around them, but they do believe in God, and therefore they are not atheists. So what you're saying here is silly because it leaves a lot of people out that you would want to include, includes a bunch of people that you wouldn't want to include, and also just genuinely doesn't actually encompass what atheists actually are or what they believe. It's just hyperbolic language for the sake of getting a reaction.
Necessary versus sufficient condition. You're confusing necessary.
Elaborate.
No. You asked me what I defined them as. I said atheists are people that refuse to believe the world around them and refuse to accept the world around them. You didn't ask me for a dictionary definition.
I believe you said incapable. I believe you said incapable, but it doesn't really matter.
Incapable.
So what's the difference here?
You rambled for about 3 minutes. Do you want me to answer, or do you want to just be disingenuous?
Is that a necessary or a sufficient condition? Is that a necessary or a sufficient condition?
Well, you answer me. Answer. Go ahead. Do you know the difference between a necessary and sufficient condition?
I don't think it's either of those. So which one is it then?
It's a sufficient condition. Sufficient.
Okay. So it's a sufficient condition to say that all atheists have either a fundamental inability or an lack of desire to accept the world around them. That's what you're claiming.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't. It's not necessary that their mind works a certain way.
Okay, so then, just to be clear, what specific things about the world around us do you think that we are unable or unwilling to accept? Or is it just, in general, I believe I'm on Mars right now, or whatever?
They use their... Okay, I would say that the issue with atheists, in a specific sense, is that they have a egotistical reason to not accept what both their eyes, ears, their brain, and all the data says. And they do it for
what data?
Where do you want to begin?
Anywhere. You pick.
Yeah, the best.
Okay,
thing.
If you believe in evolution, why is there no okay. Most obvious. There's no DNA and no evolutionary connection between Precambrian and Postcambrian organisms.
Well, you gotta
that's simply not true.
Yeah, you gotta let me get.
Absolutely.
Where is
please tell me. There's no connection between any organisms Precambrian and Postcambrian.
Atheist. What exactly
are
you referring to?
Absolutely, it's true. Name one. Oh wait, name one. Name
Which
one.
phylum? Anti-atheist, I'm asking you. I am asking you.
All.
You want
there is no similarities between any Precambrian and Postcambrian life forms.
Except you,
for like,
you can't,
do you want to? Do you understand?
Are you really sure you want to go down this path, Anti?
Just really quick.
You really want to do this?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Well, actually, I just want to ask, Imperius, do you understand that sponges are living organisms, right?
Yes, I do. And there's no DNA. There's no DNA ancestral.
And they existed.
You want to hear it?
And they existed.
Do you want to hear it?
Do you want to post the Cambrian?
You want to hear the answer?
They existed pre and post Cambrian.
Those ones, Precambrian and Postcambrian, are not connected in DNA sequence, are they? Are they connected in a DNA chain? Do they have any connection to one another? No. No, they don't.
Yes.
Name one that does. Name one that does.
Anti-atheists, literally peripherans like nest within Animalia. They exist before the Cambrian during the Ediacaran, and they exist after the Cambrian.
Those same ones didn't. No, ma'am. A structure isn't the same organism, correct?
Are you kidding?
I'll go further. Bacteria that existed before the Precambrian explosion. I'll make it easier for you. I'll make it easier for you.
How do you define a peripheran?
Peripherance? Outside the general range.
What is
peripherans are defined by outside the general range?
What is a peripheran?
What did you say? Peripheral, right?
No,
peripheran.
What is a peripheran?
Peripheran? A peripherance?
Yeah, Google it. Let's hear you.
Peripheran.
I don't know what a peripherance is. I don't know. I have no idea what a peripherance is.
Anti-atheist. It is a sponge.
Okay, and it did exist. Did the same ones exist pre and post Cambrian?
The same lineage did.
Post-Cambrian, yes.
No. I said the same.
Just to be clear,
as I tried to explain,
the same exact
bacteria,
ones, because that wouldn't make any sense.
Okay,
it's the same lineage.
So there's no common ancestry, right?
Yes, there is.
No.
How if none of the Precambrian and Postcambrians have any connection to one another?
That is just
that's not true.
So they don't. They have no DNA and no genetic connecting. But I know you want there to be, but there isn't.
I think the hang up here, Imperius, is that I think you might not understand what the Cambrian explosion is or what it actually did.
I actually do. It is the almost immediate emergence of multitudes of different organisms. Okay?
So organisms or phyla? Organisms are phyla, anti-atheist, because if you're talking about organisms, many organisms emerged this year. Organisms emerged last year. Organisms emerge every year, and they emerge every 10 years and every million years, and so on and so forth. What you're talking about is the emergence of major animal phyla, so we can check off the box that you don't actually know what the intelligent design argument for the Cambrian explosion actually is. So go ahead and tell me. Me right now which phyla, which phyla,
and again,
lack a precursor.
Organisms.
New organisms happen every single day.
Yeah, I cannot.
And the point being, none of them that came after the Cambrian explosion have any connection to before. How did that happen if there's a common ancestry?
And also, so just to be clear,
that's not correct.
What Erika just elucidated here, you're misusing these terms because what you mean to say is phyla. That is the common creationist argument, is that all these phyla now just popped into existence out of nowhere. The issue is the phyla we're talking about here. Remember, phyla are the very, very high up on the taxonomic chain. And so when we're talking about this, we're talking about things like, yes, I know, and that's a silly thing to say. And I can explain why more if you want, but the fact of the matter is, every single day there are new organisms. Every single day.
And none of them before the Cambrian explosion have any connection DNA genetically to ones after. So you can't say there is a common ancestry.
How do you, Imperius, think that we learn about the history of DNA, going back 500 millions of years?
You trace it.
How? What does that mean?
What do you mean? How do I use DNA testing? I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not a geneticist.
That's
I'm sure
obvious.
There's some kind of carbon dating. There's probably carbon dating, trace DNA methods, PCR methods, things like that.
So just to be clear, you just said 3 random nonsense words. Carbon dating.
I don't know. I said there's probably PCR tracing. Is PCR tracing not DNA testing?
Do you know what PCR is?
Yeah, it's a polymerase chain reaction.
Polymerase chain reaction, yes.
Yeah.
Polymerase chain reaction is done. Polymerase chain reaction, which is done on actual DNA samples that you have to amplify DNA. So, and carbon dating only goes back 50,000 years. You would want to use other forms of radiometric dating if you want to go farther back than that. Doesn't tell you anything about DNA. PCR, you would need a bit of existing DNA to amplify. We're talking about things here that are 500 million years old. So none of those are going to do that.
Okay. Well, tell me then, what DNA, what type of DNA or what type of testing would you use then?
No, I just think it's interesting. I'm asking you because I find it fascinating that you, as a lawyer, think that you can make these bold claims about something that you clearly don't understand.
I made a claim that I made one simple claim, and you're going to tangential things. There is no connection
you made one simple claim
between organisms post and Precambrian.
And
that's a simple claim.
Both Erika and I have told you that claim makes no sense, and we have tried to give you a couple of examples of it, and you didn't know
you
what
have
we were
to
talking about.
substantiate that it doesn't make sense. But you haven't.
Erika,
I've made the claim that there's no evidence. There is no connection between post and Precambrian organisms. I've made that claim. You said, "Oh, well, because we know this and we know this." Okay, and your answer is nothing of substance. It is.
What's an animal?
We know this because I've studied this, and what is this kind of testing? That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the claim I made.
Hey, Imperious, I've maybe used the mute button once or twice in my years on this show. Please don't make me start today. I will respect when you talk if you respect when I talk. So let's get to the bottom of this. What's an animal?
An animal? Well, there's a lot of kind of animals.
What's an animal?
What's an animal?
There's a lot of kind of animals. What do you mean? A plant?
What is the definition of animal?
Organism? I would say it's a living multicellular organism in the kingdom Animalia or whatever. Animus or Animalia.
Okay, so just to be clear, so every time a person dies, they are no longer an animal.
Yeah.
Okay, if I go out and I kill a cow, if a cow dies to be processed for meat, it is not an animal anymore.
No.
Weird.
I would say it's living. I would say an animal's living.
So then there's no such thing as a fossil animal?
Well, I would say that's a fossil of an animal. That's a fossil of an animal. That's not an animal.
Okay, so if you find a fossil...
No, my turn now. No, I know you want to get linguistic, but my turn. I want the answer.
Nope.
Can you show me one organism?
Oh my God.
We're going down.
Okay, so you're just going to keep asking me questions and I don't ask anything, right? Okay, go ahead.
No.
No, you already made the claim, Imperious, and now we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, and what is an animal? Okay, go ahead.
If we just give you the answer... No, we haven't made a counterclaim at all.
We haven't made a counterclaim.
We just are trying to walk you through the logic here.
So,
no, I know the logic better than you do. No, I know the logic better than you do. You're not going to walk me through anything.
I need you to understand that you, as a lawyer, you're not a biologist, right?
What is an animal?
What
is an animal? I'm asking you what an animal is.
I am asking...
What's an animal?
I'm asking you...
No, ma'am. I answered you what an animal is. Now, can you answer what it... If we can't agree what the meaning is, we can't have a discussion.
No.
So I need you to answer what an animal is to make sure we agree. Okay, then we can't agree because we can't have a discussion. If you can't agree on terms, you can't have an argument.
Forrest, I'm not
agree on terms, you can't have an argument.
If you're not... Because I'm not going to get talked over by...
Well, ma'am, if you can't agree on terms... An animal,
I don't know,
Imperious. I'm going to give you the definition. Yeah, Imperious. An animal is eukaryotic, usually heterotrophic, usually motile, lacks a cell wall. Sorry?
That means it can move.
Yes, I was going to break it down. Develops from a blastula, I'm pretty sure. Like there are specific key things here. It's not necessary to get into all of them because we're just trying to understand where you're coming from so we can get to the end. Because we already tried saying, listen, dude, that's not true. And you said, fuck you, it is true. We need to now break down how this evidence works so that you can understand where we're coming from. And every time you call in, and now you've had to call in under a new name with a new IP address in order to evade a ban, because this is what happens every time you call in. You crash out and you start screaming and talking about how you're so much smarter than everybody else and you're a lawyer. It's fucking boring, dude. So you have 2 scientists on the call that are willing to talk about this with you and work through it. Keep your fucking emotions in check and we can do it. That's what an animal is. We can go into more detail if you really need to, but it's not necessary for the point that Erika's trying to make. We will now bring you back and see if you can behave. Go ahead, Erika.
Well, I didn't curse. You did. You got emotional, not me.
Yeah, I know. I said the F word because I'm so...
Oh,
I didn't make an ad
so
hominem attack either.
You can't hold your own standards. I get it.
I didn't make an ad hominem attack. I didn't make an ad hominem attack, and yes, I did use a curse word because I'm not bound by the same moral standards than you.
Okay, I muted it.
That's not an ad hominem.
I muted Imperius again, and I want to be very clear. Imperius, I'm the one muting you, and the reason I'm muting you has nothing to do with how you're, like, carrying yourself and crashing out and getting angry. It has to do with the fact that you're talking over other people, okay? I'm not talking over you. Forrest isn't talking over you. We're trying to teach you what an animal is so that we can explain to you that we have fossils from animals before the Cambrian and then after the Cambrian. And I've made a list for you of fossil animals that we have before the Cambrian and then after the Cambrian so that you can then go look for those. Animal is a kingdom. Creationists, when they argue about the Cambrian explosion, are arguing that you can't find the origin of different phyla. So once we can agree on what an animal is, and once you can agree that there are animal fossils prior to the Cambrian during the Ediacaran, we can move on to the various phyla of animals that creationists swear to us don't exist prior to the Cambrian, but actually do.
Right.
So I'm going to unmute you, and we can try to have this conversation, but I am not going to do this all night. I'm not going to play the muting wars with you. I'm not going to get talked over. I want to have a conversation with you about this topic. And if you can't talk back and forth like a lawyer should be able to do, then I'm going to drop you. Imperius, unmuted.
I've already won because you muted me. I've already won. It doesn't matter what you say after that.
Yeah, of course that's how your brain works. We're not surprised.
No, of course it is.
I do not care about what you think about muting. I care about this conversation. And if you can't have it, then you're a cowardly loser and not a good lawyer. So do you want to have the conversation or not?
No, I exercised some liberties and he's not here anymore. We also shouldn't have even taken him. He was a band caller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it became pretty obvious as soon as he started saying, I'm a lawyer, so I know logic better than everybody else. The thing about Imperius' calls, first of all, the dude doesn't know what a fucking ad hominem is. And he also doesn't know how basic logic works. He claims to be a lawyer, but as you see, worst lawyer in history. If that's how you talk to people and that's how you argue. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I kind of thought that was a pathetic display. Like, if he feels that getting muted is some kind of like W, then I'm not really sure how he actually functions in a courtroom, right? Like, does the judge not exercise that ability quite frequently, right? He's rolled in here to try to challenge us on evolution. We can't even get down to because he can't define animal, right? Like, that's why he did the little, you define what an animal is, because he doesn't know what it is. But yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty, I think that's pretty lame. I mean, imagine calling in and getting bogged on your own question, the question that you asked, and you can't even defend it.
I even gave him like some of some of the qualifications for an animal. You have motile, multicellular, bound by a cell wall instead of a cell membrane, heterotrophic. Like, these are pretty simple things, and we couldn't get into that. And then also his whole thing was to throw out what I think what he thought was impressive jargon about, like, oh yeah, carbon gating and PCR. Those are very different, and neither one of them do what you think they do. And he didn't know the fucking word polymerase. So, like, don't sorry I say that all biology is wrong when you don't know, like, one of the most important fucking molecules out there.
You don't get to have a conversation about the Cambrian explosion and how there's no evidence that phyla emerge before, like, major phyla exist before the Precambrian, or rather before the Cambrian, during the Precambrian, during the Ediacaran, if you don't know what a peripherin is. Right? Like, we said sponge and peripherin in association with each other so much. The context clues should have given it away itself.
Yeah.
But he thought we were talking about the word peripheral and whatever. He was a troll, kind of funny.
I also
not that funny. Not funny enough to have a conversation with him again, but
it gets boring real fast with Imperius. What I wish we would have been able to do, my favorite thing to do every time Imperius calls in, you can just keep muting him forever. over and over and over, and he will keep fighting and screaming into the void. You can look up, there are a couple of clips of me doing this, where I'll just ask him like stupid questions, like, hey dude, does this make you feel big and strong? And I'll unmute him for literally 1 second, just be like, I'll tell you what, and then it just goes, and you can do that for like, seriously, 5 solid minutes. And he just keeps going, because the dude's ego is so fucking big, he cannot let it go.
Have you ever seen
by the
those
way,
clips
still
of
haven't
dogs?
done an ad hominem. Yeah.
Have you seen those clips of oh, I did ad hominems. I called him a loser and a coward. But like, have you ever seen those clips of dogs with like barrier aggression? You know, where it's like you've got like a usually it's like a Basenji, or like sometimes it's a Corgi or a Shiba Inu, and like they're very, very confident and aggressive when the gate is there. You know, they're like up at the door, like at the gate, like growling and snarling, and then the second you open the gate, they're like, just kidding, I'm just a little birthday boy, you know. I mean, that's this guy. I don't know what to say. Don't call in extra time, please.
Imperious, because we all know you are still watching and very confident that you won because somebody else hung up on you, and very confident that you won because you screamed over people until they became annoyed and had to put you on mute. Very, very proud of yourself with a very confusing erection. Just so you know, an ad hominem is when you use an insult in place of an argument over callers and over the host until they get frustrated, and then you claim that frustration as victory because that's the only thing you have going in your life. That's me insulting you, right? If I say that and also the argument, that's just the insults, right? If I say you are wrong because of those things, that's an ad hominem. If I say you're wrong and those things, I'm just describing you.
I'm trying to understand, right? So like if you signed up for debate, right, and you go to the courthouse to have the debate, like a formal debate with somebody, and let's say, you know, it's on whether or not you should build McDonald's in the town square, and you come up with this big argument about like, here's why you shouldn't do it. And this guy's like, I'm gonna argue why you should put a McDonald's in the town square. You show up, you give your little opener, you got a PowerPoint, it looks really good, it looks really nice. And then this guy shows up and he walks up to the mic and he just drops his pants and starts pissing and shitting all over the floor. And then you're like, this is disgusting. I'm not comfortable with him doing that. And then the judge is like, sir, you can't piss and shit all over the floor. That does not mean that the person that did that won the argument, right? Like what that means is that the person who did that is a raving lunatic, right? So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like if someone is talking over me and I have control over a mute button, then I'm going to mute them and say, please don't do that. And then if I keep doing it, I'm not going to have the conversation anymore.
If you want to have fun,
because there's not a conversation that can be had.
You should look up the conversation where Imperious called in. I think it was the time that he actually officially got banned, where he called in to Chewed Gum, and it was Alyssa and Eve. Alyssa, not Elissa, pardon me. It was Alyssa and Promise. And it was Halloween, and so they were dressed as like a cow and a cat. And the whole conversation was him talking about how we need to get rid of Halloween because adults shouldn't be having fun this way. And it got real fucking dumb really fucking fast. And it was the same thing. He just kept yelling over everyone and shouting at people and wouldn't let anybody else finish a point and demanding to control where the conversation went and how you must talk this way in order to satisfy his superior lawyer logic. And then when they said, hey, this is fucking stupid, well, I've won then. And it's like, it's weird. It's weird. I can't imagine having such a vapid, vacuous, sad, lonely, useless life that the win in your book is that you frustrated somebody to the point where they had to fucking forcefully mute you in order to just finish half of a sentence about why what you were saying is fucking brainless and couldn't even get into the actual discussion. But right now I know he is there with that really, really confusing boner. So excited that he's living in our heads rent-free, and we're still talking about him, even though we are just continuously laughing at him and reminding people, don't be like that.
I need to remember that. I need to remember that hack, that it's like, if I want to win an argument, I can just like pitch a fit until they tell me that they don't want to talk to me anymore. Like that. It's
and then that means you win.
Yeah, it's crazy that we haven't been employing this more often. If that's like the trump card, then it's time to add that. It's time to update my arsenal. Because holy, I can't believe I just got owned by that guy live on SkepTalk by muting him. That's right. That shit is crazy.
Let's talk to Brandon, who's calling in and wants to talk about science and superstition. Brandon, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Erika and Forrest, I about hung up on that last call.
That sucks
quite
so
a bit,
bad.
a handful.
Wouldn't blame you.
Hey, thanks for making me wait and also eating healthy fresh fruit and vegetables, because I made about 2.5 liters of orange juice, fresh squeeze.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm enjoying now. I always like to start with gratitude. So yeah, thanks for your show too. I called in my nephew, Ethan's a big listener. He's very smart scientist in training. So he was like, you got to listen and call in. So thanks for taking my call. I am a physicist by training, and probably how I describe my journey, I like to say is I learned enough physics to lose my faith and enough physics to get it back. And, you know, I'm happy to kind of talk about
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's but you know, us physicists can be a little bit out there. You know, somebody who said it better is actually Werner Heisenberg said something like, the first gulp from the glass of natural science will turn you into an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. And you know, when I was on the other side of that, so I guess, what's your opinion of it?
I disagree, but I get where they're coming from. I've had I used to work for a physicist, an atomic molecular physicist who was a Catholic, and I asked him, like, hey, what's up with that, y'all? And he said rather eloquently that the beauty of the universe that he studies is worthy of the God that he believes in. And I thought that was really pretty. And so, like, basically for me, I think
way better than I could.
To be a scientist and a theist at the same time, especially that kind of science, because I believe, you know, the most atheistic fields of science are physicists and biologists, if I remember correctly. But in order to be both, I feel like you have to necessarily compartmentalize and have a different kind of thinking for this one thing than anything else. Because even if you want to say the universe is very beautiful, and like Herzog was talking about, you know, like you see all this order, this complexity, this beauty, this wonder, and all this stuff, you still have to have some magical thinking in there that you wouldn't accept at any other time, to say, like, you know, oh, there's all this design and order, or apparent design and order, and blah, 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 and that points to a God. And God's fucking magic and doesn't need design and everything and just poof shit up. Or you have just a massive question mark that you're okay with filling with, you know, the supernatural. So, like, that's my thing. And you probably have more nuance than I do. But, like, yeah, I don't think they're compatible. But I'm not terribly grumpy about people who do, as long as they're not assholes about it. Just the compartmentalization doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I'll first say that, you know, my goal in these discussions is never to win an argument. I don't think we're arguing. As a scientist, I have one ideal that I ascribe to, which is truth. And whether that's in, you know, an idea of something bigger than myself, or a fundamental physics law, I pursue all things with truth. And actually how I went through that transition of sort of losing my faith and getting it back was simply through observation. And, you know, probably don't have enough time to get into all the details here. You know, I started doing some work in the grand unified theory, and I have friends who work in that space as well. And kind of what I stumbled onto is this concept that everything is connected, right? So, like, you know, some philosophers would say, you know, where does myself begin and end, right? Because I don't exist as me without the environment that I reside in, with the people who are there, with the nature that's around me. So what does I even mean? And this is the danger, too, of, you know, philosophy. You can get pretty out there. And, you know, the root of science is philosophy, after all, because physics used to be called natural philosophy. But I think when you really kind of look at it, you know, all forces are really, you know, interconnected in some way. And, you know, when you start just looking at the world that way, you start seeing these connections, which, you know, some people might use a word like miracle. And I think that's also the danger of these discussions, too, because to really have an informed discussion of God, it's like the God you're thinking in your head is that the same definition as mine? And if God is even real, it would probably be undefinable in the first place. So therefore, could we even discuss it, right? So this is the sort of trap we find ourselves in. But at the end of the day, what I'm fascinated in is history and the origin of things as well. And if you think about science itself, you know, I think it originated in superstition, right? You know, because you think about, hey, you know, this thing happened, and so a spirit did it. That's somebody grasping for a cause and effect. And so our sort of observation abilities and instruments change over time. But at the end of the day, you know, what we're faced with as humans in this strange kind of place we find ourselves in reality is, what belief structure do we decide to ascribe to? Because then that affects our interpretation of the universe. And for me, the other kind of scary thing as a physicist, and maybe scary isn't the right word, but, you know, I was taught in grad school, like we're observing, right? Oh, you're an observer as a scientist. Run the experiment and just observe what happens. But what's really strange with the universe that we live in, it's what I would call a participatory universe. We affect the measurement by measuring it. So we affect the system when we try to like probe it. So that means we don't exist without participating, in other words, interacting with what's around us. So it gets a little bit like not so black and white, in my opinion, you know?
I feel like we are dangerously close to talking about the monad right now.
I could get my mug. Brennan, if I may, I think you have a very elegant way of looking at things, and I think you have an eloquent way of expressing it. Just like Forrest, I have many, as I said earlier in the show, and as I've said many times on the show, I have scientists who I very much look up to, direct mentors even, that are religious. Christian, Buddhist, Jewish, Muslim, right? And I respect their perspective, and I understand where they're coming from. And while we fundamentally disagree on some things, it has no bearing on how they do their science. So, I'm in the same boat with that, where it's people, that's their business, right? Where they want to take things outside of what science can tell us. For me, I think what this boils down to is, what do we do as scientists when we have a question that is unanswered? And typically, the answer to that question here, in the overwhelming majority of cases, is we try to find the answer. And when we don't, in the interim, we're okay with saying, I don't know what the answer to that question is, right? If I'm trying to suss out whether or not there's a relationship between two variables, my question is, maybe I hypothesize, I say, okay, well, I think that this isn't random noise. I think there is a relationship there. And then until I know for sure, I say, I don't know if there is or not, but I think that there might be. Or on larger scale questions, like, why is the universe here at all, or whatever, you might look at that and we're going to come at we're going to come to different conclusions there. I think we could both look at a simple question here on Earth, I don't know, what kind of weathering pattern can create a specific type of gorge, for example. Neither of us are geologists, so put it in common ground. And I think all of us here can look at that and say, I don't know how that happened, but I suspect that it's, the coarse grit that's in the field 5 miles to the west, because the wind blows to the west and then it carves in here. And this is also happens to be a lower lying area. And so the water comes down and carves the gorge. And even though we don't know the answer, we can come up with that as a hypothesis. We can go a little higher, right? And we can ask these questions about how things like black holes form or neutron stars or whatever, and say, well, we don't know exactly how it happened, or maybe in some cases we do, but here's our best guess. And then we get to the even higher level, which it's like this universe question that I was just getting at earlier. And for whatever reason, at that point, everybody kind of takes a step back, and instead of saying, okay, well, we have our hypothesis, but ultimately we just don't know, people start putting stuff into that box to say, this is what did it. Because as humans, we're so uncomfortable for reasons that you outlined before with open questions. We hate them. It's scary to us. It will assign agency to something that, I mean, we I do too, but that tends to separate out people who are interested in answering these questions from people who are comfortable with fitting whatever answer they can fit to go in there, right? To me, you mentioned earlier, we talk about stuff like lightning. Earlier in human history, we'd look at something like lightning, and because we want to ascribe agency to it, because we want to understand it, we say the gods did it, and then we come and we find out the natural process behind it. My question for physicists and from people who come from your perspective, I'm almost done. Sorry, you probably know where this is going, but how is what you're saying with the larger scale stuff any different from that? Why not? Why are you not comfortable, I suppose, saying we don't know what the answer is, unless you have a reason to think specifically that there is agency there? And if it's the latter, I'd like to ask you what you think that data is, or what's causing you to be pulled in that direction.
Sure. Yeah, well, maybe just kind of two-part answer. The first is, as a scientist, I don't ever try to answer anything that's not, if it's not answerable, then you can't answer it. Even what is an electron, we don't know. And that actually goes back to the root of science and what we're actually trying to do here. We try to describe something we observe or participate in using words and equations. But what's wild, right, is how our minds work is words are just a symbolic representation of something that we've experienced. So if you're blind and I describe a sunset to you, you will actually never know what that sunset is. So too, if you have, quote, what is called a spiritual experience, and you try to relate to somebody who maybe thinks they haven't had one, you wind up using different words that, are hard to define. And like an electron, for example, is a wave and a particle. We've never experienced anything like that. So we'll probably never truly understand that duality of nature. And it's like H2O, right? We could talk about defining water as H2O, agua, all these different things. It's this color and it feels this way. But until you jump in it, you don't know what water is. And this is the hard thing about science, is reconciling our ability to observe with our need to experience. On your second part about, well, what is going on, in my opinion, I try to observe everything from a scientific mind. And if, and this goes back to I understand that it's normal to kind of have this God versus no God debate in the sort of Christian versus evolutionary context or structure, but that debate precedes it. I mean, there was a time when people said life could spontaneously happen, and the non-God group said, hey, life could just happen, and therefore there's no God. And it was actually some Catholic monks, even at the time, who did, like Spallanzani, who did experiments to say, no, a parent needs a parent, right? So this debate even predates evolution, right? This is a much bigger sort of debate, one I think is interesting. But I think the risk of it is it kind of misses the whole point. And the point is what's going on, right? What's going on in our reality. And how I think about it is like this. If you could define God, right, which would probably mean it's not real, but let's just for fun say that we could define God. For me, a satisfactory kind of explanation or definition is a universe that is conscious, right? Because if I said, because look, what Christians would say God is almost what scientists use the word universe for. You could almost, I'm not saying it's 100% translatable, but still, if I just said the universe is dumb, there's no thinking in it, you'd probably say, well, that's not God. But the really wild thing to me, in my own sort of explorations in this area, is that our universe is conscious. And the evidence is you are conscious. So how is it that the universe is consciousing, right, producing these consciousness, that is material somehow forming where it can observe itself, which is, I mean, I'll use this word very carefully, a miracle. It's crazy to me that somehow the organization of matter can be such that it can look at other matter and say, oh, I am matter. That's consciousness, right? So a conscious universe, and that might not be a definition that satisfies other people, but even by that scientific, provable, right, observable fact, I am very close to a definition of God, maybe not the definition of any religion, but still a definition of God.
I feel like there's a big difference between saying parts of the universe are conscious versus the universe is conscious. It's like me saying my brain is conscious, my feet are not. You know what I mean? So I can say I am conscious, and I am talking about my whole body, but I'm not saying that my spleen has dreams and hopes and aspirations here. You know what I mean?
No, it's a good point, and it's a fair point. But even it goes back to, again, how we define consciousness. And what is it? We don't even know what it is. And it's look, I'm not a biologist. I mean, I do work in biology, but I don't describe myself to be a biologist. But yeah, physicists do dabble in consciousness and the origin of consciousness. And it's not something which I think you guys would admit, or you all would admit, that we understand, right? And this goes back to some indigenous beliefs. They have something called all my relations, because they would view certain North American First Nations would view this idea I am connected to you, and I am connected to the stranger over there. I am connected to the deer I killed, but I'm also connected to the rock somehow, and I'm connected to the stars. And this is kind of a different view, potentially world interpretation, right? Because, Christianity may be a hierarchical interpretation. Science is called the automatic universe, but there could be a lot of different models, right? I'm not saying right now one is right or wrong, but in that worldview, they viewed everything was connected in one big organism. And so then this idea of where it begins and ends isn't so clear, but it is measurable if we could define it.
Is there a reason though why consciousness as something that is emergent is the linchpin here, right? There are many things that are emergent that only exist when their smaller parts are interacting with one another, right? And it quite really can't be separated from it. So why define it in that way?
Well, because it is our consciousness that is the thing that's asking the question. So
you would propose...
if you think about a problem only exists in our mind, right? As scientists, we don't do anything for nature. Nature doesn't need us to observe it. We need to observe nature. So that the scientific problems do not exist in nature; they exist in our minds. And so it's our very minds that are looking at all the things around us and saying, what is going on? And I think fundamentally as humans, and this is where I kind of think we're more similar than we're than we're not. And what I mean by that is I think fundamentally science is sometimes doing something very similar to what religion is doing, which is saying, what is going on? Right? Like, I woke up in this universe. I don't know what's going on. And it's like, as humans, I think that's our experience, is we are trying to just grapple with what's going on around us. And people use different words and they struggle with different things. And, like, that's what's fascinating to me is when you see, like, I don't think science actually started during the Renaissance. I think it goes back a little bit further and even is more kind of common around the world. Depends on your definition of science, but I think you can be traced to Alexandrian scholars. But if you look at the history, it's just so many people are just trying to grapple with this fundamental question of, okay, there's just these things happening around me. And I think that's fundamentally what we're asking. And that's the origin, at least, in my opinion.
I'm with you. Like, I'm with you on, like, consciousness as being, it's sort of engaging with the world around you. And to some degree, it's asking questions. But, like, I wouldn't stop it there. I would say that anything that is capable of perceiving its environment and reacting to it has some degree of consciousness, has some degree of agency. I would link the two of them together. And so in that light, I would say, the consciousness thing, I always have a hard time with, because I have a hard time separating out what we would consider to be simple response stimulus machines in microorganisms. So being able to move away from the heat, for example, or towards the good chemical that signifies that there's something to eat. I have a hard time categorically differentiating that from what any higher order, for lack of a better term, animal is doing. Right? Like, what we're doing, to me, insofar as I can tell, is a very, very, very complicated version of that. Right? And so I guess what that does for me is to me, consciousness doesn't seem mystifying. It's not that I'm saying we understand it. It's similar to the brain itself to me, right? Where it's like, we understand vaguely how the brain works, but we don't know a lot of the details about how different regions interact with one another, the role of plasticity, the different regions that are responsible for different things, and how much overlap there is. To me, consciousness falls in the same bucket. Probably the same is true for a lot of areas in physics, I would imagine, where it's like, we understand a little bit about it, and we understand its nature to a degree, but we don't understand necessarily all of the nuts and bolts. With that in mind, I guess I don't find it as mystifying. And while you could say that, like, what's the famous phrase? It's like, you're the part of the universe investigating itself. And, like, I think that's beautiful. And I think that's interesting and lovely. But I don't think, to me, that is enough for me to take a step back and look at the unanswered questions, like, why is consciousness emergent in the first place in anything, from a microorganism to a human, right? That's not enough for me to step back and say, okay, this is a God-shaped hole. And I don't necessarily mean I mean even in a deistic sense. Now, it could be, like, we could talk about religion specifically, but, like, let's just do deism first. In a deistic sense, like, it could be that there's some kind of supernatural agent that is non-investigatable by science, that has some influence or hold on the way that our universe is and the things that are in it, how they interact, right? Like, that could be the case. If we can't investigate it with science, which is sort of it's how science is defined as a way of knowing, and I take that to heart. Like, it is the way by which I try to investigate the world around me, be it my own work or observations, or usually those of other people. So if it becomes uninvestigatable by science, it sort of falls into the basket of what you mentioned earlier, where it's like, it has to be an experience, right? Like, you were talking about, like spirituality, in a sense, has to be experienced in order to actually understand it. And to me, that strays dangerously close into an area that is non-standardizable and thus can't really be known. It almost becomes individualized for every person, right? And that's a hard sell for me to buy as, like, anything objective. Does that make sense? I'm kind of stumbling around my words, but I'm trying to, like, get across where I'm coming from.
Here. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, because it almost becomes like it's the kind of this rule of duality, right? Like, us only exists if there's a them, or up only exists if there's a down. So when we say, oh, these people have a spiritual experience and those people don't, right? It's sort of could be argued as an unfair sort of division. But the point is more so that, like, it is fully experiential argument, right? Which is, you don't know the feeling of water until you get in water, right? You don't know what it's like to snowboard down a hill until you snowboard down a hill. I mean, this is actually how we define words. Like, if I say the word leaf, you only know in your mind what you think that is because you've seen one. We probably don't even, like, as a biologist, I'd probably have a hard time truly, even though I believe I know what a leaf is, explaining what a leaf is. There's so much diversity, and there's billions upon billions that we can't even comprehend in our mind. But with spiritual experience,
there's a thought experiment about this with a house, right? A woman who's in a house and she reads everything about like the color blue, and then she's exposed to it for the first time, like when she leaves the house. Like, would she know it if she saw it? Or is it the experience of seeing that color? Yeah. I get what you're saying.
So the whole point is not trying to set up an unfair argument in that. It's just more, because for me, what brought me back, if you want to say that, is maybe I never had faith in the first place, and then something happened and I experienced something and I went, oh, I think this is what they mean by the word God, right? Like, because you have these origin of languages, people experience something and somebody invented the word at some point, right? Like, so when somebody invented that word, what did they mean? So that's kind of what I think about. And this gets a little bit into Taoism of like labels and different things, but it's like, well, because it's kind of fun. It's kind of a thought experiment to say, when somebody uses this description, right? Because like even like biblically, right? Like this idea of evil and sin, like that stuff put me off when I was younger. But then you kind of experience enough things and you go, is that what that's pointing to? Is that what the originator of that word meant? And it's kind of an interesting thing when you take that perspective of not using it as a loaded word, but what did the originator of the word even mean? And it was only through experience that I felt those things.
Yeah, I can appreciate where you're coming from here, right? Because it's like you're not essential. I mean, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying, look, this isn't something that I'm going to really be able to convince you of. This is something that you have to experience. I actually would disagree. Yeah. I don't think it's an unfair thing that spirituality may be something that some people experience and some people don't, right? Like it's no different than any other way.
Spontaneously over history, over all societies.
Yeah. Right. Like to me, I don't take that personally. I don't think that from a deistic sense that if there is some kind of God out there that they are required to like be known by everybody, or maybe it's something that you have to seek out. But all of that being said, right? Like I don't think if that's the case that there's a standardized tool even outside of the realm of science to be able to investigate that. Like then you're sort of just a victim of circumstance. Something that has to happen to you and you have to just be convinced. Okay, what do you think it is?
I think there is. So I think you have to have the scientific mind. Go find out, right? So like, it's funny, right? Because it is said, seek and you shall find. You knock and the door will be open. Like, what the heck does that mean? I don't think I knew what that meant. And then until I searched and I went, oh, I experienced something, right? Now, so a true sort of atheist might say, dude, no matter what you're experiencing is a natural world and explainable and natural phenomena, fine. But like that, whatever that was, changed me and my life in a way that I think is better for myself, better for my family, better for society. And I'm curious enough to where I will say, I wonder what's on the other side of that. Is there a reality beyond my reality? Well, let me go find out. And that is a measurable thing from you, the observer.
Don't you think that there's something a little bit inherently unscientific about that? Because you sort of set yourself up when assessing other people's experiences for like a perpetual no true Scotsman, because it's possible that there are scientists out there who have done their damnedest, or just people who are scientifically minded who have done their damnedest to try to find what it is that you're looking for. Maybe they really want it too, right? I know people who have suffered horrible losses in their life, who some are religious and some aren't, and they would love nothing more than to find some kind of ethereal force where they could maybe place those loved ones, right? And they've searched and they've come back empty-handed. From your perspective, right? Like, there's no way to know for you to know whether or not they've properly sought and whether they should have found or not, right? Like it becomes, every experience becomes a bubble for every individual person. There's no standard, there's no means by which we can actually assess it outside of our own limited experience, right? And I think what that does,
well, that's psychology, right?
It makes it unfalsifiable, is what I was going to say, which is what I think throws it into the realm of like, okay, well, it becomes non-scientific for anybody to assess, right? Like, it
is falsifiable. So I think if you genuinely search and you find nothing, then for you can say there's nothing. But it's like what Michael Faraday used to do. Michael Faraday, used to basically reproduce every experiment he read in a journal. He can't do that these days, but he would reproduce every paper, right? Because he said, I don't believe this because I haven't experienced it and seen it firsthand. So I don't think it's unscientific. It's actually even more scientific to say I actually need to see that for myself. Like, just accepting, and look, science is stage now, it'd be very hard to do this, but science historically was, I need to reproduce this because, science is dangerously unreproducible, right? And that doesn't mean it's not valid, but, it depends on the field. There's a lot of time I've tried to do that. I've tried to reproduce what's in a chemistry paper and I couldn't do it. And I thought, well, did they just make this up. What happened? And so, like, you have to, I think, just see for yourself. And that's, to me, like, again, kind of how I started is there's no argument here I'm making other than what happens if you open yourself up to the possibility.
Yeah. We're just having a conversation here. Like, I don't feel like this is a debate or anything. And I'm mostly just I'm just telling you my thoughts. I'm just coming at you with my thoughts as they come into my head, right? So I want to be clear though. Like, when I said that it was like non-scientific, I didn't mean the seeking part. Right? Like, I think that's the most scientific thing you can possibly do is ask a question. Right? That's how every major discovery has come to light. The part that I think is unscientific is the unfalsifiability of it from an objective sense. Right? Like, you were talking at the beginning about what the most important thing is, and you were talking about the nature of truth and knowing the reality of the world around us. We talked a little bit about that earlier in this show too. But it's like, okay, like, suppose we both we give it our all, and you come away knowing in your bones that there's something more, and I don't, right? What's Forrest going to do with that, right? Like, he can look at that and say, okay, let's say. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll just start with that.
So what we're doing, and this is, I guess, for everyone listening, I actually believe this is how great science is done, right? You start out with a question and you start formulating, can you even do an experiment of it? So, like, look, how I would potentially design the experiment is you could have people who, if they genuinely wanted to search, you could measure them, right? Like, because you could, like, there's a physiological response. Like, you were talking about prayer earlier, it's measurable, right? If prayer has an effect, you should be able to measure it. And we do know that if you believe your medical outcome is going to be more likely positive, it will actually increase your probability of getting better. Now, that might be a placebo effect, but it is a real effect. Like, I saw a recent study that there was a group that showed they were wanting to see if your brain was connected to your immune system. And they would show people a video of healthy people, and then they measured the immune response, and there's no immune response. And then they showed a video of people who were sick, right? So this is not real. This is the mind believing that, oh my gosh, I'm at threat of getting sick. The immune system ramped up. So we can actually measure if there's a physiological response in the brain and the body that changes. I mean, this is something I think you could observe. Now, that may not prove that it's God, but I'm not trying to prove that it's God, right? I'm just saying, you have to find out for yourself, but you can see the effect, I think, of like physicalness. Like, you go into a church and where people are, say, worshiping, and and if they're really feeling it or whatever, I'm sure you can measure that. There's going to be benefits, like meditation, right? You can measure there's a lot of positive benefits to meditation.
I agree. I would say there's going to be it's going to be tough to isolate that, right? Because like let's say you search and you find, and you're like, there's something more. What if you're a person who is ecstatic about living, and what if on the other hand you're like horrifically depressed, right? Like, on either sides of those either side of those perspectives are going to yield a different level of enthusiasm about the idea of living on after death, right? Like,
I didn't make that claim yet, though. So that's, again, so this is where we're just talking about, because there's no guarantee that if there's a higher power that we live forever, or that the higher power lives forever, or that because it could indicate we're in a simulation, right? So this is a funny thing, right? Like, and we're creating AI too, so we're creating life potentially eventually, and then they'll have the same questions maybe.
I was using that, but I was just using that as an example of, like, depending on what you want, finding out that there's an agency or supposing that there's an agency is going to resonate with you in different ways. You know what I mean? Like, in the same way that a child that has trouble with authority, or for lack of that's like a term that you hear all the time, is going to react differently to there's high security at this concert than someone who grew up in an affluent neighborhood. You know what I mean?
And
like,
and I'm purposely not using a definition of like what would be perceived as a Christian God, at least what you'd call modern day Christianity. Because, like, Christianity historically has been very different than it is today, right? So I'm not saying there's some, white-haired guy, with his cane yelling at us. It's just more, my whole premise as a scientist, right, was, like, what's going on here? And then, if you really go back to kind of what I was talking about with some of these things, like, you can see the origin, like, the fact that we're the universe observing itself is pretty remarkable, right? And if a conscious universe does not meet the threshold for somebody's definition of God, that's fine, but we all have our own definitions, right? We all have our definitions of what's even real, because as humans, we tell ourselves stories. Like, we tell stories about ourselves to ourselves, about other people to ourselves, but they're probably, none of them are 100% accurate. So reality is a very typical thing to approximate, which is why we do what we do here. We talk to other minds to try to approximate reality, right? That's the beauty of the human experience. And so, like, that's kind of just, I think my whole point earlier was, I wish I could say it's a simple, like, when I called in and it was like, are you a theist or atheist. I'm like, I don't know. I just believe, right, in something more. And at the end of the day, I'm a seeker. And, I'm looking around going, what's going on? And all I know from my personal experience, when I pursued the idea that there could be more, I found something.
I can appreciate that. Again, all I was talking about earlier was I was just offering critique of like, okay, well, like if you were talking about how we would measure it. And I was saying, okay, because I'm thinking, okay, if we're going to measure something in science, like the first thing you do is, okay, how do I isolate the variable that I'm trying to clock, right? Like that's the number one thing is that it's like, if you're trying to figure something out, a relationship, you have to make sure to parse it out first. So that's all I was doing with that. I can appreciate the searching for sure. I think for me, and I understand where you're coming from, so I'll just tell you where I'm coming from. For me, whenever I have a big question or a question at all, but especially big questions like this, and I don't know the answer to it, I am content, especially when I don't have the tools to investigate it, which I feel like this is a kind of textbook case of that. I'm content with saying, I don't know. Could be, but I'm not sure.
That's where you start. I think we start with, I don't know. That's where I started. I don't know anything.
I'm going to punt this to Forrest, but I have to pee. So I don't know if you'll still be here when I come back, Brandon, but thank you for the conversation. I'll be right back.
Sure. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
I am also here. I've been listening.
Right. What else is there to say, right?
Right. Yeah. For me, man, I get where you're coming from. I get what you're trying to say here. I feel like I do anyway. It's just like so when I was a kid, I used to be a pagan. I was raised to believe in magic and spirits and ghosts and all these different things. And I used to say what a lot of spiritualists say to me today, which is that, magic is just science we haven't understood yet. And, gods and angels and demons and all these things, these are just, all these extra dimensionals, extra planar, extra realms, whatever it is. Like, these are all things that we are in the process of discovering. We just don't have the math for it, or maybe there's some other stuff that doesn't exist that we haven't discovered yet, we don't have the tools to look at things. And what about like the mantis shrimp can see all these colors that we can't see? So what if we could see the blah, blah, blah? And like, I feel like a lot of that is, it's not exactly what you're saying here. And I'm not trying to straw man you.
Right.
But basically it comes down to this similar thing of like, okay, so here's this stuff that we don't understand and we have no concept of. And that's interesting. And I agree with you. That's very fucking interesting. And then you get into this area where like, and so we should leave the door open for what could colloquially, commonly, not a straw man, be called magic and supernatural thinking. And I can't make that step. I feel like you would need
totally
something.
Fair.
You would need something more totally positive. Fair. You would need to show, like, take for example, like, I don't remember if you brought this up or not, but like near-death experiences. I don't think you brought that up, but like, people call in all the time and they're talking about near-death experiences, or talking about like people who, they prayed in a hospital and maybe they got better or worse, everything. And they talk about these things as if they are substantive evidence for this other plane of existence. And that's fine. That's charming. The question is, why does this shit never work in a lab? And why isn't it testable and repeatable so that I can be like Faraday and say, okay, give me the ghost test. Let's do it right now. Give me the soul test. Give me the whatever it is. That doesn't happen. And so you either need to invent a new kind of scientific thinking and then justify it, or you need to engage in deliberately non-scientific thinking and call it scientific because you are being open-minded and skeptical even to your own paradigm. And I feel like it's just it's a respectable way of trying to square the circle of theism with science, but if you trip and fall in that framework, you will land in Deepak Chopra, a fart smelling, like, well, maybe the moon doesn't exist when no one looks at it. You can't say it does, and it's just, there's no boundary to make it guaranteed to make sense. And that's a frustrating issue for me.
Can I give a final reaction to that? And then,
please.
So my whole point is the kind of science I was trained in was a very high level of discipline, which is, if our theory is true, whatever that word it means from the earlier caller, but whatever that theory is, we have to be able to use it to predict the future. Okay. So you think
Yeah.
about Newton,
Yeah.
who did believe in God, by the way, but you take Newton and you drop the apple, right? If Newton's like, hey, bro, like when I drop it from this height, it's going to take 1 second to hit the ground, and you like get your stopwatch out and you're like, oh, cool, it was a second. And he's like, all right, I'm going to drop it from this height. It's going to be 2 seconds. And like somehow Newton keeps predicting the future and what the apple's going to do, right? That's insanely powerful that he understands what's going on. In physics, we have models that have to be forward-looking and saying, okay, if this is true, then I'm going to run this experiment and it's going to happen. The hard thing about understanding how we got here or what's going on is if you look backward, right, going back to the origin of the universe, and even before the origin of the universe, there is no measurement or experiment we can do that actually is in the same discipline of science as making a predictive theory. So what I'm saying is something a little bit different, which is we often think there's only two options, right? It's the logical fallacy of A versus B, of, oh, it's like this like gray-haired guy on a mountain with lightning bolts, or it's like nothing in an automatic universe. What I'm saying is there may be many different world interpretations that we do need to explore as a society. And yeah, those aren't measurable, but there's neither are the other ones. So why do we keep talking about these same two? Why not explore what reality is really going on and be open to what's going on? Because I think science and everything begins with just an open mind. So maybe I'll end with that. And thank you so much for your time. Oh, go ahead.
I agree with that last statement, and I think you said you have graduate level training in physics. I think those are interesting questions for cosmologists to poke at, and also like fucking like the people who do crazy things like M theory and shit like that. I think that's interesting. And when you have some math,
and he believes in angels.
Yeah, and so like and you brought up Newton who believes in God, by the way, and also drank mercury. Fuck it, but like I'm just saying, like I just think when you have some math, when you have some math to back up like the ideas you have, I'm in. I'm so excited about it. And I don't do physics, math. I don't do any of that stuff. I got buddies who just sit there and fucking do that shit all day, and they're amazing. And I'm pretty sure they're just fucking with me. But like when you have some math to back up what you're talking about, dope. But like I feel like it's just right there in between, like where you could say this is theoretical physics, but it could also just be, wouldn't this be neat? And I'm just not here for wouldn't this be neat. But I really do sincerely I appreciate your time. I appreciate you talking about this so calmly and eruditely. It has been a productive call.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Bye. All right, so that just opens a line. Our lines are full currently, but the person in chat who talked about how God made us through evolution, we just opened a line. The person in chat who talked about whatever the fuck else and had people talking about this, we just opened and it's full already. Fuck, we got another call coming in right now. So hang tight. Hang tight. We would love to talk. Still no call from the dude who said we will talk soon about prayer. So maybe that person's find out how to work a phone someday soon. Who knows?
As they say, nut up or shut up.
Yeah, dude. I would love to talk to y'all. Let's get through we have a couple people waiting for like 3 hours, and they're both agnostic. So let's burn through them really quick, and then we'll jump into some more theists. We have three agnostics, 2 theists, and 1 atheist. And then we've got someone else calling in, and I don't know who they are, and somebody else who's currently waiting on the thing. He's praying for me right now, says the chat. The person who said that they were going to pray. They're too busy praying to call. Maybe they should pray about what to talk about. By the way, I meant to ask, do you want to do super chats interspersed, or do you want to try to save them all to the end?
Let's do them interspersed. I like that method.
Yeah. Do you want to do one more call and then that, or do you want to do a few now?
Let's do them now.
Okay, we're going to burn through a few super chats, y'all, and then we're going to get back to calls.
Sorry, my beloved agnostics. That one's on me.
Yeah.
I was a little preoccupied. I was cutting
so
mango,
close.
and it was like I got it at the store today because it was like soft. It looked like it was soft enough to actually like it was ripe.
Yeah.
Tart mango.
Oh.
No thanks.
Can't have them tart goes, y'all.
No thanks.
$9.99 from Diluted Holy Water. Forrest, don't tell Erika happy birthday. She now made Erika. So Forrest didn't tell Erika happy birthday, so now he made Erika have a bad day. To make this day good, why do seagulls fly over the sea but not the bay? Because then they would be called bagels.
Oh, I get it. This person wants me to kill them. Sorry, I was struggling. I wasn't really sure what the point was, and then it was like, hey, good news. I have a knife for mango. No, you know what? Actually, I don't think that I can do that. Okay, I'll read the next one. $5 from Josh Bevan. Wow, look at that little cat. That cat looks like a pill on the floor, like a little gray pill. So cute. Sending a super chat for a caffeinated beverage for Lux. Yeah, I think. I don't know. Forrest, what do you think? Like 5 a.m. tonight? 6 a.m. What are we shooting for?
That's only 3 a.m. for me, sucker.
Yeah,
but it's 12 hours.
It's whatever. I'm not. I'm staying up forever. I've got a show. I'm taking over Jovan's stream tomorrow at 4-ish, 4 o'clock p.m. my time, somewhere in there. So like, and that's literally the only thing I'm doing. Beyond that, I'm watching a bunch of leftover classes I've got on recording. I'm getting a bunch of writing done. I'm trying to finish a video. So like, I've got no real set schedule. I also woke up at 2 p.m. today. So I got on this show. I've been awake. I think I had been awake for about 4 hours when I started this show. So I'm
why?
I am going to legitimately cry if we go past like 9 hours.
Why did you wake up at 2 p.m.?
Because I went to bed at like 7 or 8, probably.
Why did you go to bed at 7 or 8?
Because I'm a grown man, Erika. I don't know what you want from me.
Sorry, is that it? Do I hit 31 and then I'm just like, actually, I am a Dracula. I'm Nosferatu.
When I don't have a set schedule, like when I don't have to be up in the morning, my body kind of just works on like a 28 to 30 hour cycle, and so I just phase through the days, and like I usually will kind of like settle on going to bed around 10 a.m. at the latest, and then waking up at like, 3 or 5, 3 or so ish, 3 to 5
First,
p.m.
I feel like you might need to do a sleep study. That is a very unusual spread. I feel like
says the woman who watched her own birth for her birthday. Oh, don't come at me with unusual.
Do you know what that is? That is apples and oranges, Forrest. Those are not the same thing. These are two completely separate things. Do you know? Let me tell you about me. You think the birth thing is weird? I compensate for it. I get 8 hours of sleep almost every night. If I have to, I don't care what else suffers. I will let my work suffer. I will let my social life suffer. Something is going to suffer. It will never be my sleep. If I don't get 8 hours, then I feel like shit. And if I get 9 hours, I feel like shit. And if I get 7 hours, I feel like shit. It needs to be 8 on the dot, and my ideal schedule is about 2 a.m. to like 10 in the morning. That's my ideal, operating perfectly. 8 hours of sleep a day. I am maximally productive.
I also will sacrifice anything else for sleep. Like it's very rare. Like I will pull all-nighters. I will stay up for days at a time. I will do all those things. But like
incongruous with the previous statement.
But generally, I do try to stay up. Like I do try to get decent sleep because it's really good for your brain. It's there's no way around that. You know what I mean? Better than most things, getting proper sleep. But like, I don't know, man. Like 7 hours is fine, but it's just how long I'm awake in the middle. I am the most productive, no matter what my sleep schedule is. I am the most productive at about 3 a.m. That's where I'm really like rocking it. And when I wake up, I don't know.
Maybe there is something supernatural, because it seems strange to me that somebody would be most productive at the witching hour, especially with your tall Dracula-esque proportions. A lot of stuff is adding up for me here, I think.
I was just meant to be born in Forrest. I was meant to be born in the Eastern Hemisphere. I love garlic. But maybe that's what it is. My body is just prepared to be functional when it's beautiful daylight hours in Spain. You know what I mean? That's just when I'm supposed to be Spanish. That's what it is.
I don't know what to say about that.
$10.
Oh, this is you.
From this fucking person who said, I think you've said people from Africa are more genetically diverse than those outside of Africa. Is that something that shows up in all morphology or just in genetics? Pretty sure it's just in genetics. Morphologically, humans are ridiculously similar. Am I right in saying that?
I think so. There's a lot of diversity, though, in Africa, even morphology-wise, like height, skin color, eye color. Like, I don't know, though. I don't know the specs on that. I don't know.
Yeah, By the way, fans of Roll for Initiative are rolling in their graves over Erika calling me a vampire.
Sorry. Tall is most productive at 3 a.m. Hates crosses. I don't know. Do you like capes? Are you like a cape guy?
Who doesn't like capes? I'm all about capes. If I could wear a cape every day, absolutely would.
Bats? How do we feel about bats?
I like bats. Bats are dope. They're good little things.
It's not looking good for you, my friend.
There's nothing. I feel like those are they're tangential. They're incidental. The fact that I like capes and that I'm very tall and that I drink the blood of the innocent and that I like bats, it's just those are just things that are just like commonplace. It's not like it's necessarily,
one thing in your favor though, if I'm trying to think, if you're not a vampire, then you have some kind of like daywalker kind of thing going on, or whatever the fuck was happening in Blade, because I have seen you in the light. Pale? Another pale as well?
Did I tell you I went to a hematologist recently because I'm extremely anemic and
needs blood?
But like I actually got to look at my notes and she put in there, she was just the general notes of me, and it said patient is pale, and pale was in caps, red, and underlined. I'm like, fuck. I know, right?
There's nothing like catching strays from your general provider. But I'm checking chat. I'm seeing some agreement here. I don't know, folks. I think next time I see Forrest, I'm gonna wear an ascot just to make sure, just to be positive, just to play it safe.
You don't know anything about me.
That is
$10
not true.
From this person. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster, but I didn't eat blank tiles. They're pointless. That's good. It's really good.
I get the first one. Where is it? Again, I don't know it's for cutting fruit, so I feel like I would be okay. We'll readjust our mug drinking friend here in a second. Once I need to cut something, we'll readdress what just happened there. The Scrabble tile. I hope that would just lacerate your esophagus going down. $5 from SJL. I share my birthday with the dropping of the first atomic bomb. Do I win? Well, quite the opposite, SJL.
Explain some things. The person in chat who pointed out correctly that I rock that black lace as well. You are absolutely correct, and maybe that's some of the vampire, in me. Who knows? Let me see if I can find a picture of that. The fucking blip blip blip. Yes, this was. I'm trying to find the fucking. God, look, get a good screenshot. There we go.
This I'm just calling it like I see it.
Hold on, I'm doing this. There we go. This is me and Josie on that show. The black lace, y'all.
Hold on. I need to do some Googling. East European vampire. East European
vampire. The vampire is East vampire. European.
No. But I want like a portrait. Like I want the style to be correct.
Dracula was from Transylvania, which is in Romania.
I know that.
Vampire.
I want like a portrait from Eastern Europe, because I don't think Dracula was written by that. Bram Stoker was not Romanian or Transylvanian or Croatian.
But you know who is also exceedingly East European? This guy.
Oh, I skipped away because I was you. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to find out if there's maybe a connection here. I don't know. It turns out I'm a skeptic with everything besides Forrest being maybe a vampire, maybe just a little bit. I don't know.
While she's looking for that, $5. Have you two seen the paper showing evidence of trade between Homo sapiens and Homo Sulawesi? I don't actually know that one. Seems to validate the Sulawesi folk memory. I don't know what that's all about. I'm gonna look that up.
I don't know. They might be going with a specific proposed hominin that usually gets lumped into Erectus, or that may be a reference to the Homo floresiensis and the not Orang Pendek, Ibugogo, which is I think Ibugogo is a folk memory of small humans on the island of Flores, which has been proposed to be a folk memory of Homo floresiensis on Flores, potentially.
There's what did you call them? You said it was the folk memory. Ibugogo. In Borneo, I was there with a little bit. We were talking about that. My guide, I think we were in the Indonesian side, and my guy was talking about the orang pendek, which are the short people, the little hobbit creatures that live in the forest, and that was also the same. That it was proposed that it was folk knowledge of Homo floresiensis living there. Yeah, crazy cool shit.
I mean, it maybe like it's so hard to test that kind of thing, right? But like, it tracks. I mean, I think the only problem with that is that there's so many places that have stories of like doing trading and interacting with small people like creatures that it's hard to say. Because then what are we going to say? There's like a small dwarfed hominin that was also hanging around in Europe, and that's where leprechauns come from, right? Like that's you run into some stuff there. But maybe I don't know. $10 for Regato.
Somebody else made this joke already. You blew it. You blew it to Regato, and you spent $10 to blow it.
Have I told you recently, Regato? One of these. $5 for Invader Zim Lost and Found. Erika, we've love to invite you. We love to invite you to a massive Zim animation collab. We saved you an 8-second part of a zoo with a badger monkey next to a gutsit gibbon, one of two. Yeah, I would. That sounds based as fuck. $5 from Invaders and Lost and Found again. If you're interested, I can email you, or you can join the Discord. Thanks for teaching me science. I'm Bryce Barnett 3D. Hey, cool. Yeah, shoot me an email about it. I'd love to help with that. Well, okay. It depends on when the deadline is. I'd love to help with an animation project, but animation takes forever, and I have no time. But that still sounds awesome, and I love Invaders Zim.
$10. Ace here. What is the evolutionary benefit of asexuality in humans and other primates? Happy birthday, Erika. There was a thing just came out in New Scientist about homosexuality, and I think it applies to this as well.
It's usually, I was going to say the same thing. Usually it has to do with group cohesion, and aiding and increasing the fitness of close relatives, because if you yourself are not sexually reproducing, then you can boost the fitness of your like siblings' kids or your siblings themselves or whatever by raising them and giving them a serious edge so that then they make up for you not reproducing, evolutionarily speaking, thanks to you and your assistance. It's common in like homosexuality in general. This isn't asexuality, but it's a similar thing, is most common in highly social animals for this reason. You don't tend to see it in isolated critters.
I'm trying to get a free one because there's this really good paper.
Definitely don't go to sciencehub.st. For sure, don't go there.
Oh, yeah. No, I get what you're talking about. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this. This is not about that, but I think it's interesting. It's a paper called "An Alternative Hypothesis for the Evolution of Same-Sex Sexual Behavior in Animals," and it's talking about just like the main point of the paper is like, hey, if we continue to pretend like heterosexual behavior is like the only thing that like has any explanatory power, it is feeding into like unnecessarily Eurocentric thinking that stifles scientific progress, and it makes no fucking sense. And so they're talking about I really like their idea that you know, same-sex sexual behavior is more ancestral than we would think. And so that isn't specifically talking about this, but it is applicable to this same discussion. And then here is that article that just came out in New Scientist as well about you know, the evolutionary reason for same-sex sexual behavior. And again, same thing. Don't pretend like there's the only utility is passing on genes. That's only talking about direct fitness. There's also inclusive fitness that we were talking about here, right? And so group synergy and homogenization and working together, the whole gay uncle hypothesis, that whole thing, those are all really interesting things to think about, and they work when you take yourself out of that heteronormative framework.
Well, they also just
$10.
They also just work looking at critters, right? Like they just work. You can look at this. You can look at homosexual behavior in macaques. You can look at it in baboons. You can look at it in great apes, and you can see how the social cohesion differs in these places as compared to individuals that don't exhibit that or aren't associated with that. Then you can look at the actual, like Forrest was just talking about the gay uncle effect. You can look at the success of their relatives' fitness as you move down the way. This isn't like, not that there's anything wrong with it, but this isn't like hippy dippy stuff, which is what like conservatives try to pin it at. It's like this is what the data say. I don't know what I don't know what to tell you.
$10. A friend took his kids to downtown Birmingham in celebration of MLK Day. It's hard to explain to people who fought for civil rights are still here standing next to a statue of 4 little girls. yeah, it's crazy that we don't accept who he was anymore. Like even now, he was extremely hated because of who he actually was, and now rather than having people continue to share the messages that got him so reviled by the conservatives here in this country, we have just decided to whitewash him. And the entire story is that we had racism, and then Martin Luther King gave one speech one time, and then everyone was like, he had a dream. Wow, we're not racist anymore. And racism ended, and that was it. And there was nothing in there about, like, criticizing white liberals, with Malcolm X was a lot more vocal on. There's nothing in there about socialism versus capitalism, nothing in there about political power, nothing in there about militarism, nothing in there about how racism and white supremacy is inherently tied to the way that we do most international politics and shit. Like, none of that. None of that at all. It just, he gave one speech one time, and then all the black people were free, and nobody was mad anymore. And it's just like, fuck off, dude.
It's so crazy that MLK gets credit for ending racism when literally the episode of Static Shock that showed that racism still exists was written and premiered and showed us that actually he hadn't done it. It was still here, folks. Yeah. And only Static Shock was brave enough to tell us that.
Do you ever do that thing? It's that, like, do you notice it's not all of them, but like so many black superheroes either have black in their name or they have an electric-based superpower.
The electric one is the one that gets me. That's so
what's that
strange
all about?
to me. I don't know.
What's that all about?
I do not know.
There's plenty that don't fall into that trope, but holy shit, it is overwhelming.
It's,
you know what I mean?
It's a weird concentration, and I do not have an explanation for it. But yes, I have also noticed that.
Yeah. $5
from Steven.
24-hour marathon. Let's fucking go. Bring back Monad Man. I'm reading it for you.
Yeah, I saw. No, none of you you guys don't get to invoke the Monad's name because the Monad mug did not win the mug holiday contest. So none of you can invoke it.
Neither of them did. This was mine.
The high priest, as the high priestess.
You don't get to. I wrote in, I wanted my mug to say the monad means everything to me and have everything be really big and bold. And they said that was too close to yours, so I couldn't do it. So instead I got the monad heart.
Mine said, in this house, we fear the monad. And I have 2 mugs and you guys have none. So I don't know what to say. If you guys like the monad so much, maybe you should have voted for it. $5 from Sarah Talks Pod, following up for Bryce's plea. We would absolutely love to have you join us in animating our project. Email me and tell me what the timeline looks like. Again, as I said earlier, my goal for graduation is spring. And I keep saying that because I'm willing it into existence. So it's going to very much depend on when this deadline would be.
It's worth mentioning that while the contest is over, I think the mugs are still available at linemerch.com.
Ooh, girl.
I don't know. Maybe if you want to show your love for like the monad in general, and if you want a free ticket into whatever afterlife the monad promises, and remember, it is everything and nothing, so it's going to be pretty good. Maybe buy some monad merch. I don't know. Pretty good.
You can also get not that merch at valkaimerch.com. $10 from Alea Shana Silverbow. Erika told me I need to stop telling her dad jokes. I asked her, but how? How am I supposed to do that? She said, whatever means necessary. I said, no, it doesn't.
No, I get it. I get it. I'm trying to think. It's very cold. It's cold where I am right now. I don't know how cold it is where you are, Forrest, but here it's actually quite chilly.
Frigid.
So I've been toying around with this idea of there's a pond near my house and inviting all of these punsters over and being like, no hard feelings, like, we're all good, it's all fine. And then I'm like, hey, how many of you guys have ever like been ice skating, And then I sweet talk them into it. And then we all put on our ice skates, which I told them to bring ahead of time just in case. And then we skate out onto the ice, and then I deploy a sonic weapon that I've hidden in the trees and then also underneath the surface of the pond that shatters the ice. They all fall into the ice. They start to freeze solid. But luckily, I'm fine because underneath my clothes, I'm wearing a wetsuit and it's a flesh-colored wetsuit. So no one could tell, and it actually covers my hands too. And then I fall in the water and I swim to safety, and then all of them freeze to death. And then they're de-thawed, sort of a la Encino Man in 10,000 years, let's say, and can atone for their sins then, because my great descendants have become powerful and gotten in charge, and I've decreed it. It's been in my will for many, many generations that when they finally come to the surface again, they need to be incarcerated. So they sort of do double time for that. I'm working on it.
Yeah. Yeah, very Illidan Storm Rage. He's frozen in his block for 1,000 years. Now things. Yeah.
Yes.
I gotcha.
Yes. Yeah. I know what that is.
Thanks for the 99.99 czars. Much appreciated.
I've decided we're going back to calls.
Oh, okay.
Start calls.
Call time. What do we got? What you got? Oh, Lord.
Let's talk to Albert.
Okay.
Let's burn through some of these agnostics. Albert has been waiting 3 hours and 46 minutes to ask us about humans. Albert, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm awesome.
Okay. So, watching the stream for a couple hours, it got me thinking about more than my question. Is that, for instance, remember? Sorry. Do you remember the person that was talking about like, theory should be written a different way so that people
could, I remember that person.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So yeah. He started with saying that he was taught that the readers misinterpreting your work, the author's work, is the author's fault. And I'm pretty sure what he meant to say about that is just like, that's the death of the author. Like that's what people in literature or writing majors get taught about, the death of the author, because once you publish a story, which is a story, and writing for newspapers and all that is still a story. Once you write something, it's out of your hands, and it's out of your head. Yeah. Oh boy. But yes, out of your hands. So whoever reads it is going to interpret something, and your opinion of your own work is equal to whoever reads it, which is why it's what they thought. But like scientific papers aren't like that, so they don't need to have that trouble because everything is perfectly defined, and that's the idea of science. And that's where he was coming from. But like, that's here nor there. I just thought about like, oh yeah, I remember this, and I wanted to like make sure it was a bit clarified, I guess.
We're okay.
Sorry, I went off on a tangent about that.
You're fine. I don't have anything more to add.
Why I was here.
Honestly, Albert, we're both a little stun locked on the whole theory conversation. Like when you brought up that guy, I was like, oh man, and my brain was trying to protect me from having to think about that conversation again.
For real.
It sounds like you've got the right idea. However, you called in about a different question. Do you still want to talk about that, or do you want to get into?
No, it's just that because it just thoughts came up like over and over again while I was reading. While I was watching you. Sorry about that. Yeah. That wasn't why I was here.
Okay.
It's just something that
good.
It was going to bother me if I didn't say about it. But yeah,
gotta get it off
my
your chest.
question is, well, it's not even a question. I just want to know your opinion on humans being domesticated animals.
So do you mean in the sense of like domestication syndrome, like the physical characteristics that tend to be associated with domesticates, like
yes.
Okay. I don't know. I've heard this idea before that it's like humans are self-domesticated, and I've heard this idea applied to bonobos as well, which are, for those who don't know, bonobos are one of our closest living relatives. They're really similar to chimps, but they're not quite chimps. Different hair color, pinker lips, darker skin, matriarchal, usually solves things with sex, not as violent, things like that. And so the idea is that animals can sometimes self-domesticate. And what they mean when they say self-domesticate is they become overall less violent, competition levels go down. And because competition levels go down, the way to actually get more resources is through schmoozing. And so because of this, the characteristics associated with schmoozing go up. and this includes a whole host of traits that are related to like agreeableness, right? Which tends to be what we also select for in domesticated animals or domesticates, like dogs, for example. So like when we domesticated dogs from wolves, and the same is true for like the Russian fox experiment where we tried to domesticate foxes, is that there's this whole host of characteristics a part of the neural crest that when you select for friendliness, ears tend to get floppier if they're pointy, tails tend to start wagging when they're happy, eyes get bigger, muzzle gets shorter, head gets rounder. Essentially, a lot of this can be bundled into the retention of traits from when you were a baby. And so we call this neoteny. And so the reason this is usually applied to humans is that humans look a lot more like our baby forms than chimpanzees do, right? So a chimp skull as an infant and a human skull as an infant look a lot more similar to one another than a human skull as an adult and a chimp skull as an adult. And then the human looks more similar to its baby mode than a chimp does. So the idea is that we've self-domesticated ourselves, that's led to retain neoteny, and that this may be the reason for our success. The reason I don't like this, really the main reason why I don't like this, is because neoteny is not the only way that you can get highly agreeable animals that cooperate a lot. Chimpanzees are super cooperative. They're just super cooperative when it comes to killing each other, right? And they don't have those retained neonatal features. So I don't love it because of that. And I also don't like it because it sort of lumps in a lot of the really wonderful characteristics that humans have with domestication, which carries a connotation of like, oh, we've gotten weaker and subservient and placated and things like that, when that's not at all what happened, right? Like our cooperation became our greatest strength. It is the reason why we are the only hominin remaining and why we're found on every single continent on the planet. Everywhere you look, there's going to be a human there, and why we went to our moon, right? So I don't like how it's couched, and I don't think it works as a one-to-one. That said, I think it is true that human success has led to the retained characteristics, like we retain characteristics from when we're little kids into adulthood longer than a lot of other apes do. That may or may not be tied directly to our reduction in aggression, but that reduction in aggression isn't a one-to-one either, because we're still as aggressive as chimps, if not more aggressive. We just don't use our bodies to carry out that aggression. We use weapons that we make. So there's a lot of stuff tied up in there. The answer is some of it seems legit, some of it seems not. I don't like it as the explanation for why humans are the way that we are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. That's all I got. So thank you very much. Forrest, you want to add anything, or?
I pretty much covered everything I had. Is that like, you could, I feel like you would be stretching the use of the word fundamentally, and we did try domesticating humans. It was a bad time. And when we talk about like what we do in terms of societies, selection pressure is still there. We've just past, especially 10,000 years, have been trying to remove as much of it as possible, but that doesn't mean that it isn't still happening. So I don't think it's an appropriate way to use the term. I understand where people are coming from with it, but I think fundamentally we are still wild animals, and a lot of our behavior is very indicative of that. So I'm not going to say anything more interesting than anything that Erika said here.
No. One last thing, because where I first heard this idea from was nowhere scientifically. It was just, some sensationalist article, and it wasn't actually about self-domestication. It was about being domesticated by trees.
By trees?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. In the same way that ants will like start farming or ranching aphids and things, or they'll start farming fungus and things like that. So you have non-intelligent creatures doing domestication in ways that the crops that we are doing, you kind of have to take that backwards look at it to say like a chicken is just an egg's way of making more eggs, right? Evolutionarily speaking.
It's a selfish
and therefore thing. Yeah, and so these trees are crops, not just trees, but wheat, right? Have used us to make more of themselves so that we rely on them as a food source if we do more stuff. Is that where you're coming from, Albert?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you could say that, but in the same way, everything that eats any plant, especially frugivores, or frugivorous primates, animals that are seed dispersers, are domesticated in the same way because they're being co-opted by a plant to help help it reproduce, right? I mean, you could argue that this is that, but with an extra step. But I agree with Forrest that I think that stretches the definition, of domestication. It's a cool thought and it's a fun little thought experiment, but then it's like everything that isn't eating its prey, anything that relies on any kind of plant, is going to effectively end up domesticated because plants and their primary consumers tend to form a pretty tight-knit relationship, especially, as I said earlier, if the primary consumer is eating any fruits or dispersing any seeds or spores or whatever.
Okay, thank you. I got very lucky to find you guys live today because I just found out about this channel yesterday with a video of you two as well. So it's like the thought immediately came to my head, like, oh, since I'm not very I'm not very not fond. I don't like studying biology. So having actual biologists being able to answer a question that I had for years but never really thought about because it's not something I was super interested in was very nice. So thank you very much.
Hey,
no worries.
Our pleasure. And, my condolences on finding our channels.
Honestly, I'm here for it. And I'm more sorry that you guys have to deal with people just not wanting to listen to explanations that don't conform to them, to their beliefs.
That's why our anime finishing move is to just keep doing it. We have a relentless endurance with this kind of thing, so.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Albert.
Take care, Albert. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We've got lines open for theists right now. Looks like we have about 3 open. We've got a couple more agnostics, 3 more agnostics, and we have a couple theists here. I'm going to go ahead and do something unpleasant really quick. Is that cool? We just knock this out?
Yes.
Yeah, I just saw this. So this person's been waiting for a little while, and I just saw who they were. We're just going to go ahead and take this call from JC. Hello, you're on the line, Forrest and Erika.
Hi. Hey, how are you guys?
Hey there.
Solid.
This is John Grieger, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah. John, I'm not going to do this call with you. I need you to just hear me for a second, and it's going to sound maybe like I'm being shitty. I promise I'm really not. It is genuinely difficult to tell there's this thing called Poe's Law where you can't tell if someone's trolling or not without context, but just seeing the stuff you post, man, it is literally impossible for me to tell if you genuinely, actually, seriously think that you are the second coming of Christ, or if you are genuinely just incapable of understanding that the things you say are just gibberish, or if you're trolling. And if you're just trolling, fine, fuck you, who cares? Either way, the call isn't going to happen. But, like, if you act like, if you are seriously believe the things that you are saying, they are gibberish, and the things you believe are concerning. So I'm just telling you this seriously. Please actually seriously get help. I'm not going to do a call with you. I want you to actually just call a mental health hotline and just say the same things you say online, and they will know what to do. But I'm not gonna sit here and do this call with you because it's just not appropriate. So,
dude, we're gonna move on. The fact that you can't understand what I'm saying is not my problem.
No, it's not that I can't understand what you're saying. It's that the things you post online the things you say online are gibberish, and I'm pretty sure, or it's at least you indicate that you actually genuinely think you are Jesus. So, like, here's the reality, man.
I do.
Is
I
that
am.
if
It's okay. That's a normal thing to happen.
So here's the
What are you
thing:
expecting?
is that I'm gonna put him on mute. Even if I was in the mood to like do a funny troll call thing or whatever, just the way Jimmy puts it, like if I was a professional boxer and like a 5-year-old got in the ring, like a 5-year-old girl with one leg and fucking cancer and shit, and I beat the shit out of that kid, doesn't make me a great boxer. Certainly doesn't look good on me as a professional boxer. So, as a scientist, as an educator, as a debater, even if it weren't massively inappropriate and had massive ethical problems, not a great look for me to sit here and dunk on someone who I'm pretty sure is actually mentally unwell. So again, I'm not trying to be mean to you here, dude. I'm not trying to be an asshole to you. Please actually seek help. I've muted you on all my stuff. I'm not banning you for anything or blocking you. I don't know what the producer's going to do, but nobody can see when you comment on my stuff besides you. I've muted you on all the things because I genuinely am not going to make money off of somebody who actually is having a crisis. So that's it for me. Erika, do you have anything to say to John?
I have nothing to add.
Yeah. All right. Take care of yourself, John. I really do mean that. If you're trolling, go fuck yourself, but I'm not convinced you are. Please seek help. Goodbye. And now I'm going to move on to a theist who has also been waiting for a little bit, who wants to talk about trans people. Jules, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Jules, are you there?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. So before I start, I just want to say something real quick. As I say, the show's been fantastic. I don't know about that last guy, but
yeah, that last guy, he's been calling in from time to time, and the first couple of times we were cool to just laugh at it, but you can see it. He stalks all of us on Threads and posts random shit. I've muted him on my account, so you can't see his stuff on my account anymore. But he will just literally post random nonsense words about like the harmonic frequency of the blue, but the historical context of the what, and it's just gibberish. And then also he does actually legitimately think that he is Jesus Christ, and so it's a hard time.
His little call list said, "Death is just sleep." Like,
yeah,
that alarmed. At first I was like, "Oh, okay, like this is gonna be some kind of like kind of woo stuff, whatever." And then
I was excited.
He started speaking, and I was like, "Oh, this is that."
I was excited about the call, but then I saw who it was from, and I'm not going to do that. It's just not appropriate.
No, I think you played it right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jules, what do you want to talk about?
The call screener, I don't know his name. He worded it way better than I could have. But my question.
You were talking to we had a woman as a call screener.
I want to preface because this isn't coming from a place of like hate. I have a lot of like trans people in my life. I'm currently like kind of like going deep into my own like identity about this, which is why I put my pronouns as any, because I'm experimenting with it. And I don't want to come off as a bigot, so I just want to say that that's like preface. But
sure.
Like I was thinking about this the other day, like because I saw a video on my feed where it's just like like bashing gay and trans people, and I'm like, I really, really wonder why. It's like this is like I really don't know where all this stuff came from. It's like and it really, really hurts to see like that people like actually think this way.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure where you're coming from here. You're saying that it hurts you to see people be hurt, and that's great. Am I missing something? Is there more to it?
Well, I mean, like, because like you and Erika are like a lot more well versed in this stuff than me, and it's like I really want to know like where do you guys think like all this like, hate is coming from? If that makes
I think it comes from the same place that hate usually comes from, which is ignorance and fear. I think that a lot of people are just ignorant about the science of sex and gender. They don't understand that these are different things, that they're non-synonymous, that they're non-binary, that they're a little bit more complicated and interesting than we thought. And this has become a political issue now, where, you know, just like climate change or whatever like that, it's become a thing where, depending on your party, you have to pick a side on this discussion. You know what I mean? And so that and also now, you know, we have Trump telling his cult that you literally, like, children are going to school and having sex change operations without the parents' knowledge or consent. They literally drop their kids off at school and they come back with new genitalia. And these fucking cultists believe that shit. And so, like, that's terrifying. If that was true, I'd be out in the streets rioting. I'd be doing crazy shit, right? And so you have this situation where people don't understand science and they are being taught that terrible things are happening, insane things are happening, and that are very scary. And it's the exact same thing like when you talk to a creationist who thinks that we don't know anything about evolution. Like, they just fundamentally misunderstand evolution, and they think that evolution is leading people to be racist and to support eugenics and the next Holocaust and all this stuff. It's reason if evolutionist was a type of person, they would probably be discriminatory against them. And so here we have the same situation. Ignorance and fear leads to hatred and bigotry. And if more people learn some cool science, they would be just fine. But I just don't want to promote that Mott and Bailey argument that, like, well, here, I can teach you this science, and then you'll start caring about human rights. Human rights have to come first, and science education should follow it. But it could be the way around, it's fine. But, like, science, human rights have to be the primary focus. Does that answer your question?
I mean, more or less, yeah. I mean, like, unfortunately, I live with creationists, and, you know, it is, I'd say, hard to talk to them because obviously, you know, as you already said, like, you know, they're what's it called? They're like set in their way, and anything else that is off their path is, you know, evil and, you know, woke and whatever. And it's like when people start to, like, hey, what were we saying?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
And it's like, you know, like, I mean, I don't know what religion has to do with this because, like, I'm not really smartest person when it comes to the social issues, but, like, you know, it's, how do I say this? It is like when people take their own, like, their own unwillingness to change and they kind of force that onto other people. That's like, you know, that's scary.
I think what's interesting about it is that every single transphobic argument, very few exception, damn near every single transphobic argument that we see today is word for word the same homophobic arguments that I heard in high school. So, like, it's the natural order, you're violating nature, you know, a man having sex with a man is unnatural, and it's not what you're meant to do, it's not what you're supposed to do, you can't have children. If you put, you know, 100 gay people on an island, the civilization ends, and you have to have straight people for it to thrive. And, like, they're indoctrinating children, they're pedophiles, they're groomers, that they're deranged and insane, and every single bit of it is the exact same shit that was said about gay people a couple of decades ago. And so, like, it's just, like I said, it's just people buying into conspiracy theories. It's also been important to point out that LGBT groomer conspiracy theory is actually literally Nazi propaganda. And it works because you're telling people that you know, children are being sexualized and abused and stuff by these deranged perverts, when in reality, the only men in dresses that statistically have a high chance of fucking kids are fucking priests, you know? And so it's just not it's not reality, but it is very scary. And it sells a lot better than a nuanced understanding of the biology of sex and gender, or an understanding that science changes over time and that we've learned new stuff and we have new data that tells us new things, or that trans men are men and trans women are women, because it turns out the sex characteristics that you've learned to associate with your gender aren't as important as you might think, and that different people lead different lives, and that gender is a spectrum, and here's the history of gender across all these different cultures. All that stuff is very complicated. And science deniers across the board, be them transphobes, homophobes, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, creationists, whatever, they don't like complicated thoughts. They like simplistic thoughts. And I'm not saying people who are just ignorant or misinformed. I mean real proper science deniers. They like simple, easy things. I got the vaccine, I still got sick. That means no vaccines work, period. That's a very simple thought, and it's fucking wrong and stupid. Same thing with, well, I have to see a dog give birth to a non-dog, or evolution isn't true. That's not how evolution works. So, but it's a very simple thing, right? So I don't know. That's my big thing. It's just they want simplistic, easy thoughts, and when they don't get those, they get grumpy.
I think it's interesting too how much of this boils down to, well, at least with what Forrest was just saying, how much of it boils down to an intrinsic fear of being perceived as feminine, right? Like when you're scared of, when they're scared of trans people, it's like, oh my gosh, why would anybody want to be a woman? Because they never care about trans men. Obviously, trans men end up being swept under the rug, and trans women are demonized. So it's like, well, why would anybody want to be a woman? And if she can be trans, maybe I'm trans, and I'm not a woman, and I'm not weak, and I'm not less than. And the same thing was true with homosexuality 30 years ago, where it's like, well, if you're a guy and you're with another guy, who's the wife? Who's the husband? Who's lesser? Yeah. Who's demoted? Who's in the lower spot in the hierarchy? I mean, and this is a tale as old as time. This is a prejudice as old as time, where it's like, and I think that it boils down to intrinsically people want to have power over other people. And for a very long time, being physically stronger meant that you could hoard power over somebody else. And so that translated to, if you're anything feminine, then that's less than, and that's weaker. And anything associated with that is seen with suspicion. Now, that doesn't mean that can't be overcome. It's been overcome for just a shitload of people across time and space, even now. But I think that organizations prey upon that innate fear of being perceived as weak or being perceived as less than. And as a result, you end up with that fear being weaponized for purposes, for what is effectively people who want to have more money and people who want to have more power. And so these guys who are homophobic and transphobic and sexist, they end up cucking themselves inadvertently because they just hand the power on a silver platter over to somebody who actually wants to wield power over them, which is incidentally, in my opinion, the ruling class, or the 01%. So yeah, that's how I would break it down. That's a little Evo psyche, I know, for maybe for people's tastes, but I do think that there is something there, that it's like so much of this boils down to one, fear of being perceived as weak and feminine, and the other, what if things are not as I previously perceived them to be? What if gender is more flexible than I thought? What if sexuality is more flexible than I thought? What if it's not as binary and hardline as I was taught? And if that could be untrue, then what else is untrue about the way that I was raised? And somebody's worldview is deeply protected. It tends to be it's a core part of people's being. And so if one card falls, the rest often falls with it, or at least it's threatened. And so they want to protect all the cards at all costs. And the same is true for, as Forrest said, for these simple beliefs that people want to protect. I would argue that it goes on the inverse too, and that's why people hold such wild conspiracy theories like flat earther, right? Like Dan Olson had this really wonderful video folding ideas on flat eartherism, I guess. He called it In Search of a Flat Earth. And his idea was basically that the reason flat earth thrives is because if you can show that the earth is flat, anything is possible. If the earth is actually flat and they have been lying to you about that, then maybe you're the second coming of Jesus Christ, or maybe, the Jews are running the world secretly, and that's the reason why you can't get laid. And maybe there's an ice wall, and lurking beyond it are giants. And if you could just prove that that's the case, then your ex-wife would come back, right? Like it could be, this is the motivation for that kind of magical conspiratorial thinking, and then the inverse, wanting to protect it and keep the world limited, is I think in part the reason for that constricted thinking, and that ends up being expressed as transphobia and homophobia and sexism and racism, and then that's exploited by people who are capable of exploiting it.
No, for sure. Like, another thing that I was just like thinking about was like, I mean, like, adding on to that is like how much like kind of like how would I say, like, indoctrination has to go in with it as well. Like, growing up, I was always taught that. I mean, because like I was born in 2007, so I was a kid in the 2010s, and I was taught like growing up that like, oh, if guys have earrings, they're gay, and if guys wear the color pink, it's all this and this and this, and it's like if I wasn't able to like get out of that way of thinking, I don't know where I'd be right now. Like, genuinely, indoctrination, like that's probably like a big contributing factor. I think that's scary. Like being indoctrinated into a way of thinking that is like harmful and negative to the world.
Sorry, I was dealing with two different things over here in producer chat, so I just may have missed that last section. But like, I think what I heard a little bit of there is, talking about like, oh, these people have these assumptions about what makes you gay. But the biggest issue is, so what if it does? What's so scary about being gay? And I think that there's a lot of deconstruction that needs to happen there. And a lot of things that need to be teased out and understood a little bit more about. At the end of the day, transphobia specifically is the diarrhea martini of sexism and homophobia. But that's just one thing. And there's a lot more hate out there and a lot more stupidity out there. Yeah, the beginning of this, I corrected you because you misgendered our call screener. And so, like, was that intentional or was that just something vestigial, something left over? Hard to say. But at the end of the day, it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's all of our responsibility to try to just do better every single day and try to learn and listen every single day. And if you can do that and hold those around you accountable, the world will be a better place.
I just want to say real quick, I have deeply apologized. I really did not mean to misgender the call screener.
Cool.
I've only called 2 times, once in a couple months ago and now, and I'm not really familiar with like what goes on behind the scenes. And I just want to say, like, I am really sorry about that. Like, I'm genuinely sorry.
That's fine. That's good. I appreciate the apology, and I'm sure she does too.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind for the next time I call. Because I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, well, we have different call screeners, so who knows? Just whoever you're talking to. I'm just saying, like, we all carry baggage with us, and we all grew up in this shitty world that teaches you shitty things. If you went to public school in the United States, you probably have been taught. I would say it is. I would be genuinely shocked if you have not been taught some racism, and some sexism, and some transphobia, and some homophobia, and some misogyny, and some stupidity, because it is baked in the sauce, fucking so deep. It's hard to understand what people really mean when they talk about decolonizing these things, like just how deep that rabbit hole really goes. So, like, now's your chance as you move forward in your life, and this is not just about you, Jules, everybody, this is their chance as they move forward in their lives, to just reevaluate as you go along. And I think you're right to ask, where the hell does this hatred come from in the first place? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Trans people are not scary. They're not hurting anybody. They just want to live. Same thing with gay people. Same thing with people of different skin colors. Same people with different ethnicities, religions, background, whatever. Unless you are a militant person, then I don't have an issue with you. And I guarantee you can find somebody out there who is, pick your favorite, any group, who's an asshole about it. Fuck that person. Neat. But when you start painting these people with broad brushes, things go poorly. And that is what a lot of our education system does. So I think that you're on the right track. If you're asking these kinds of questions, keep asking questions. And keep deconstructing, keep picking apart the world around you. And I think all this will fall apart more quickly than you realize.
I really hope so. I mean, as I'm referring back to the first call, when I talked to Erika, I talked to Erika and Aaron. We were talking about, now that I look back on it, the Eucharistic miracles, I think that's what they were called. And after that call, I decided, I have a free hour to myself. Let me look into this. And I looked into it. And then the more and more I read, it was like, wow, I believed in this. And then
I remember you, Jules. I remember that call. I'm so glad that you took the time to look into that. Like, regardless of what you ended up coming away with, like, I'm glad that would be for anybody listening. Like, you should never be afraid to look more into something. Never. The truth is nothing to be afraid of. So I'm good for you for looking into that. Yep. Well done.
For sure. Yeah, most definitely.
And then,
to Kaylee Nicole in the chat, who says that I'm wrong and wants to explain on a genetic level what makes trans men men and whatnot. There's a phone number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288. Would love to talk to you. Anyway, go on, Jules. What are you saying?
And I was gonna say, I didn't, like, as Erika was saying, like, I didn't just stop there. I kept going in to look into, like, the other miracles, and none of them held up to any kind of scrutiny. And it was like, it was eye-opening to go look through what I thought It was eye-opening to go look through what I thought was real, and to turn out, like, when I decided to look into it, it's like what Erika said with the House of Cards. Once one falls, the most of them falls with it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I encourage you to continue on. You're doing great. Like I said, just keep on digging in. I also encourage you, like, if you haven't already, look for some like community organizations in your area. Here in Tulsa, where I live, we have the Dennis Arneal Equality Center. It's an LGBT organization that is actually has a safe place to go and ask questions and talk to people. And also, if you are LGBT and you need a place to be, that's what it's for as well. But dude, go find a fucking LGBT advocacy organization, preferably a local one, and just come and be like, hey, I don't want to be an asshole, but I don't know shit about this. And I just want to have a place where I can talk and ask questions and have people understand that I'm not trying to ask offensive questions. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you have to. You know what I mean? So if you don't understand something and you ask them, you don't realize you're hurting someone's feelings. You need to come in with that preface. You look amazing. Thank you so much. You're such a sweet lady. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Sorry, my wife is being amazing, and she brought me some things. You're so sweet. Where did we get miso soup? You're amazing. No, I'm okay, baby love. Thank you so much. Anyway, but yeah, that's all stuff that you should do. And we've had success with that before. We had one guy call in one time. One of my favorite callers on this channel was a dude who hit me up on YouTube and everything and was talking about how he's going to expose my demonic lies and shit and all this. And we encouraged him to, do the same thing. Go out and talk to some actual trans people, because he had some really fucked up preconceptions about what trans people were. And after we kind of broke that down a little bit, and we opened up where that was coming from, and found out this guy wasn't a monster. He was just severely hurt. He had been very badly hurt and traumatized, and this was manifesting in a lot of hateful ways. And then he called back and reported, he's like, I went and talked to these people, and I was so ready for them to hate me, and they hugged me instead. And dude was cool because of it. And the guy's got a lot of healing to do still, and I wish that dude the best. Seriously, I would hug that guy if I could. But just, I think, not to get preachy on you, my dude, but I think that the world would be a lot better place if we all just tried to make more friends. More diverse friends.
And I don't think that you're crazy for saying that. I don't think that's preachy. I feel like that's just the truth. I mean, if we were to just put ourselves in other people's shoes and try to see the world from a different perspective of our own, then I feel like that would solve a lot of the world's issues for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. Anyway, I appreciate your call, Jules. Is there anything specific you want to ask before we move on?
I mean, this is kind of a really selfish question, but
Go for it.
I mentioned to Eric on the last, I really, really want to study and become an evolutionary biologist. That shit is so
Let's
interesting
go.
to me.
Let's go.
And I just wanted to know if you, because like in the future, when I have the funds, I definitely want to go to college and I want to university and study this stuff. I just want to know if you had any recommendations.
I do. Do you want me to go? Because I can.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I think he was asking you specifically.
Oh, sorry, Jules. Sorry. I thought that was an open question. Sometimes when callers ask things, I'll look at Forrest expecting him to go, and then he does, and then when I'm getting ready to, I'm like, he's gonna jump in, and then I'm gonna, and then it doesn't happen. So, recommendations. Let me think. For evolutionary biology, my biggest recommendation to you, Jules, would be to get active on this kind of stuff and get active on it early. There are going to be people, it doesn't matter where you are in the United States, there are going to be, if you're within an hour of a university, or goodness, even some community centers or nature centers, there are ways to get in touch with people who work in your area, who collect data in your area, who collect data even just nearby, who would be happy to take you out if this is something that you're interested in. My advice to you would be reach out to scientists who are close to you, look at the closest university, see people who are studying the kind of stuff that you're interested in, and email them and say, hey, my name is Jules. I'm really interested in what you're studying. I was wondering, is it at all possible for me to come shadow you for a day? Or do you have any connections that you can put me in touch with of people who could maybe take me out? Field camps are a wonderful way to get a leg up if you want to do any kind of like paleontology or things like that. But there are a million different ways to get involved with evolutionary biology. And the best way to get in touch with that and figure out what's near you is to get in touch with a person at your local university and just tell them what you're into. Because I can tell you firsthand, they love those emails. They love that. Professors love to hear, and scientists love to hear from young, interested people who are like, well, from any interested people, but young people are usually the ones who are going to go on and try to move forward in this field. They'll help you out. I would also say, and that's to figure out more specifically what you're interested in, and it also looks really good on a resume. I would, if money is a thing, what I would consider doing is start at a local school where you can get funding relatively easily, or where the intro classes are quite cheap. Take those classes, nail them. Absolutely, just blow them out of the water, straight A's, right? Give it your all. It doesn't matter what the class is. Find a way to be interested in it, and then transfer to a larger university or whatever larger university that has the specific thing you're interested in and apply for a scholarship with those phenomenal credentials. And then you're not going to be paying very much, if anything at all. It's especially if you're in state.
Also FAFSA, FAFSA is a big
too.
thing. I got most of my shit was through Pell Grants until I could start paying, that all. Pell Grants are awesome. You don't have to pay them back. And I did the same thing that Erika talked about. I never got scholarships. I did Pell Grants and then I did stipends. But I did that track because Comp 1 at MIT is the same goddamn class as Comp 1 at your local community college. I guarantee it. So I went to Tulsa Community College and I earned 3 motherfucking associate's degrees from Tulsa Community College. And then I also went, from there, I was able to build and go to a 4-year university and then to grad school. So like, dude, community college is where it's at, and they're designed for working adults. Yeah, they're supposed to be for working adults, people who have kids, a job, whatever. Take night classes. I took so many fucking night classes, I can't even tell you. Do it and get whatever grant you need or whatever scholarship. Erika's recommendation for scholarship is fantastic. And just start digging into it and learn the weird shit first because it keeps it interesting.
How's that sound, Jules? Okay, good stuff. Call in again. You're doing great.
Yep.
Yeah. Hopefully the next time I call in, it'll be with a more definitive position on like my religion. But for right now, this has been really like informative for me. Thank you guys so much. This has been amazing. Thank you guys.
Wherever you come out on it, the important thing is that you're asking questions about it and you're cementing why you believe what you believe.
Yep.
All right. Take care.
All right. Take care, Jules. Bye-bye. I love in the chat, someone just said, I'm about 3 hours in. They're starting from the beginning, and they say, every caller has been so great and sweet. Wait till you get to Imperius. Also, like, we had a couple people try to call in. We have lines open right now. We have we have 3 people waiting, and they're all agnostics. And there's not a lot here to disagree on. There's one, kind of discussion, one science question, and one person who has a disagreement about a type of science that I'm not terribly familiar with that we're gonna have to talk about as we get into it.
Me either. I saw that and I was like, the first thing I'm gonna say when we get this person on is I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. But we've got lines open right now. Creationists, theists, if you believe in a god, if you don't believe in evolution, if you're a transphobe, if you're a climate change denier, if you're MAGA, if you're pro-ICE, pro-Trump, this is your show. Call in. Let's talk. I've still got my lettuce over here. I'm about a quarter of the way through my lettuce. My wife brought me some fresh miso soup and these little vegetable fried pouches, and a platter of soup dumps, some soupy dumps.
Can you pull that lettuce up again? I don't think you're a 4 through that lettuce.
Maybe a 5th or
profile.
A 6th.
Put that bitch in profile right now. Other way. Rotate. Pretend it's blender. I'm rotating this way. Keep rotating. Keep rotating again. You are not. You are like maybe an 1/8 through that cabbage, my dude. Maybe.
We'll keep going. Going.
Also, I want you to know that every now and again I check in with chat, and someone in chat said that when you took a big bite of that lettuce, that you looked like a, quote, himbo tortoise. There you go. Let that lull you to sleep.
I've been called worse things for worse reasons. You know? I got these soup dumplings here. These soupy dumps. I'm very excited about those.
Can I just where are the creationists tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
I don't know.
We've had we've had Imperius, right? And that's it?
Mm-hmm.
And we can do better than that.
They're not sending their best.
I was gonna make the same joke. Yeah, you're not sending your best, folks. Come on. Let's see something better than that. I know that you guys can do better than yelling. Well, I suspect that you can do better than the yelling. Call in.
Let's talk to Riley, who's been waiting for 4 hours.
Holy.
Who's an agnostic, who wants to talk about consciousness and things. Riley, at long last, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today? We can't hear you if your phone is asleep, so make sure your phone is awake. Riley.
Hello?
You've been asleep. You've been waiting for 4 hours. And now it's time to talk to 2 weirdos about consciousness.
Riley,
what key am I even in?
Are you still conscious? Call.
I'm all over the place.
Yell or speak or do something.
Make sure your phone's awake. Here. We're gonna give you a little bit of time here. We're gonna keep the dead air going because you've been waiting for 4 hours for this, y'all. And if you're having a hard time, that would be a miserable situation.
Yeah, that would suck. And we'll give you a minute. I don't know. I was about to take a big bite of this apple, but I don't want to crunch in everybody's ear. So I'm gonna wait until I have an opportunity to
crunch it.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I've been making sure.
ASMR.
No, the mouse sounds are, you guys, I don't know. Trust me, you don't want to hear that. I've got a very, so let me, here's a fun fact. Actually, I'm going to give you guys 2 facts while we're waiting on Riley. The first fact is I have a very resonant nasopharynx. So when I chew chips, when I chew chips with my nose closed, it sounds like I'm crunching with my mouth open because it just resonates. And my nostrils flare. So when I'm really enjoying a good crunchy chip, it ends up really loud. The second thing is, this was the shit post that I was going to tell you about. So a couple of people have asked what my sweatshirt is, and I'm excited to share it with you. I've had this sweatshirt for almost 10 years. I ordered this piece of shit off Amazon years ago because it's the Japanese wave, that really pretty Japanese wave painting, but it's purple, and I like the color purple. So I was like, that's kind of cool. And it looks like a cozy sweatshirt, so I'm just going to go ahead and get it. So it comes in the mail, and I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. What are the little green things? It kind of looks like, and then I was like, oh my God. It's a lean wave. It's a wave of lean or codeine mixed with Sprite. So it's lean. It's my lean sweatshirt. This is my
Erika goes hard. We just learned.
This is probably this is my coolest sweatshirt, I would say, and I ordered it completely unintentionally because I'm not.
I know.
I'm not cool. I'm not a cool drug user. I'm not epic
so here's the thing, though. I know. I'm not gonna sell too much, but I know a thing about a drug, right? Never heard of lean before today, and the fact that you recognized it. Codeine and Sprite, you said? I mean, I'm not gonna knock it till I try it, but fuck y'all.
First, do you not know about the entire menagerie of over-the-counter trippy experience? You know about the Benadryl Hat Man? You don't know about, you take so much Benadryl, you see the Hat Man?
I know about some things. Yes, actually, but
okay.
Codeine and Sprite is a new one to me.
It's called lean, Lean. I know that this is a thing.
I heard it, and I appreciate it. I'm blown away by you. Just the fact that you were like, oh, that's what that bottle must be. That's a fuck. I don't know, man.
Well, I saw it, and I was like, I mean, what else would it be, Forrest? It's a purple. What color is cough syrup? It's archetypically purple, and then it's like, okay, well, these are obviously Sprite bottles, right? This is obviously meant to be a Sprite analog. And so it's Sprite and cough syrup, and that's what you mix to make lean. There's no way
codeine isn't cough syrup.
I'm pretty sure codeine isn't cough syrup. Is codeine in cough syrup?
Maybe I'm stupid.
Yeah,
maybe I mixed up.
Yeah, what is wrong? Yes, codeine is in cough syrup.
Is it? Really?
Yeah, it relieves pain. It's used to relieve pain and coughing.
What cough syrup?
I guess my friends are just kind of cooler than your friends were. I don't really know what to say.
What?
Maybe I'm just a little bit maybe what you would say one of the bad kids. Maybe I'm a little bit from the spooky side.
Sure, maybe here's the issue. I'm trying to figure out where my disconnect is. Is this prescription cough syrup?
I think it used to be. Maybe it used to be, but it isn't now. Or maybe it is. I don't know. It's one or the other. Either it used to be and now it isn't, or it isn't, but it used to be. It's one or the other.
Either way, it's way easier to get a hold of than a lot of other drugs.
Yeah, which is
because I'm familiar with cough syrup being a recreational drug. I get that.
So it's cough syrup, but you mix it with Sprite. That's your mixer, and then together.
No part of this is shocking to me, except specifically codeine as the chemical in question.
I don't know what to tell you. If you look up is codeine in cough syrup, the answer is yes. This is the purple cough syrup, and then this is the little Sprite.
Because codeine, as far as I have never codeine, as far as I know.
This is also maybe a racial thing, right? Because I've heard of it's in rap songs and stuff. It might just be a cultural thing.
Okay, hold on. It's in rap songs, but it's also in It's in Glass Animals.
I'm just trying to explain why this white man hasn't heard of lean before.
Okay, that's true.
Well, it's not. I'm just saying.
No, it's also a white song, is what I was saying. It's sipping codeine Coca-Cola. Sure, it's not Sprite, but that's in Glass Animals, Life Itself.
Like I said,
Glass Animals, Life Itself.
If you had just said this is a mix of cough syrup and no problem. The fact that you specifically said codeine is throwing me for the loopiest of loops, and so I'm just double checking.
Look it up. Check my knowledge, Forrest. Check my knowledge. I've got the street on this one. I don't know what to say.
I believe you.
What is the phrase I've been seeing on Instagram?
And people are. I'm seeing lots of things saying that there are cough syrups that contain codeine. As far as I know, they're all prescription based. So you'd have to. It would be a more illegal narcotic than just the people who abuse cough syrup where I'm from. Because here in Oklahoma, you abuse cough syrup, you just go buy some fucking cough syrup and you just get fucked up on mainly the antihistamines.
The Hat Man is a big the diphenhydramine is a very different experience than lean. I know these are two
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt in my mind that diphenhydramine and codeine are going to treat you differently. Sure. I mean, I get that.
And I'm knowing this, of course, secondhand. I'm aware of these mostly through the rap songs and through social media and things of that nature. Not cool enough.
Yeah. But
I'm too scared and anxious.
Codeine is. Oh, is it opiate or opioid for codeine? Because it's not synthetic, is it? So that would be an opiate.
Don't ask me that question. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure opioid means synthetic.
Of course, between the two of us,
is naturally derived.
Between the two of us, you can be the Walter White chemist guy who's a dork, and then I can be the cool Jesse who knows I know the streets and I'm familiar with how to talk with the kids.
If you say.
Anyway, that's 8 minutes of Riley.
Yeah, 8 minutes of Riley. Sorry, Riley. We gave you a shot. That was a good call, I think. I think that was a good. That's probably a good call.
Hey, it opens up the possibility next time you're in Tulsa and we're hanging out. Now I who knows where the night will take us. We've got 2 atheists and 2 agnostics on the line right now. We're going to start jumping into them. But I encourage more theists to call in. I like talking to atheists and agnostic. We have pleasant discussions with them. But, I'm here for some fight, y'all. I woke up for this to make sure that we could have some aggressive conversations. So if it doesn't have to be aggressive. It doesn't have to be mad. But you have to disagree with us. I mean, for fuck's sake. So, people in the chat. We've already had to have several people in the chat, talking about prayer. We had somebody talking about trans people. I've got people on my channel every goddamn day talking about how we don't know anything about evolution, or we don't know anything about LGBT people, we don't know blah, 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 blah. I guarantee that after this show goes live, we're going to get comments talking about, these hosts still, they can't prove that abiogenesis, blah, blah, blah. We've been going for what now? 5 hours?
I'm just I'm wondering where the sauce is tonight. This is probably, other than what's his name, atheist guy. This is the weakest creationist turnout of any of our long shows. Where are they? Someone call Stevie.
Fine show.
Get Stevie on the line now.
Oh, fuck me, Stevie, dude.
Find Stevie, send him to me. He's reliable.
Dextromethorphan. So someone one of our the call screener just got in the producer chat and just said dextromethorphan. In context of what? Dextromethorphan. That's if I remember correctly, dextromethorphan is the bronchial dilator that's in in Dayquil and NyQuil. Dayquil is acetaminophen, dextromethorphan, phenylephrine, and guaifenesin. I think those are the ones.
Can I just say that I'm the world's biggest guaifenesin fan. I'm a Mucinex lover. Not even nothing else added. Just give me the Mucinex. It makes your throat feel not clogged at all with allergies. Yeah, it's great.
Guaifenesin, that's maybe I'm mispronouncing this. It's an expectorant, and it loosens that shit up. Phenylephrine, I'm pretty sure there was some research a couple of years ago that was it didn't do dick.
No, it didn't do anything. It don't do anything.
Yeah.
My dad, my dad's a physician, and he was telling me that when the switch went over, he was just it's just not. He'd been telling my mom for years that it doesn't do anything. It doesn't perform above placebo.
And then dextromethorphan is a bronchial dilator, and then of course acetaminophen is going to be your painkiller and also gives you autism. And so I'm waiting also, I'm a fucking biologist. I don't know dick about anything. So maybe there's probably a pharmacist in the chat right now who's furious that we are mispronouncing something or misremembering something. Let us know, because I'm always curious if I blow it.
Sorry, I'm wearing a beanie and I've got a lean sweatshirt on. I'm gonna mispronounce the pharmaceutical names. I don't know what to tell you. How about you come to my house and then you tell me how we pronounce Australopithecus diaramida, and then we'll talk. We'll give tit for tat on that. I'm getting sassy because the creationists aren't showing up.
We just need again, calls are open. The lines are open. 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description if you're outside of the U.S. Sorry.
I know I interrupted you by accident. I thought you were done.
You're fine. You're fine.
Continue.
Well, we got somebody in the screening room right now, so maybe that'll go somewhere. But we also still have a couple of atheists, a couple of agnostics as well. I have a tomato.
Someone with a Twitter, please antagonize somebody into calling.
I just want something sassy.
I'm feeling fired up. I'm feeling like there was something in my cabbage that made me fired up. It was probably some kind of evil chemical because it tasted like shit. But I'm feeling ready to fight.
You were having a hard time with that cabbage for sure.
The cabbage tastes really bad. It tastes like dirt and something else, and I don't know what
it's a wild decision for you to grab cabbage instead of lettuce to eat.
I thought it was the lettuce. I don't know. I told you this over text message. I'm a spinach eater. When I have a salad, I want spinach. I want baby spinach, or I want the regular kind of spinach.
I'm all about spinach. When I go to Mexican restaurants, I order. I'll trade out all my fucking enchiladas for spinach. Like it's so good. But I'm just saying, like I don't know, man.
Wait, trade the enchiladas for spinach?
Yeah, put spinach. Spinach enchilada
in the enchilada. Got it.
Hey,
got it.
Torchy's tacos. I'm pretty fucking sure. I think it was Torchy's tacos. Like they will just sell you some fucking. No, I think I'm misremembering. I think I'm spreading misinformation right now. I was in Austin, Texas a while ago, and they went to one of the famous Austin places. And they just gave you fucking. You give you a plate of spinach for like $5. It was awesome. I don't know, man. Anyway, do you want to wait a few more seconds for this theist to call in?
I want to wait, and I'm going to ask your opinion on something. So I asked Darren Naish about this. He's a Tetsu guy, tetrapod zoologist. Anyways, I got a gift for Christmas for one of my dogs, and because I got too many dogs, and one of my family members got a bulk collection of Amazon dog toys, and they were dinosaur themed. Because they're like, you like dinosaurs. So, this is one of them. This is, I don't know what it is. I want to get you guys' opinions on what you think this is. To me, this looks like they mixed up the T-Rex head with some kind of sauropod body, and then they gave it a poop color and a poop glisten. So
What's
it looks
tail?
Like some kind of chameleon tail. Like it's like a curly tail. I mean,
that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Clearly, this is like a head, like they've got the detachable, like the head has been put on here. Like they've got a bunch of different options, and someone's just taking the piss, I think, with this. But this looks like some kind of evil cryptid to me, and I don't want to give it to my dogs because I kind of love it. I've kind of fallen.
If you give it to your dog, your dog's going to be misinformed about paleontology. Is what's most important.
Not just misinformed, but God only knows what's in this. It's supposed to be like a nylabone, kind of like a dog chew, like a plastic dog chew. God only knows what's in this if it looks like this. Like this is going to make them ill, I feel. It's better, and it's better in my hands, I think. Anyways, chat, suppose we discovered this beautiful gift. This actually is like our crocoduck. This is proof of creation right here in my hands. If you disagree, call in. Anyways, wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah, tell you. We got our caller who came through, and they're another goddamn agnostic.
Oh, what?
But it's about morality. So I guess we can do that.
We could also do
I'm not trying to be rude. I appreciate all callers, and I appreciate good conversations. It's just I know that the audience is here to hear us disagree on things. So who knows? But no, I agree. Number 41 is another thing as well. So let's take this person first, and then we'll go to that person. I'm going to say 41, then 47, then 37. It may be that order. 35 and 43. Those are just people who agree with us.
We love you guys regardless, but I don't know. I was in a fighty mood. I like the calls where I get to argue with people. The ones where I don't, it's just like somebody's being really sweet and usually giving Forrest and I unnecessary compliments, which I have a hard time reacting to as it is. So
I hate it. I can't do it.
We love and appreciate all calls, and we're excited. Some of these calls have wonderful topics. I was just I was feeling fighty.
It's about the show. It's about maintaining the show. I'm going to take this call, and then I'm going to get into these dumps while these dumps are still hot. You can't just let the dumps get cold. John, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Hey, Erika, Forrest. Big fan. How we doing?
Hi, John.
I'm also. I got a platter of hot dumps. I'm having a great day.
Don't react to that, John. He's trying to get a rise out of you. Or me.
Hot soupy dumps.
No, I'm with you, looking for a fight. But, as I work at my forklift job with a lot of right-wing people, there's, of course, tension. And, I mostly walk past these people, or there's the friendly nod, and it's like, these MAGAs are so scared of the conversation. I mean, you're experiencing it right now. No one wants to talk to you because they don't have the facts. I think they pretty much admit they don't have facts on their side.
They have alternative facts.
Well, and I'm wondering, my question is, should we be nice to Trump supporters? But I think the bigger question is, what do we do to change their mind, their hearts and minds? And that's ultimately what I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry to ramble on, but I know that they don't seem like much to debate. I used to be right wing, and if no one stuck up for me or no one listened to my bullshit, I'd probably still be stuck in the right wing mentality. Luckily, I had a passion for debate, but a lot of these people seem like they're too far gone.
Yeah.
What are your opinions?
There was a video that just went out recently of I believe he was a Hmong man, this East Asian guy. ICE busted down his door in Minnesota and dragged him out in his underwear into the snow to detain him. And he is a U.S. citizen. But he is not white. And therefore, we're doing this. And there are plenty of videos of ICE agents straight up telling people, you have an accent, therefore, we need to see your identification. They have detained hundreds of U.S. citizens for either being non-white or just in the way. They have lost, just misplaced, thousands of immigrants in their concentration camps. There are already credible reports and already lawsuits as well going on of sexual assault and rape going on in these camps, of guards coercing prisoners or detainees, or exchanging sexual favors for basic human rights necessities, phone calls, things like this. Amnesty International has already mounted credible evidence of torture in these cases. U.S. citizens who have been to these camps have reported torturous conditions as well. At its very, very, very best, at the absolute most benign, we have a bunch of ICE agents' identities have just been leaked, and they are Proud Boys. We know we have plenty of images of ICE agents with Nazi tattoos. This is, remember, the force that was told that they could round people up based on if you have a tattoo, you may be a gang member, and we need to send you to CCOT. So, in the very, very best case scenario, we have a group of domestic terrorists and far-right extremists hiding their faces, concealing their badges, hiding their identities, going door to door, demanding that other people prove their identities and their citizenship on pain of brutality, torture, and reasonably death, because they are also killing people who are in the way, who are protesting them, or in their camps. And the party of you can't take my guns, we need to resist tyrannical government, is now apparently completely fine with show me your papers on every street corner. And having a paramilitary group that is better funded than the FBI and less trained than a child in a driver's ed class, going around with guns and literally by the license of the Supreme Court, locking people into cells for weeks at a time without basic human necessities, basic sanitation, access to their families, access to a lawyer, anything based on their skin color, their accent, or what job they have. And so, quite frankly, I appreciate the question, and I know that it is my job to try to reach out and help bring people over. But to be perfectly frank, if somebody is okay with that and takes umbrage with me calling it fascism and Nazism, and thinks that I'm just a woke leftist calling everything I don't like fascist and all these things, they can fuck right off. And it is not my job to entertain them. We literally fought a war about this, and if push comes to shove, I'll fucking do it again. No, I don't think that is a redeemable position, and I'm certainly not going to put it upon myself to try to be nice to anybody who is supportive of any of that. We punch Nazis in this house.
Well, yes, I'm very much convinced not to vote for Trump in 2028 after all that. But after, just walking by these people, as I work, I don't know if you deal with these people in your day-to-day life anyway. But I walk by.
I live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yes, sir, I do.
So there's probably nothing you could say real quick to. As in passing, to change anyone's mind. Otherwise, we would have thought of it already. So, we don't need to be nice to anyone who's a Trump supporter. Fuck them.
Go ahead.
No. I mean, everything Forrest says is true. Obviously, fuck ICE. Obviously, it has been indefensible for over a year now. It is even more indefensible every hour that passes, every ally we alienate, every innocent citizen that gets locked up, every country that we pull aid from, right? Like, it's one thing after another fucking thing with this guy. There is no defending any of this at this point. The people who do are either fairly hateful people who it doesn't matter if other people get hurt it doesn't matter if they get hurt as long as other people get hurt more than them, or they are profoundly ignorant or profoundly delusional, right? I think at this point it has to be one of those things. It has to be. And case in point, I mean, you can find people who voted for this piece of shit who are like, enough is enough, right? And I think that's sort of running in line with what you were saying earlier, John, which is that you were like, I used to think like that and now I don't anymore. And those are the kind of people who, given what is happening right now in our country, if they were going to be convinced, they'd be convinced already, right? Like, we deal with a lot of creationists here, and I see a lot of people who have perspectives that it's like, okay, maybe they just haven't seen the right evidence yet. And it has been the case before, although it's not common, that when you show somebody the data, they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that, and they come around to it. There's also plenty of people who are not interested in having the conversation. All creationism is to them is another way to signal to their in-group that they're willing to go along with whatever the plan is and move their tribe forward, as it were. So we're in a quandary here, right? Because I find it so shocking and unimaginable to think that there could still be people out there in this country who would support Donald Trump and his administration, given all the shit that he's done. And yet, I know people, members of my own extended family, who don't have a fucking clue what he's been up to. They voted for him and stuck their heads in the sand. And I like to believe, and I don't know this for sure, but I like to believe that if, I live far away from this, so I don't have the opportunity. I like to believe that if I could talk to them about it, that they would change their mind, because they've changed their mind in the past about things, thanks to conversations with other family members. But I don't know that to be the case, because we've seen plenty of examples. I mean, we remember the woman whose daughter died in the measles outbreak in Texas last year now, who said she'd do it again. She wouldn't vaccinate her. She would again choose to decline to vaccinate her kids. Rot in hell, you're a negligent parent, right? Like that. That's the long story short. So all of that to say, I've presented a myriad of different scenarios here. It's hard to say. And I think you have to take it on an individual basis who is worth talking to and trying to explain what is actually going on, who is so memory holed by Fox News that maybe, just maybe, there's the opportunity to be like, are you actually okay with this? Because I'm sure many listeners to this show have examples of people who they've talked to this, who they've been talking about what's going on in our country enough that they've been pulled out of it, right? But there's just as many examples, if not more, of people who just dig their heels in. So I wish I could say, my gut reaction is fuck Trump supporters. I don't care about them. At the same time, I think it is in part our responsibility to, for the people that are reachable, extend some degree, if you can. And when I say if you can, I mean people who are in privileged positions can do this, right? To try to explain some of this shit to them. And if they still don't see it, you cut the line, right? I mean, you can extend some patience here because we're human. We want the people that we love and the people that we know and the people that we see good in to see what's going on. But you can't reason someone out of sheer delusion, and you can't reason someone out of sheer hate. So when you run up into either of those walls, it's too late. But that wall hasn't been reached for everybody. So I would say I know it's an incomplete and shitty answer, and it's not going to be a one size fits all. But you have to use your own judgment on some of this stuff. And just to reiterate again, fuck ICE.
I think there's a great example of exactly that. There's this podcast called The Necessary Conversation. And it's these two people. They're adults, and then they have their parents. And their parents live in Oklahoma City. And the two adult children, one lives in California, one lives in Texas. And the parents are super MAGA. And the mom, as they talk,
stupid.
Yeah, well, and like they present every day, they're like, hey, here's this next fucking god-awful thing. Here's this next news story. Here's this thing Trump actually said or did. And the mom is occasionally semi-redeemable, where it's like, no, obviously I should not be harassing American citizens. Like, I think that's wrong. I just don't think that it's happening, right? I just don't believe the news about it, whatever. The dad is just a hateful fucking turd. Who literally just literally like, no, fuck them, fuck if I did something to them, then they deserved it. I don't care who it is, and kill them all. And like the kid, his son lives in California, and he is speaking to his son as like, kill everyone in California. They're all woke liberals. Destroy California, nuke it, including you. Fuck you. And I'm barely exaggerating with the shit that he says. And so like you hear the things that these people say, and it really becomes apparent, and this is just one anecdotal piece, but like, as somebody who lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and deal with Trump supporters every day, I can tell you that the calling it a cult is not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. It's not hyperbole. These people literally cannot think anything that Trump does not allow them to think.
Something else?
Yeah, please.
Are you guys determinists? Do you believe in determinists that were basically like, I mean, in the sense, I guess the determinism is basically like, if you really think about it, you've never made any decision that wasn't affected by, like the fact you have a brain, your brain is operated on mechanical properties and the environment around you, right?
I'm not sold on determinism myself, no.
I think...
Okay, I mean, I'd like to hear why, because sorry to interrupt, but we'll just finish. I wonder if like hate is like a physical thing. If there's like a physical way to like, I'm just asking, what do we do? All right, that's all. Thank you so much, I'll listen now.
No, man. You've done totally fine. I mean, you let us ramble, right? Which we're the hosts, we tend to ramble. But I mean, I'm not sold on determinism either. I think mostly because I don't know enough about it. I think Sapolsky makes a really good case in his book Determined and in his book Behave. But I mean, those are pop science books. They're big, but they're pop science books. That's the extent of which I understand determinism. So I don't have a steadfast position on it.
Yeah, but I feel about the same way. I have heard the arguments for it, and I get them. And I like, with Sapolsky specifically, I love his takes on a lot of things, and his talk about like human behavioral biology. I think it was his TED Talk, Humans at Our Best and Worst Selves, that then became the basis of his book Behave. And the whole premise is like, every instantaneous action, you can literally build a fucking, 3 billion year evolutionary history for that one single action. And I agree. I think that's a phenomenal take on it. but then pushing it into hard determinism is where it kind of crosses a line into like, just, I would need a lot more convincing to get there, and I'm not going to take a strong position on it because it's just so far outside of my area of expertise, and that is such a massive claim. I want to read a lot more on it before I take that plunge.
Yeah, because like a lot of what you like what Erika was saying about the woman who had a measles daughter. I mean, there's studies on anti-vaxxers. Like, you show them facts, you show them pictures, you show them all these different things. None of it works. In fact, most of the stuff just makes them double down. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna prove me wrong? I'm gonna be wrong even harder." And like the science behind it, it's basically neurology. That their brains are just, I don't know. I think it's just the brain doing self-defense, protecting its fragile little ego or whatever. I don't know if there's a way to tap into that with Trump supporters.
I'm pretty sure the study is called Cool Dudes. There's a study about that where it's talking to white Christian conservative men. And I believe they actually coined the term in that study, like the white conservative male effect. I might be mixing it up with another one, so double check. But like, and it's about climate change deniers. It's about super conservative Republicans, and they're super anti-climate change. And then they sit these people down and literally just go through like a college level course on climate change with them. And the more they learn about it, the more they double and triple and quadruple down that this isn't real. And so there is a thing called worldview defense, and there's a lot of stuff about that. It is actually involved in my research right now, and I haven't gotten to that part of it. I've listed out what my plan is, and I'm currently in some early stages of data collection, but digging into that psychology is actually part of what I'm doing my doctorate on right now. I'm going real big interdisciplinary. So I've got a big biology thing, and I'm touching onto human psychology as well quite a lot. I'll let you know what I find in 2 years. If I have any solutions, I probably won't.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right, take care of yourself.
Thank you. You've both been great. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Bye, John.
Bye, John.
Really nice call. Yeah, no, that is actually, I'm currently researching, like, I'm doing behavioral neuroendocrinology, basically. I'm studying hormones in the brain and how they lead to, how they're associated with learning, but also like fear and decision making. And I want to study, I'm using evolution as a model to specifically dig into how to teach science in ideologically adversarial populations, by figuring out why Christian conservatives here in Oklahoma reject it from like a neurochemical level. And so I'm gonna dig in. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, remind me at some point. Remind me at some point. I have a couple of papers because I was doing something on this. I had a video that's partially scripted about a little bit of this concept. You probably already have your papers if you've done your lit review already, but I found some really interesting stuff from our perspective for what we do here, as far as like how you actually build that bridge, because the bridge is buildable. Evolution is a classic example because for whatever reason, and I have my own ideas as to why I think that is, over the past, 26 years now, evolution acceptance has skyrocketed after 50 years of stagnation, despite the curriculum not really changing at all, right? So the question is, what has changed, right? So we should talk about this sometime.
Yeah, most definitely. I would love that. That sounds great. Because, like, yeah, dude, if I can, if my ideas are functional, I'm not trying to say too much because I'm on a massive platform and I don't want my shit stolen, but like, if my ideas are functional, I should be able to get that good interdisciplinary blend of biology and psychology, and maybe develop some better ways to do what we do for a living. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me tell you, this is the perk of studying mycene ape canine teeth sexual dimorphism, because no one is going to steal my idea, because I know the 16 other people that study this, and they know that I'm doing it, and no one else cares. So it's a really wonderful way to safeguard your ideas.
Just do something really fucking niche.
Just do something really niche, yeah.
Yeah. We've got plenty of callers on the line now. Still no theists, but some interesting conversations. Do you have one that you're interested in? Because I do.
I know the one that you're going to pick, and I am okay with that because I have to pee. So, do we want to do that one?
Yeah, I can do that.
Wait,
I was also
let me
going to
make sure that. Which one were you thinking? I was thinking you were going to say 49.
I was, but I was also going to dig into 37 because I've been waiting for a long time.
37 has been waiting. Either one.
All right. I'll jump into 49 since you're going away anyway, and then I'll dig into this first. Let's talk to Charlie, who just called in a little bit ago, and fuck you to the people who've been waiting for a long time. You're all atheists and agnostics, so you're all at the bottom of the list. It's a dealer's choice. Let's talk to Charlie, who wants to talk about trans people. Welcome to the line. You're on with Forrest and Only Forrest. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Kind of can't believe it's this easy to just call into you guys.
That's the whole point. The worst case scenario is that you would be waiting. Like, we have some people who wait for a couple of hours before they get on, especially if you're calling in as an atheist.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, not fuck you to the people who I skipped ahead of. I'm sorry that I know you just said that, but
It's hard, because if someone is asking a general science question, they're going to be farther down the list. And if someone is calling that they agree with us and they just want to muse on something and talk about something, they're going to be really far down the list. And so the reason I took your call is because it sounds like you either disagree with some of our positions or have pointed questions about some of our positions. And so that puts you closer to the top. So like it's always like, theist is the first person, and then someone who disagrees with us and is spicy, and then someone who disagrees with us and isn't spicy, and then it goes down all the way to the bottom with someone who just has a general question or whatever. That's so. If these people called in, they've already been waiting for over an hour. They know that it's going to take a little while to get on.
I guess that makes sense. I just feel the need to apologize.
Be meaner.
Thank you for having me
hate
on.
them all. Yeah, dude, what's up?
I'm kind of sad that Erika left, because to be honest with you, I think I've probably watched more of her videos than yours.
I'm dropping the call. How dare you? No, she'll be back in just a minute. She'll be back.
Well, I'm happy to be here either way. So to get to the point, well, first I guess I just want to confirm what your actual beliefs on the topic are. So I'm not entirely positive. And part of why I'm so interested is because I think you're a respectable, scientifically minded person. So is Erika.
I've got you fooled.
Which hello,
Charlie.
So
how you doing? Sorry, did I interrupt something important?
No. Erika's back.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just good to see the both of you. Sorry, I feel like I'm taking forever.
You're fine.
So, I'm curious. I just want to confirm both of your beliefs on this topic just before we really talk about it, because I don't want to accidentally disagree with you about something, or think you think a certain thing that you don't actually think. So would you people in chat are making fun of me already. So
don't look at chat. That mistake.
Would both of you think that if someone is transgender, they identify as a certain thing, would you say it is correct to say that they are that identity? So, for example, a trans man is a man. Would you say that
Yes.
is correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitionally so, yes.
Okay. And so, just me personally, I'm
so sorry to interrupt you. Just one more time. Kaylee Nicole in the chat, one more time. Call the fuck in. You just got muted by our mods because our mods don't want to deal with your bullshit. If you have something to say it to us. Thousands of people are waiting to hear from you. Pick up the phone and call in. If you want to have a scientific discussion, this is your chance to talk to two biologists. Pick up the fucking phone and call in. Find a fucking spine and learn how to use your thumbs and call us. Sorry, go ahead, Charlie. Just really sick of people bloviating in the chat about how terrible we are and won't fucking do the thing. And then they're going to bitch and be like, oh, they muted me because they can't take the heat. They can't understand. Blah, 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 blah. Call in. Go ahead, Charlie. Please continue. Yes, trans women are women, trans men are men. We all agree on these things.
Okay. And I honestly, yeah, don't be rude in the chat, but like, I'm terrified right now. It is scary to actually call in.
Do not pay attention to chat. We're nice, and we're the ones who are talking to you. Chat can get rambunctious. Don't worry about them. Also, I did look at one of the messages from the person we just muted, and Charlie, are you aware that you are talking to two woke losers right now?
Exactly. That's
Forrest and I are woke losers, so
you got nothing to worry about.
You can hang up if you want. If you don't want to talk to two woke losers, I get it. So just let us know.
You guys are great. You guys are scientists. You make great videos.
And we're woke.
So what's your what's your question? Like, what do you want to dig into?
So you guys agree with the idea that trans woman is a woman, etc. And
precisely.
My issue with that is that I just don't understand how we come to that conclusion. Like if somebody, for example, is I feel like trans women get a disproportionate amount of attention on this topic. So I'm just
dear God, they do.
So I've talked to my mother about that. She has a pretty good explanation. But anyways, it's because of sexism. But anyways, If someone is female in every way, right? Like genitals, gonads, chromosomes, everything that we would call female, but then they get to a point where they identify as a man, so they are a trans man. I can understand. I mean, to the extent that I can understand something I don't experience, but I can understand how real that is for them, and how much, and obviously how we need to treat them as we would treat anyone else in society. But I don't understand their position that they are a man.
So it's really simple.
I don't understand how it's true that they're a man.
Yeah. So there's a few different ways we can do this, but I think just the simplest approach to it is, you do understand that sex and gender are different things, right?
Conceptually, yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, certainly the way that we use it now, I think conservatives kind of, at this point, do themselves a disservice when they try to pretend like they're not different things, because it's the ship has sailed on that. It's that we're clearly, when we say gender, we clearly don't mean the same thing.
Yeah. So it's not just conceptually; it is scientifically, right? And this is old news in science, right? This is very old, and you can walk through some of it in yourself. If sex and gender were different things, then there should be, or if sex and gender were the same thing, if they were synonymous, then there would be no way that gender roles could ever change over time unless sex also changed over time, right? And so the fact that the example that I've given a couple of times in the past couple of days on this channel is like, here in our culture here in the United States, if I were to talk to you about what it is to be a man traditionally, just say what are manly behaviors, you probably wouldn't chalk up painting how do you say, doing makeup, wearing a full face of makeup, wearing high heels, and fainting with distress over heavy emotions, and weeping with emotion, and like all these are not really masculine characteristics that we call manly things today. And yet, in the 1600s, those are very manly things, right? Before the 1940s, wearing pink was the manly thing. Pink was the boy color and blue was the girl color, right? And so like today, in the year of our Dark Lord 2026, if I were to walk around town with makeup and a powdered wig and high heels and wearing all pink, and something happened and I wept and fainted and all these things, guarantee most people would say I wasn't acting very manly. These are not manly characteristics. That shift would not be possible if sex and gender were synonymous, unless my biological sex had evolved and changed over the past few centuries. We can give a million more examples to make this more clear, but like, it's not just a conceptual thing. Scientifically speaking, gender is this social category, and that isn't to say that it has no biological implications. or that there isn't a neurochemical aspect to it, or that it doesn't have a reflexive aspect, that it changes you as you interact with it. All of those things are true. But fundamentally, the thing that makes it what it is and that determines what it is society. It's us. We change. And that is evident just by the existence of different gender constructs around the world throughout history. And so now we look at the terminology that we're using here. Someone can be male or female. They can be a man or a woman, right? And we're not counting non-binary people at this moment. We'll get there later, right? But they can be male or female. They can be a man or a woman. If these are different things, if sex and gender are different, then where's the problem? If you're a woman or a man, that isn't the same thing as saying you're a male or a female. So a man is a man, period. Some men are males. Some men are females. They're men. And when you add that adjective, trans, on there, it's an adjective. You know? Black women, tall women, skinny women, athletic women, anxious women, musically inclined women, whatever it is. You know, pick your favorite adjective, y'all. They're just adjectives. And trans is just an adjective. And therefore, trans men are a type of man. Trans women are a type of women, just as white women are a type of women, and just as muscular men are a type of man. Just dudes and chicks doing dude and chick stuff. Does that make sense?
I think so, but it makes me wonder what exactly we mean when we say things like man or woman. So like,
yeah,
like how do we define these terms?
That's great. So, you know, a lot of people are still sticking to like adult human male and adult human female and pretending like those make these more objective standards. And there's a couple of hangups with that. The first one is that if you're using adult and human in there, you are already admitting that this is a social construct, because adult is a social construct and human is a fuzzy, weird gray area that's kind of difficult to define in science. We talked about that earlier. You know, human could mean our species or anything in the genus Homo, both of which have fuzzy boundaries. So if you say adult human male to try to pretend like that's this solid scientific thing, you are still including a social construct in that, and you are still making something that is fuzzy and difficult to pin down a necessary condition. So, like, that blows. Speaking of necessary conditions, that's a fun thought experiment. Try to find a necessary condition, that something physical, right? What is one thing that all cisgender women and transgender men have, that all cisgender women and transgender, all cisgender women and transgender men have, all cisgender men and transgender women have, and like is purely based on physiological characteristics? There isn't one, right? But if you want to try to find a necessary condition for gender, it is their gender identity. A man is a person whose gender identity is aligned with the cultural, behavioral, social, and or physical characteristics that they associate with masculinity. That's what a man is. Every single man fits in that category. That doesn't include anything about self-identification, doesn't include anything about my perception, doesn't include anything about how society sees them or views them or defines them or whether they're accepted or not. It's their gender identity is aligned with masculinity, the social traits, the behavioral traits, maybe the physical traits that they associate with masculinity. That's what makes them a man. And that is true across all of these lines. Same thing with women. And if it's both, then they could be non-binary. If it's neither, they could be agender. Gender's a spectrum. It's weird and it's fun.
Woman equals pink eyelash and bow. Man equals none of those things. That's how we actually determine. Science. That's actually the science of it. So we determine if it's like this, then that's woman, and if it's like this, then that's man. And this is how conservatives do it. Is they hold up their little card and they're like, oh, fuck, what? This is a real tough one. This is real tough. I didn't study for this test.
Right.
Anyways, Charlie, this is Forrest's bread and butter. He does a great job explaining this every time. I feel like the easiest way of explaining it, the way that I understand it, that's the simplest to me is that it's like, self-identity and gender have always been intrinsically tied together, as Forrest said. That's why they've changed over space and time. And the space aspect is important to that too, because what is considered masculine or manly here is completely different than perhaps in another place in the world, right? Like rites of passage, signs of puberty, right? Like what happens before you should have a kid, how you retire, like all of these things. Roles in the workplace, parenting roles. These things change depending on where you are and when you are. But I think the best way that Forrest describes this is just like, okay, well, a trans woman is a type of woman, and a trans man is a type of man. And that's as simple as that's as simple as it could possibly get, and that's as complicated as it needs to be. I mean, we can have all these other conversations, but I don't think it needs to go deeper than that. I've talked about it deeper than that many times on this channel, and like I said, we can go there, but
I have a long video about it on mine. Anyway, does this answer your question, Charlie, or is there a little bit more to it?
I don't want to take up too much more of your guys' time, but you guys have been great. But something, now that we've talked about it a little bit more, something I want to sort of understand better is that, so it seems like you're basically saying that gender, man, woman, how we determine these things is ultimately a bit subjective. And it's sort of, if you're a man, if you're ultimately more masculine, or a woman, if you're ultimately more feminine. Is that accurate?
Not really, because there are plenty of masculine women and feminine men out there. And so it really comes down to where your gender identity is and what traits are important to you that align in this thing. Like I said, it is entirely internal. So like subjective, if you want to use that word, fine. But like, it's not to say just like, if you are more masculine or feminine, no, it's your gender identity aligning with these traits that you consider important in these areas.
I think too, like, I don't know. I mean, what I'll say about this too, Charlie, is that like Forrest and I are going to come at this from a biological perspective and from what we've learned about that and how that applies to morphology and genetics and physiology and things like that. I would consider, if I were you, if you want a better fleshed out answer, I feel comfortable saying it's definitely a better answer than I'm going to be able to give. It's called the Transatlantic Call-In Show, right? Like we have a call-in show that's specifically hosted by trans people who can give you like a very in-depth answer on this as well from a lived perspective. So I'm just putting that out there because like my answer is obviously going to be missing some stuff. It's going to be missing some nuance. As tends to be the case when you're lagging behind. I mean, I'm always learning new things and new ways to talk about things. But like, okay, Forrest kind of outlined this for you a little bit earlier, right? Like, when we talk about gender roles, what is feminine and what is masculine? What characteristics are concretely feminine and concretely masculine through space and time? Like, is there anything that we can think of that's a characteristic, not an intrinsic, whatever, biological thing, but like a characteristic of behavior and interest that is always feminine or always masculine? Because I don't think you can. Like, I don't think you can draw these very clear lines and say in every culture, this is the thing that man do, this the thing woman do. And then say that those are your discrete gender roles. So I think that's partially why defining what a man is and what a woman is can get a little tricky, because when you divorce gender from sex, as it has been divorced from for quite some time, like that's not controversial. Conservatives can try to pretend like this is a new thing, but it's really not. Being as they are divorced, you have to define gender more on behavioral aspects and gender roles, which are always changing, which means that those identities and what constitutes those identities is also always changing. And that means that it's inherently flexible. So I know that it's not like a satisfying answer, but I think that's just like, that's the nature of the beast here. Like, just given the diversity of human behavior that we see even just now, let alone when we step back through time.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I could stay a little bit longer and talk to you guys more, but I don't think I'm being very well received right now.
Charlie, don't worry about how you're being received. Attention to chat. You're checking chat. Don't check chat. Chat's crazy.
You're doing fine.
Well,
you've asked good questions, and you've been respectful about the answers.
They're saying I was rude to the screener, and this is obviously he said she said, but that's not true.
Here's the thing, man. What I would do is I would you said you don't want to take up time, whatever. Like that's fine. We've got other calls that we can get to, anyways. But like, I'm glad that you called in to ask these questions. It's clear that you're thinking about it. That's a good thing that you're asking these questions. That you're clearly trying to understand it better. I mean, chat's gonna dog on you. Chat's chat. You gotta just let them do their thing. My advice would be call the Transatlantic Call-In Show, right? Look into this some more, or watch Forrest's video on it, because he's got a video on it. Watch some other content of people sort of breaking this down from a biomedical perspective and from a human behavioral perspective and from a sociocultural perspective. And then call back. And we can have this conversation again.
I think also our screener, I don't know what happened between you and our screener, but I know for sure that our screener is kind of frustrated right now because she's dealing with a lot of callers and a lot of people who are calling in to question her existence and her validity as a person. So while you have been very polite and respectful, you have to understand that wears on a person, And so like, it's just fucking frustrating, dude. And it is a touchy subject, and it's a lot of pain and hurt feelings right now. I think you've done a great job so far, just asking questions and listening to the answers. If you have follow-up questions, I'm happy to take them while you're here. You are not bothering me by asking these questions. So if you have something else you want to ask, that's great. If not, we have other people waiting. No big deal either way, dude. Don't feel pressured.
Well, something else I'm curious about is, so typically when someone is transgender, they show some kind of sign of this based on how they express themselves. It's usually not as simple as, I identify as this. It's usually I identify as this, and so in order to feel more comfortable with myself, I'm going to, I don't know, do something different. Maybe start dressing a different way or something. Or maybe they don't even do that, and maybe it's just, the way they act, they come across as more gendered in one way or the other. Maybe they're a biological male, but they just act very noticeably feminine, so they tell you I identify as a woman. That doesn't come as much of a shock, but
you also don't even have to put biological male on there. The only males are biological things. There's no robot males bopping around,
That's a good point. That's true. So I guess another thing I find hard to sort of understand is, and this is more of a hypothetical, like I don't know how common this is at all, but like what if somebody is, they truly identify as a man or as a woman? It's harder to do multiple things at once. So let's just say they identify as a man, but they're a trans man, but they do not, nothing about them is masculine in any way. Nothing, they don't attempt to present masculine. They don't attempt to alter their body anyway. Let's say they don't even prefer he him pronouns, but they identify as a man. So at that level, what does that mean? Is it just as simple as this is the word man, this is the word I prefer to be called?
No, I would ask you. I would ask you, Charlie. You're a man, right? You're using he him pronouns. I'm assuming you're a man. Sure.
Yeah.
So what did you do to earn that manhood? What work did you put in to be a man?
I don't think it takes any kind of work, but I do think that.
So here's this trans man over here who doesn't go through any conversion, doesn't go through any transition, a social or physical transition, anything like that, doesn't put in any effort to do any of this stuff. They're still a man. And if he's telling you, hey, I'm a man, I know I don't look like it, sorry, then that's your problem to decide, are you going to treat this person with respect? Well, I can tell you, when I was a kid, when I was in middle school, I was a petite little boy with a higher pitched voice, and I had long hair down past my shoulders, and I got called a girl all the time. And I was still a guy. And I correct people if I cared enough to do it. Yeah, and I correct people if I cared enough to do it. And so, like, if you don't have to put in any effort to be a man, neither does anybody else. And the question that you asked at the end, like, is this just a word that means whatever I prefer to be called? No, it means the same thing as it means to you. It's their gender. It's what they're telling you. And they may not look like that to you. Maybe they have a fucking condition that makes them look this way or that way. Maybe they prefer to dress this way or that way. Maybe they're a cross-dresser and they're not trans, they just want to do this. It doesn't matter. This is their gender identity. It's aligned in this way. So you deal with it in that way. And that's all. And if you fuck up, then you apologize and you do better next time. And that's it.
Yeah, it's not
something that I think is really important. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Something I think is important. We were talking about the call screeners as well, and our call screener, Stephanie, did put this in the producer chat, and I asked if I could read this out loud, and she said, fuck yeah. She said, it's so deeply personal, and the difficulties it presents in real life are so fucking profound that almost every conversation is cutting out the profoundly human experience. Why not just say, I don't know, and I can't know, ask a trans person? And I think that's what's really important, is that, like, we as cisgender people don't usually think about just how much our gender impacts our day-to-day life, especially men. We have the privilege of not thinking about our gender a lot. But for women, and especially trans people, and especially trans women, I feel, they are confronted with the reality of their gender on a daily basis because they're treated differently. Because even sometimes when people are being nice, they're being nice in ways that are internal, just like fundamentally rooted in chauvinism. And you kind of have to wonder, like, do I want to be a bitch and tell this person, please don't fucking do that and treat me like I'm a fucking China doll, I'm a person, you have to, or do I, and then that's a whole other thing, or do I want to deal with this and have to worry about how I'm going to be treated tomorrow? And that's the best case scenario. More likely I'm going to be assaulted or hurt, and trans people across the board, men and women, are 4 times more likely to experience, violent assault, sexual assault, than any cisgender person. And so, like, you and I, as cisgender men, we get to kind of breeze through life not thinking about what our gender is. We never have to seriously ponder it. We never have to dig into it. And we don't have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis because it doesn't matter to us. We just do whatever the fuck we want. But for all these other people, as Stephanie said, it's a fundamental part of your identity that you should, Charlie, take the time to dig into. And when every single situation in your life is associated with this and is dancing around this and is reflexively bouncing off of this and has different intentions and meanings and implications and everything, all coming down to this fundamental part of who you are, and then how people decide to perceive it and whether or not they decide to hurt you because of it, that's fucking weird. And that's something that folks like you and I just do not, and maybe even cannot, wrap our heads around. And so the best we can do is try to just pay attention and ask them questions as respectfully as we can, and understand that it is not their goddamn job to teach us, and to be very thankful for the times that they do. And beyond that, just try to make the world less shitty for them so that maybe they can live the same way that we do for a minute. Because I guarantee, dude, as much as, we have a lot of trans activists on this show, a lot of transgender people who are also activists and stuff, I have never asked them this question, and I don't have cause to do so, but I would bet a lot of money that a genuine absolute dream for Luxander, for Stephanie, for Arden, for Josie would be to spend one goddamn day without explaining who and what they are and why that's okay. And to just be a fucking person and play video games and do nothing for a minute. I bet that'd be really fucking nice. So that's what I would encourage you to do, is just kind of just put yourself in that mentality for a second. Take the time to explore your gender and who you are, because not enough cis people get to do that. And just realize that you and I, man, we are in a position of unbelievable comical privilege. And that's not a bad thing on its face. Good for us, right? And it was not our fault. But we don't need to apologize or feel responsible for it, but we do need to take responsibility for that and go out and try to use our time and our lives and our privilege that we have productively to try to help everybody else. Because women and trans people, they deserve better than the hand that they're dealt in this stupid fucking world we live in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. I certainly don't think we should make life harder for people. And I do think it really does suck the way that transgender people have kind of recently been like thrust into the spotlight and like,
yep,
or have to face all this kind of scrutiny. That obviously seems terrible. So, I mean, and I just want to like say that I'm sorry to Stephanie, the screener. I was not trying to disrespect her.
I don't think you were, man.
To the extent that I can understand, because obviously I'm not a trans woman, but to the extent that I can understand, it sucks being pissed off and it sucks feeling like people are constantly scrutinizing you. I'm very sorry about that. I understand that sucks.
Yeah.
Really, it's not my goal philosophically to upset people or fuck with people.
I would not have given you this much airtime if it was.
Thank you. But anyways, that's really all I got for you guys. Thank you for having me on. It's been great. I think you guys are both great. You make good content. Erika, you made a lot of great anti-creationism videos, like your bite-sized busts. Those are pretty good. As somebody who went through a religious phase myself, material like that is very valuable because being religious is a very scary thing, and it's because there's all kinds of crazy stuff that you believe, hell and just awful stuff. I was miserable when I was religious, so it's great to see that there are people who offer you a way out with actual facts and with science. So I appreciate that.
Happy to help, man.
So thank you guys so much. That's all.
Of course.
Right on,
Thanks
man.
for calling.
Take care, dude.
Thank you. You too.
We got, like you said, goddamn nothing but great calls. We have one sassy guy.
I know it. I know someone in the comments was saying that earlier. They were like, "It's not a very spicy night." I know. I don't know what happened.
It's here we are. We got just pleasant people with honest questions. Fucking what is this?
Can't complain.
It's SkepTalk, y'all.
It really is. It is. That's what it is when it's chill like this. It's a little baby Skeppy talk. I don't know.
It's a little SkepTalk.
What are you thinking? Not with that. With the next call.
Ma'am. Number 35 has been waiting for 2.5 hours, and number 37 has been waiting for almost 2.5 hours.
Oh my god. Okay, let's just do them in order. Do it. Also, well done, Forrest. Excellent job. Very eloquent.
Thank you. Thomas, my mouth is full of cauliflower, and you're on the line.
Oh my god. I wasn't really prepared for like the lean sweater lore drop on this one, but I'm gonna continue on with this. Also knowing the big lore drop that you also are a Dracula lookalike. This is crazy news. I'm not alone here in the Great White North.
I feel like I've stumbled across a coven that is existing in the United States, and no one knows it besides me and every watcher of SkepTalk this evening. This is probably how Thomas is covertly communicating with Forrest on which city they're going to descend upon and victimize. Oh no, wait, ICE is already doing that. Actually, you guys don't have to do. Our current caller?
That ain't the Ice Age I wanted to talk about on this one, though, so we're good. But, yeah.
The person I was talking to on the phone.
What is wrong?
Basically...
Don't listen to him, Thomas.
The cauliflower took it out of me.
It's not the cauliflower, it's the lack of blood.
At least it ain't any of that garlic. So long as you stay away from that, you're clean, man. I've been about several years clean. It does you wonders. I tell you.
Tell us about your question, Thomas.
I basically wanted to ask about the end Pleistocene mass extinction, specifically within North America.
North American megafaunal turnover? I like it. Well, not a turnover.
Yeah.
Loss.
Well, definitely better than just calling it the Wisconsin and terrestrial megafauna extinction event, but
yes, I agree.
I've been sorely confused about it quite a fair while now, and I was figuring if I can ask for both of your wisdom on this subject.
We can give it a go, and I can certainly tell you the best of my understanding what is going on, and I suspect I might have an idea as to why you might be confused, and it's not your fault.
I can probably talk about a couple of evolution trends, but I am going to bet money that Erika is way better equipped for this than me. So I'll just be here as a little cheerleader, and if you want to talk about Bergman's rule, I'm here for you.
Oh, great. So thankfully my Dracula wisdom on this is a little fuzzy, so this is going to help out greatly.
Hell
yeah. I'm from Alberta, and for most paleontologists, specifically within the Quaternary studies, have heralded Alberta as this important landscape area because this is where the purported and longly abused term ice-free corridor has been used specifically within Quaternary studies and paleogeography. And I have been looking through so many, good Lord, studies specifically about individual megafauna mammal species like American mastodon, giant ground sloths, maybe the several hundred species of Ice Age horse. And I was just wondering if you have a particular idea or hypothesis as to why so many diverse mammalian megafauna could suddenly disappear within a several thousand year to nearly 100-year time frame.
The last I checked, right? So I know there were sort of two ideas bouncing back and forth as to the reason why the North American, megafauna were hit so hard, so fast with this mass extinction, especially compared to other continents, right? And originally, the idea behind this was that it was like, okay, well, it couldn't be just climate because otherwise other continents like continental Europe and Eurasia and Asia specifically would have been hit equally as hard. The other side of that coin is that this extinction was caused by the introduction of a plucky, overzealous hominin called Homo sapiens to North America, and that the pressures of new Homo sapiens being there, at least in the case of some of these megafauna, is what ended up doing them in, right? I mean, humans move it. This is a classic story, not just with humans, but with invasive species in general, where you have something that isn't used to an area, it moves in, nothing that is there recognizes it, nothing that is there is capable of defending against it. In this case, pointy sticks, it's hard sell. Like, I don't know, you're gonna have really hard pressed with that unless you're Glyptodon, and even they got. So this idea for a while was that it was humans, right? Like humans roll in and we cause this mass extinction. My understanding is that the most up-to-date research on this, and I don't study the Pleistocene, so you'll have to forgive me if this is off base, but last I checked, the idea is that it was this 1-2 punch. It was a combination of this late Quaternary Ice Age and the incursion of humans in, and it fails me which happened first. I can't remember whether I think the Ice Age happened first, and then humans come in and sort of knock things off, like exacerbate an already dwindling population as these glaciers are creeping down and then creeping back up. But this seems to me to be a feasible explanation, at least in part, right? Like two things working in tandem, and then there's probably a myriad of other things going on, right? Like typically when you've got these glaciation events, there is some degree of floral turnover. So I could see a world in which the turnover of vegetation is also causing this problem. Because it used to be that you could have mastodons and mammoths essentially grazing in the same field, but this wasn't the case after this most recent glaciation and then glacial retreat, if I remember correctly. So long story short, I think it's probably a combination of a bunch of factors, the two primary ones being the climatic change that occurs sort of pushes a lot of these animals to the brink. It wouldn't surprise me if that's also what did the horses in, because horses are very sensitive to what they eat. If living horses are anything to go off of, even Przewalski's horses, which are pretty robust, are sensitive to the type of roughage that they're able to eat. So if you have a floral turnover, climatic change, and human incursion, that's going to be enough, I think, to knock out a lot of these North American megafauna. I think the best support for this, at least in the part of humans, is that when we look at other locations, when humans arrive on the scene, megafauna take a hit. Even if they don't go completely extinct, they take a hit without exception that I'm aware of, right? Like humans show up on Australia 70,000 years ago, Australian megafauna disappears shortly after that. Humans show up on Madagascar, just hundreds of years later, we see the extinction of the mega lemurs that are present there. Humans leave Africa, incur into Europe and into Eurasia. And when I say humans, I mean Homo sapiens in particular. Megafauna take a drastic hit there. The only place that seems immune to this is Africa. And what's interesting about that is that just so happens to be the place where humans evolved, which means that the critters that are there kind of understand what we are, right, and how we work. And so they have a not just an instinctual understanding of us, but a cultural, if you will, a social understanding of what we are, which they learn from the individuals that they live with, and that's passed down parent to offspring, what you should fear and what you shouldn't. So I hope that answers it at least a little bit. Again, I don't study extinctions and I don't study the Pleistocene, but that, last I checked, is the best explanation. Does that make sense? Sounds like you've already done a lot of reading on this.
It definitely makes a lot of sense there. It's just, unfortunately, because I'm in a small town here in Alberta, Canada, and especially with like all the other socio-political things going on there, I know some people would just say because of the Alberta tag, like, oh, they're going to be independence, but I assure you not. I'm separate from that. But within my community, there have been these largely interesting topics, or rather answers to this, in spite of the fact that within central Alberta, there's a huge plethora of quaternary fossils. But most of the time, people either believe that there was a catastrophic flood that went in through the area, not like a global, but like a glacial flood, where an ice dam breaks and then just all that spills through. And there was another idea of this comet impact. So I'm not sure if that's like meant to be like a quasi KT event, or rather just something that went out of nowhere and then like, here we are.
Yeah, I got curious when you were talking about the flooding. That made me curious, because like we've had mega floods that have occurred specifically in North America, specifically with relation to these glacial sheets that tend to incur down onto Canada and then recess again. The one that I'm always familiar, that I always bring up, is the Washington Scablands, which was a pretty major, we call it a local flood because it is local in the sense that it did not flood the whole world, but it was a pretty cataclysmic flood, even for a local area, that was caused precisely by what you're talking about here, is sort of the gates of this big ice sheet open, if you will, and lots of water pours out, and that's argued to be in part what defines and sort of creates the Washington Scablands. So I could see that playing a role. I would imagine that if this happened recently enough, though, to be the cause of the North American megafaunal extinction event, that this wouldn't be controversial, right? Like if we're talking about a flood that's that recent in the past, I would think that that's fairly clockable, because I think the Scablands are much more distant than that, and we can tell that that's what happened there. I don't know, though. You would know the area better than me. Like the area that you live in, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Alberta is just absolutely covered with glacial land features and whatnot. And in fact, also certain cities like Edmonton and Calgary have their own glacial lake names because they are completely built on flat glacial lake beds.
Yeah.
But
boy, I hope nothing bad happens there when the glaciers The glaciers melt. I hope that ends up okay. I hope none of us face any. But climate change is fake, so it'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the prevailing one. I had a talk with a security guard at the provincial. I think they call it the Royal Museum in Alberta, with talking about climate change, where the dude I was hired to look through the natural history section was questioning why the hell do we need to believe in climate change? It was the most uniquely Albertan thing I could ever think of, but I fear that's not the unique thing there.
I mean, it's the frog in the pot, right? It's the frog in the pot that's slowly boiling, and it doesn't realize that the water is getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and eventually it's going to be too much to survive, and by then we will be cooked. So, anyways, Thomas, does that answer your question, though?
It definitely helps elucidate a lot of it there.
All
I just didn't know what was like the prevailing idea or hypothesis there.
That's my understanding of the most recent stuff on this. But, again, feel free. I could be wrong. This is just the last time I checked, which has been in the past, like, probably 2-ish years that I actually dug into this.
Yeah, that is really helpful there. I personally subscribe to the notion of Clovis overkill. And not that it was like an early introduction of people like Paul S. Martin style, but rather that it was the technology that developed that allowed for that mass, rather, ability to hunt such large-bodied animals there. I know I catch some flack probably for immediately like saying Clovis technology, but that's my personal idea.
You might, but like the idea, it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to Clovis technology specifically, right? Like the overkill idea is tied to humans most pointedly. That was accidental. No one say that was a pun. I didn't mean that because spears are pointy. I think too that as this stretches further into the past, right? Like humans, it's not like humans rolled up and then everything died like a year later, right? This is a process. This took a really long time. And humans are being pushed further and further into the past as far as like when we got to North America. Like the more we look into this, the earlier it seems humans got here. But I know that some of that is contentious, and I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't know which I don't know which way this domino is going to fall just yet.
I got to step away for just 1 second and do something. Bergman's rule, by the way, is the general evolutionary rule that, like, when you have one taxa that's widely distributed, the populations in colder climates tend to get bigger body sizes because then you have more different surface area to internal volume ratio, and that means that you stay warmer, and that's why, like, a moose is so fucking big as opposed to, like, a really small deer somewhere in, like, a more equatorial region. I'll be right back. Bye.
First,
no worries. Thank you.
Okay. I was gonna ask if you knew Allen's rule, which is similar, but it has to do with limb length, right? So you tend to have
Allen's rule is really cool. It's what you see in like populations like in Africa or like jackrabbits or whatever like that you get in warmer climates. You get long, skinny limbs because that dramatically increases surface area while keeping volume low, which means you get wicking away of heat really easily. And so, yeah.
The reason I was going to ask you about that before you left, that's why I brought it up, because I figured you knew it. I was going to ask you. Mm-hmm. The way that I remember the difference between Bergman and Allen's rule when I teach it is I always go, okay, big like an iceberg, and then the body gets bigger. And that's my little mnemonic to remember. And then Allen's rule is just the other one. Allen feels really, like the guy that would have really long legs. Anyways.
Yeah. Fucking Allen's all about that spindly bitch.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Allen.
Well, anything else?
I can only think of it as Velociraptor from Jurassic Park 3 saying it.
Oh,
I got something else to think of that.
There's that too.
Bergman's rule is definitely familiar to me. There was this paper I read that was like published in 2000 about fossils of Jeffersonian ground sloths up in the Yukon, Alaskan area. And they apparently argued for a reverse Bergman's rule up there high north. And that the ground sloths are actually comparatively shorter proportionally than they were within the lower 48.
I wonder if they were shorter, but if their mass was still similar, right? Because like theoretically, they could be quite large, right? Like in weight and overall mass, but then they sort of retract their limbs and they're just like overall stockier. Or it could be that Bergman and Allen's rule are what hold typically, all else being equal, but it could be that this ground sloth moved up there, and normally it would get larger, but whatever it was eating, whatever is the typical ground sloth diet, wasn't available in as high amounts there, so the population shrunk to sort of accommodate that. It could be that too.
That definitely would help out there. Yeah, it's just it was really interesting trying basically like look at the individual trees instead of the whole forest with like my own lit dive on this. I mean,
yeah, anytime I'm talking about, or anytime I'm like talking to somebody about a site, like the very first thing that you want to do to get an idea about like what the critter, like let's say you're interested in one animal, the very first thing you want to do is like go find out what the paleo environment was for that critter whenever it lived, because that gives you a really nice picture about every other selective pressure that might have been at play. And this is why ecology is so important, regardless of what you study, in biology and paleontology, I should say.
Yeah, the site that they were looking at was also like associated with like fossil material of wolverine, and as well as a distinct species called a short-faced skunk.
A short-faced skunk.
A short-faced skunk. It was like Brachyprotoma, I believe, was the name of it, or something like that. But yeah, like apparently that was like a whole thing. Short-faced skunk. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, no, me either. I would bet it's bigger than large or regular skunks too, because the short-faced critters, for whatever reason, tend to be larger. But I guess I'm really just pulling from short-faced bear, which is like very big. But anyways, Thomas, we still have some other colors to get to. So thank you so much for this. Hopefully that answered your question well enough.
Oh yeah, it definitely helped out. Thank you very much for having me on here.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, take care, man.
Take care.
All right. Since I am now in charge, Forrest is gone. I get to do whatever I want. And what I'm going to do is take the next caller who's been waiting the longest. I'm a sucker. What can I say? Okay. The next caller has been waiting for 1,000,000 hours and 1,000,000 minutes. We have Luke, pronouns he, him, from Colorado. He's an agnostic. And he says, I'm just going to read this off the list here. Applied kinesiology has not been sufficiently disproven. So, Luke, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, I can. You just got Erika for now. Forrest is off. I don't know. He's probably pooping. So, tell me a little bit about your question, because I confess, I'm not familiar with kinesiology. Certainly not applied kinesiology, but I'm looking it up now. So, tell me a little bit more about your question while I try to give myself a background here.
Okay, so less of a question, more so you guys were looking for a way that you could study what people are claiming to be supernatural. I had no introduction to the subject until I read one book called Power versus Force. The author makes insane claims, but he has what he calls a map of consciousness that is backed up by studies that he shows in this book. And I just want to make the case that the studies that he show are more robust than the studies showing the phenomenon to not be better than chance.
Okay. I can do my best with this. Usually when studies are involved, I rarely like to give my position on something, like on a study, without having read it first, but I can certainly do my best here on the fly, as long as you understand that it's probably not going to be as robust as it could be if I could read these beforehand. Can you give me a summary of David Hawkins, the author of Power versus Force, and the guy behind Applied Kinesiology? Can you give myself and also our audience here a little bitty look behind the curtain? What is it? And how does it work? What are the major claims being made, etc.? And while you're doing that, I'm going to be on Google Scholar seeing what the sort of conventional literature says about this.
Okay, so the author is a psychiatrist who went into this field. What it entails is muscle testing. So testing whether a muscle twitch can correspond to something being true or false. And on page 1 on the updated version of this book, the author makes the claim that this can determine objective truth and objective falsehood. So from page 1, I was like, there's absolutely no way this could be true, but I'm going to keep reading just to see if maybe my mind can be blown. So kept reading, was kind of skeptical up until the point where he points out the statistics and methods section, and he uses really small p-values, which as a quick way to think about it is the smaller the p-value, generally speaking, the more robust it is to false positives. So I was kind of surprised because I was like, that's actually real data, or it could be. Is presented in a way that it is like it's not super rigorous in terms of how he goes over the data, but if he's telling the truth, that's kind of a big deal. So kept reading to the end. And the back of the book is actually how you do the muscle testing. So the first one is a 2-person test where the first person, so the person being tested, holds out one of their arms to the side. The tester, so the second person who is involved, puts 2 fingers on the testee's wrist and asks a question in the form of a statement. So makes a statement and then tries to push down with their 2 fingers on this person's arm. And if it stays up, it's a strong muscle response. If it goes down, it is true. It is false. So it's a weak muscle response, so it's false. The other method called the O-ring method, I believe, and it involves putting 2 of your fingers together and using another finger from the other hand to try to essentially break the other ones open, using strong language. But essentially what you're supposed to do is develop a baseline from something you know to be true, feel what it's like when there is that strong response, and then see if you can ask something you know to be false and see if there is a difference. I think if you were looking, sorry, you go.
I think I've got a pretty good idea of it. I hopped on Google Scholar just to see what the current status of applied kinesiology was, and I was listening as you were speaking. The idea is basically like, and so far as I can tell, do muscles have some kind of intuition of sorts with regard to true or false things? Are our muscles tapping into something sort of ethereal that allows us to get to the bottom of things? And that's tested using these push down methods to see how muscles respond, and then what is true versus what is not. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct. I would say the author even goes further. He says it's like a repository of consciousness. So if you even have never interacted with something before, so you would never know whether it could be true or false, you can still get an objective response.
So the first paper that I was able to find is actually the one that Forrest flashed on the screen there a minute ago by Schwartz and colleagues from 2014, which I was kind of surprised that was as recent as it was, because it seems like Power and Force was published 20 years earlier in 1994. So I was curious, I was interested to see that this was still getting as much attention as it was. But the one he's got right now is from 2008. But what I was able to find,
I'm putting it over here.
Yeah, the one that I was able to find by Schwartz and colleagues was this pretty large double-blind study, and then it also took into account, I don't think it was quite a meta-analysis, but it took into account the results of other sort of applied kinesiology studies, other areas within the field, if you were. And I'm just going to read the conclusion to you so you can understand maybe why I'm skeptical, right? Like, I can understand that the author of Power and Force has published this book, and they're sort of summarizing the literature at that time and saying, hey, actually this does work, and these criticisms that we've received as a field are not valid. Well, this is a pretty large study from 20 years later, and this is what they have to say. The authors say, the data in this study, particularly when seen in the larger context of a review of literature from the applied kinesiology field itself by Klinkowski and LaBeouf, 1990, which considered 50 papers published between 1981 and 1987 by the International College of Applied Kinesiology, and the survey by Hall, Lewitt, Brian, and Little from 2008, used standard evaluation criteria, the QUADAS sort of standards of reporting. They call that QUADAS, and then STARD, and then JADAD, and then CONSORT. These are basically just methods for diagnosing and reporting here for research methodology, as well as 6 prior non-clinical studies by Radin from 1984, from Quintanar and Hill, 1988, and from Browd, 1989, as well as Arnett, 1999, Ludke 2001, Kendler and Keating 2003, and all of that was taken together. So critically, some of what was just talked about in this conclusion of the studies that were included in this review here were from before the Power and Force book was actually published in 1994. But a lot of it was also published after. So this is taking all of that into account, and this is what they have to say. It altogether suggests the following. The research published by the applied kinesiology field itself is not to be relied upon. And in the experimental studies that do meet the accepted standards of science, applied kinesiology has not demonstrated that it is useful or reliable diagnostic tool upon which health decisions can be based. So what I'm saying there is that it seems as though the literature, the scientific community has sort of passed judgment on this in a pretty major way, using studies published before, during, and after Power versus Force came out. So when I read something like this, my first thought is, okay, how did the author of Power versus Force actually reply to this? And, granted, I wasn't Googling around for very long, but it doesn't seem as though David Hawkins has put anything out about that. And I haven't seen any major sort of kinesiology pushback, but again, this is only like a light look-see. So I'm a little skeptical, Luke. Can you kind of see where I'm coming from on this?
100%. I was the same way.
Okay. How did you not become that way? What did you see that I'm missing here?
So I looked at his map of consciousness. So it's a logarithm. Do you want me to give you like a quick example?
Yes, because otherwise I'm not going to know.
So, got you. So his map exists from 1 to 1,000, where that is inserted in a 10 to the x, where x is replaced by whatever number that is, and that is essentially what he calls the consciousness level, or the level that is being calibrated of something, right?
Okay.
So why I'm hesitant to pass judgment and say might not be true, probably not true, where I stand on it, is because when you have something that fits that distribution, you run into slow convergence of the law of large numbers. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, what that would mean is that both the studies, like if he wasn't committing outright fraud, and the studies that are conducted that you're quoting, both could theoretically be true, because his claim is essentially 80% of the population won't even be able to use this test because of their consciousness level that they live at a day-to-day basis. So you're already dealing with a small percentage of the population. So double-blind placebo studies run into problems with slow convergence. You're also more likely to get type 2 errors, so false negatives. Those are the reasons why I'm hesitant to just throw it out.
But don't you think there's something to be said for the fact that, yes, this is a double-blind study that we're looking at, but it also includes what is essentially a literature review of all prior studies and found them to be lacking?
Yes, I do. Once again, I think that could be the case. However, I would say that the best reason I could give you is that you're essentially just taking time to measure a muscle twitch and read a book. And the author claims that there are ways that you can increase your consciousness level, increase the reliability of the test, and that will essentially translate to externality, being able to do the things that he claims you can do. I only have anecdotes from my personal life, so I'm not going to say that that's evidence because it's worth absolutely nothing. That's my case.
Do you think that if you hadn't had those personal experiences in your life that you would find this as compelling?
No, definitely not.
Yeah. So that's that's a tough spot for me, right? Because like what I see is I see a literature that has attempted to assess this and has not found it to hold up to scrutiny. And I hear you saying, okay, yeah, fair enough, right? And maybe it is the case that it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. However, what seems to be pulling you in the direction of, well, maybe there is something to this is personal experience, which like, I can respect that, but that's not going to convince me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
but
if I had the personal experience, it might. I haven't had it, so I don't know. But to hear it from you, like,
so,
I hear that and I'm like, okay, well, I've had a lot of personal experiences where I've thought that it meant one thing, or I've thought that it was indicative of something, or I thought it happened this way, and then I turned out to be wrong. You know what I mean? So like I don't necessarily trust that.
100%. So the only reason I would even recommend this is because it seems like there is like an asymmetry in terms of like how much time is this really going to take for me to assess this and have these personal experiences, and what is the potential payoff if they're even partially true.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It is in essence Pascal's wager E. It's like you might as well give it a go, and if it helps you, the benefits are huge, and if it doesn't, whatever. It's not like you wasted that much time.
Correct.
Yeah, I got you. Well, Forrest, do you have anything to add to this? I think I've sort of given my perspective on this deal.
What's consciousness level mean?
Your guess is as good as mine. So he tries to basically display correlates. So it's essentially a value that you can give to different concepts. You can do it to a sentence, you can do it to a paragraph, you can do it to a whole book. But once again, if you're taking an average of something, it's going to be heavily skewed by the maximum given how the numbers average together. What it actually corresponds to, I don't know. What it correlates to, I can only quote what the book says, which is some of it is like what people would claim are supernatural, which if you guys are looking for like a low cost way to just kind of mess around and see if this works, this might be something you guys are interested in. I don't know.
It sounds like it sounds an awful lot. What's that guy's name? Max Gearson. And then Jack LaLanne and the other one, the entire field of chiropractic. Where it starts with some big claims about health and whatnot that have no real founding, and then it turns very quickly into a cult. And it could maybe be taken seriously down the line, but it doesn't right away, because you're talking about things that are like some serious pseudoscience babble. And some stuff that, like we talking about here, is just your guess is as good as mine is what this is, but like you could try it and you'd find out that it's true. It doesn't work for me. Erika talked about this paper that I also showed on screen, this double-blind randomized study. I also found this literature review, which ends with the same thing. If we go down here to the author's conclusions, there's insufficient evidence to show diagnostic accuracy with kinesiology. That kinesiology had a specific therapeutic benefit for any condition, and that the validity of muscle testing has been established. So just there is no evidence. And then there's also this paper here, Kennedy et al. Applied kinesiology unreliable for assessing nutrient status. It's just over and over and over. When people look like when this guy writes a book and says, holy shit, y'all, here's this thing that can do all this cool stuff, neato bandito. But every time it appears, when people actually try to look at it, it comes up short. And it's the same thing as Max Gearson saying, well, if you just fucking put a bunch of fruit juice up your butt, you can cure cancer. That sounds awesome. But then every single time we try anything even close to that, it doesn't work. And, chiropractic coming in and saying, no, it's actually just a relationship between muscles and nerves. It's and bones. It's about mechanical issues of your body. And then we look at it and we're like, okay, sometimes you can help with localized chronic back pain, but everything else you're saying no, And so that's kind of the same thing I'm seeing here. Is it's It's just not real. It's not good science. If it is real, it hasn't met its burden of proof yet. And some of the stuff that you're adding onto it by using terms like energy level or consciousness level or whatever is quickly encroaching into the realm of like actually like what would rightly be called alternative medicine, new age medicine, cults. It's right up there with acupressure and acupuncture and reflexology and acoustic therapy and crystal therapy. Until it proves itself, I don't have a reason to take it seriously. And when it stops using language like that, I might have a reason to start listening. But we're just not there.
Okay. Just as a disclaimer, I am not using these words. What are we just quoting from the book? This is what the author is saying.
Yeah, no, I don't think you are. I don't think you are. But that should be a major red flag for you. That's what's in the book.
It was.
And this dude has never done any further follow-ups from that book to negate any of the actual research that is being done that demonstrates that he's full of shit. So like I said, it's the exact same thing as, you know, the people who take tuning forks and bang them together and put it on your joints to align your whatevers, or the people who sell magnet wristbands and they're like, here, we got these studies that show that it works. And then a bunch of studies come out and show that they don't work. And they say, well, you just got to try it and you'll feel it. I'm sorry, no, I don't. And the problem with things like this, the reason why I get aggravated with them, I'm not aggravated with you, Luke, but like the reasons why I get aggravated with them is because people hear this stuff and they take what you said here about like, you know, you just got to try it. And you know, I was a skeptic too. And then I started reading it and you know, all these studies that say it doesn't work, fine, but this guy said it does, though, you know, and then they eschew real medicine for these things, you know, and that causes real harm. And so
Agreed.
that's got me in a grump about it, and it makes me a lot less likely to be charitable about it, you know. If we were talking about like something about how muscles evolved in the first place, and it was some weird fringe idea, I'd say that's pretty neat. But when it's something that actually like results in people choosing not to trust real doctors or go to real doctors and then they die, that makes me angry. So yeah, man, it hasn't met its burden of proof yet, and it makes a lot of woo-woo claims, and that pisses me right the fuck off. So I'm not a fan, but if you find any real research that demonstrates that it's good, fucking send it my way, yo. I've got a bunch of friends back in biomed school that would love to tear it apart and tell me if it's right or not.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, please.
The only reason, well, one of the only reasons I'm here today speaking to you is because I am a cancer survivor. So please go to your doctor. Like if they tell you to go see an oncologist, go see the oncologist, take whatever medicine they give you because it might save your life. So listen to doctors always, all the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love that. They went to school for this shit. Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Anyway, I appreciate you, Luke. Have an awesome rest of your day, man.
You as well. Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye. Well, you know, we got 2 calls left, but lines are closed after that. So all the people in the chat telling me about prayer and whatnot, and telling me that we, you know, don't understand sex and gender and all these other things, you blew it. You blew it. This was your chance. I can't hear you. I think your microphone's muted.
It's weird that they blew it, isn't it? Right? It's like, you know, we've been on here for, I mean, by when all said and done, we've been on here for like 8 or 9 hours, and it's like they didn't come. They had a long time. It's not like we're on for like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's not like we're on for 2 hours. We're on for 8 hours. Where were you people? Where were you?
And I'm broadcasting the shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm like I invite people. I'm all over threads. Every person who's like evolution is a blah 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 blah, or like you sex and gender camp, and I'm popping it like, hey, here's 2 biologists. Let's talk right now. And if they respond, it's like, I'm not gonna go on your show, so you're gonna make money off of me. I'm like, cool. You're just gonna keep being wrong on threads
for free.
What a life.
For free.
Yeah.
literally doing it for free on Threads. Like on Threads too. On Threads. My God.
Most clowns get paid, and here you are working
That's what
for
I'm
free.
saying, right? Like at least we could pay you an exposure here or publicity.
Right. Jesus.
Pick our next song.
Yeah. We've got Ben is our longest caller. No pronouns listed. I don't see any. Anyway, but who knows? Is he him? We're gonna go he him.
From Arkansas.
Who wants to talk about disagreements between Christian denominations? Ben, you are our penultimate caller of the night. How are you?
Yes, doing great. I don't know why it's not none listed. It would be it's he him. Sorry, I don't know why it wouldn't have anything listed. That's weird.
It's probably just an issue with the screening technology. It's fine.
It's an issue with Forrest. I can see him on mine.
Yeah.
It's very obviously him. It's always him. Anyway, so one of the things I wanted to talk about with the disagreements between Christians in media. So essentially, there's a company called Angel Studios. It's run by Mormons. So Jimmy, if you're listening to this, I mean, first of all, Jimmy, if you're listening to this, go fuck yourself. First of all, but second of all, Angel Studios made a David movie, and in it, they portray Goliath as a descendant of the Nephilim. So that means 24 digits, like 6 fingers and toes on each foot and hand, and pale skin, and like gold blonde hair and blue eyes, and just like 15 feet tall. It's just like, and other Christians, namely Catholics, are like, what is this? This is inaccurate. How dare you take creative liberties in a story that's fictional anyway? And I just find it really funny. That was one thing I want to talk about, how it's like this story that is very likely never happened, but just like there are two factions that are like, no, it was totally like, no, it was not like this. It was totally like this. It's not like this. It was totally like this. I just find it really funny.
I'm always going to give Catholics more grace than I give anybody else, just because the Catholics have been at this for so long, and you can't say they don't put their money where their mouth is, right? Evangelicals and to like the evangelicals here in the States, like it's fanfic, baby. Like that's when I see what they're up to here, they're making shit up with zero precedent, right? Like my big thing is like one of my bigger things video wise is I went to the Creation Museum and the Ark Encounter, and there was just like, I mean, if you've read Genesis 6, it's not very long. Genesis 6 and Genesis 7 there's not much to it. I mean, God gives the dimensions of the boat, and he's like, take 2 of every critter or 7 of some critter, and blah blah blah, etc. etc. And then it's like the Noah's Ark exhibit has like a moon pool and like technology to get rid of the waste, and like everybody has their own luxury suite, and all the animals have their own wonderful enclosures with enrichment items. I mean, it is just, they brought plants on the Ark, they brought amphibians on the Ark, they had a little grow tent or whatever on the Ark to grow stuff. I mean, it's like none of that is biblical, none of that is scriptural, and then they'll turn around and be like, but the Catholics are adding to scripture by accepting that the earth is round and that it's not 6,000 years old or 10,000 years old or whatever, right? Like, I mean, the Ark Encounter people aren't flat earthers, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's a little bit rich to me, right? That they will gladly like change stuff on the fly if it makes their perspective make more sense. I'm talking about the young earth creationist here. So it's not surprising to me that this stuff with David happened. But that's crazy. I kind of want to see what the David design was. Or the Goliath design. That sounds badass.
So if you look up, like, there's like this thing for Angel Studios kids, it's called like Epic Face Off, and you see Goliath, and he's like just Nordic pale. Like he looks. I mean, like just like what. You know, it's like, what's this guy doing in the Middle East? His skin is going to turn into like a raisin, And it's just like, why? How is this? And it's like, oh, well, he's a descendant of the Nephilim, so he's more resistant to those kind of things because the Nephilim were superhuman and they were super intelligent, and they were super strong, and so Goliath is a descendant of them, so he shares a measure of their power, but he's just not like as powerful as them. So he just has this great strength, and nothing can really hurt him unless it's God's will that a small rock hits him right in the forehead and he just collapses. And it's just really, really funny to me.
I'm trying to find a good picture of it, but I can't. I'm going to keep looking.
Okay.
Forrest,
but yeah, look up David Angel Studios Goliath.
Angel Studios, okay. I'm not finding Goliath any. Oh, wait, I see him.
Yeah.
Oh wow, they really did make. That's crazy. That's nuts. Wow, he really is. He's like alabaster. That's nuts.
Yep. No, this is a big thing here in the States. I'm getting like their billboards, or in the States, in Oklahoma, I should say. Sorry. They're like billboards for this shit everywhere right now.
For this movie? For this film?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, okay, like you can try, but like you're never going to beat the GOAT, which is Prince of Egypt.
Right.
Like I'm fairly sure this movie isn't even a musical, and if it was, I'm certain Hans Zimmer didn't score it.
Right.
This one is a musical, actually. I looked into it.
Wow. Did Hans Zimmer score it?
Dude.
Who scored David?
I'm not sure.
You know, it's
one
that
thing I do
3D animation too. I'm not a big fan of the. I mean, I like the 3D animation. It's not as good.
My favorite part of the Prince of Egypt is when they leave out the part that God hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he could show off his dick more and slaughter more people and do more plagues. That's my favorite part.
Prince of Egypt's got some lines that go just so hard though. That movie actually goes fucko mode. I think it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
But I also just really like DreamWorks' animation style for that. I like cartoons, so I really enjoy that. I think it's a beautiful movie. Let's put it that way too. Well, Ben, you got your work cut out for you in Arkansas. You're just like Forrest.
Yeah. I know. Trust me. I think I've talked about like my situation where like if I were to say, oh yeah, I'm a socialist, that would be an interesting predicament to say the least.
I mean, I gotta tell you, man, don't be safe. Don't do anything that's gonna put you in danger.
Right.
But like here in Tulsa, the amount of MAGA that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, speaking of Tulsa, I actually I go there sometimes. There's a kayak park kind of next to an oil thing. We're not entirely sure if the water there is like perfectly safe because corporate shit, but because there's literally there are literally oil reservoirs on the other side, and apparently there's contaminants in the river. Anywho, have you ever been to a restaurant there called Mahogany Steakhouse?
I don't think so. Sounds familiar, but
is it at the top of a big casino?
No, it's not at the top of a casino. It's its own place, and it is a little bit it can be a little bit pricey, but it's got some really, really good stuff. It's
I'll check it out. All I was saying is be safe. Don't do anything that's gonna get you in trouble. But as far as announcing you're a socialist or whatever like that, here in Tulsa, whenever I'm out protesting, I remember when I was out holding up signs that said Black Lives Matter, when I was out waving a flag saying fuck ICE, when I was out reading the Constitution on the sidewalk, that was a fun one. The amount of people that drove by and threatened to come shoot me or kick my ass or whatever like that, and the people who actually came over and tried to start shit, massive disparity. 100 to 1. So like I said, and also protest isn't for everybody. Public life isn't for everybody. Be safe. Take your safety seriously. But I feel like being outspoken in a lot of these ways is also a really good thing, especially if you have the privilege to protect yourself, you know?
Most of these people are all talk. Keep that in mind.
Yes. For example, me, I'm not much of a protester. I'm very much like inside. I'm inside reading a book, and then I might like post something anonymously somewhere. In
That's okay.
It's like
protest is dangerous, and it's messy, and it's scary, and it's physically draining and emotionally draining. You need to know how to defend yourself. You need to be aware of your surroundings and be able to pull people out of there. You need to be okay with getting arrested if it comes to it. You don't want be safe and be peaceful, but be ready for shit to go sideways. And that's not for everybody. And that's the cool thing is that progress is an ecosystem. You know, it's not just one thing. Not every single person needs to be the person on the front lines of the protest unarresting people, right? Not every single person is going to have that role. There's a lot of us that are going to be online, talking to people, spreading messages. There's a lot of people that are going to be in their community centers, meeting with people and passing out pamphlets. There's a lot of people that are going to be doing phone banking and door knocking. There's a lot of people that are just going to have a flag outside their house to show support for this and that. Like, all of it matters. So don't worry. If that's not your bag, that's not your bag. Find ways to make a difference. And there's always a way for everybody to do so.
good news in my area. Only a couple ICE agents have actually been deployed where I live, which is actually like really good because that's, I mean, just a couple. That's compared to like,
yeah.
I mean, I think they only like dispatched one squad in the place where I live, so that's kind of, I guess one good thing is that there's only one squad operating in the county I live in. So that's, I guess, kind of cool.
Yeah,
still
the better than what it is in most places. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, the fact that they're operating an issue is an issue, and the fact that they have more funding than the actual federal police is also an issue, in my opinion. But
yep.
But especially since
I hope every ICE agent out there. No, I'm just gonna say I hope every ICE agent out there. I hope that your phone only charges at like a very, very specific angle from now on. That's what I hope for you. When you plug it in, you got to get it just. You got to like wrap
I hope, Forrest. The things that I hope would violate TOS.
No, me too. But that's why I'm picking that one. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. That. Especially to the guy that that committed a second-degree murder against Renee Good. That guy, that asshole, said "Boogan Booch." Yeah, that guy especially. Yeah, and also we know his name and his address now. Actually,
yeah,
someone posted it.
Yeah,
yeah,
and Chris,
yeah,
you know him, creepy ass, is out here saying that saying his name is doxing him. I thought he was a federal agent. I thought he was a public employee. Weird, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, really, really weird how they're hiding their, I guess, well, whatever they say to make it harder for us to do anything against them, right?
Right. I think what's interesting about that case is just what a bitch that guy is, because you can watch the video, the body cam video that was leaked.
Yeah, he
like has his phone.
Insecure dude who, yeah.
Yeah, he has his phone in his right hand, and he's walking around. And Renee says to him, "I'm not mad at you, dude." That's the last thing she ever said to him. And then her wife comes up and gets it, and she's not like aggressive with him, but she's like, "Hey, fuck you." And she's like, "Oh, you need to go get a sandwich, big boy." She's making fun of him. She's emasculating. Pardon me. She's emasculating him. She's belittling him. And you see him in his video change his phone to his non-dominant hand, and then walk in front of the car where he doesn't need to be and where it's actually against policy for him to be. And then he shoots her, which, even if you want to pretend that he shot her from the in front of the car first, then two more in the side window, off to the side of the car, through the window, where he is clearly impossible to be in any danger there, and then immediately says, fucking bitch, which is not a thing that you say when you're scared for your life, in my opinion. I've just never seen that. He murdered that woman not because he was scared. He murdered that woman because she was not scared. He murdered that woman because a woman stood up to him, a woman said mean things to him, a woman made him feel small. And the only way that a man like that feels big is with a big, scary gun. And so he pulled out his compensation machine and murdered a woman so that he could feel big and strong. And that's the world we live in, because and honestly, it fits, because who does he work for? He works for Trump, who is a weak person's idea of a strong person, a dumb person's idea of a smart person.
My teeny tiny little mushroom. Frankly, my teeny tiny little mushroom. Frankly,
it's just a absolute bag of dicks. Anyway, I don't think we're gonna agree, or I don't think we're gonna disagree on anything here. So we're gonna get our last call in. But I appreciate you calling in and talking to us today.
Of course. So wait, but before I go,
yeah.
Frankly, I think that I've done a better job than any president in the United States of America. Better than Barack Hussein Obama. Better than sleepy Joe Biden.
I think you've done better than any call-in show.
13-year-old girls consented. The 13-year-old girl whose baby was drowned in a lake. Oh. She asked for it. Frankly,
I love all the conservative commentators who are now apparently fucking pedophile apologists, or trying to explain the difference between pedophile and hebephile and how one is better than the other, or using the word young woman or a 13-year-old woman. Those are lots of fun. Anyway, we got to move on, Ben. I appreciate your call, man. Take care.
All right. Frankly, not impressed.
It's not like they were 8, Forrest.
Right. They had tits. So what was he supposed to do? You know?
He was powerless. They were coming on to him on the playground.
Yeah, on the playground.
Disgusting. I can't even joke about it. It actually makes me sick to my stomach.
It kills me.
Hold on. Yes, let's take the last call. Then I gotta let a dog in here. She's crying.
Oh, I'll wait.
And put some old fruits and vegetables away. Hold on.
I've got a pile of half-eaten veggies and stuff. Oh, fuck, it's me now. But one half of my face is Erika GG.
That's your microphone.
Yes. This is Erika, everyone.
That's me.
I just know she's going to come back in here with a dog.
Yeah, she needs to sit down. She doesn't want to, though. You need to sit down. Go sit. You're driving me crazy. She was crying outside the door, so it was making me kind of sad. I was feeling a little bit bad for her. She's just huge. Yeah. Can't help it. The big dog. All right. No breathing in the mic. Go. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, what'd I say? She wants the melon, but melons are not for dogs. And I think you know that. I think you know melons aren't for dogs. Can you please be gone from me, thought? Go over there. Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Yep. All right, one goal left.
Breathe. Oh my god.
One goal left from Poland. And because this person is from Poland, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, because who knows what that Z says, what sound that Z makes. Nobody knows. But you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. You are our last caller of the night.
Hi. My name is Przemek. But yeah, it's a really hard name to pronounce. Gotcha. I do not kind of care if you mispronounce it, because I've dealt with mispronunciation of my name. But yeah, I called as a atheist that grew in like Catholic Church family up until my family separated themselves from the church because of the situation that happened to me when I was a teenager. But we're not gonna talk about it because I think it will be against the YouTube TOS. But I wanted to talk about the fact that as I grew in Catholic Church beliefs, I see a lot of problems with Catholic Church believers breaking their own superstitions with the quote-unquote laws that they have in the Catholic Church beliefs. And obviously we can talk about the more superstition ones, but there's also like ones that are scientific that kind of annoys me. Like, for example, when you go to the church and like here in Catholic Church, you have to go and put your hand into the in the holy water, and it's literally a bacteria bowl, and it annoys me a lot.
They've tested it multiple times, and there's like fecal matter every time. It's so gross.
Oh yeah. It's more of a roast from me as the last caller probably, because like at least here in Poland, I don't know how it's like corresponds in America. Like the first commandment of the Ten Commandments is that I am the Lord your God. You shall not have strange gods before me. And there's a lot of superstitions that are breaking this part. For example, if the black cat crosses your road, it's like breaking the first commandment because you believe that this cat can bring you like bad faith. And it's weird because they accept stuff like this, but if we talk like, oh, trans people are they can change sex, and like Christian believes that it's not happening, it's weird. And the fact is that in the Bible, I don't believe there's anything about trans people, like something that will rule out the trans people. But the thing is that there's a lot of like stuff that are just annoying regarding that are either like stuff that will make you sick. Like when I was younger, we were going to church every Sunday, and every Sunday, like at least 3 times a year, I was sick because of I got sick from someone else. Or the fact that the fecal matter in the holy bowl with the holy water, as you mentioned, and like the nature stuff. Like for example, here also in Poland, because we come from paganism, so some of the stuff are like literally translated. So a lot of beliefs here in Poland are translated from paganism into Christianity, which is also funny. Like for example, for the longest time, up until they realized that it's actually breaking their own rules, they were burning effigy in the winter to get rid of like cold. That is like a goodbye to winter and a good morning, like welcoming the spring. But you know, there's like stuff like this, but there's also stuff like.
So it sounds like these folks are doing a lot of like superstitions and participating in a lot of pagan rituals and things, all because they're able to square the circle in their head. And yeah, that's pretty common, honestly, especially with various types of Christianity. It kind of just fits in wherever it can. And you see that a lot, like even in the Bible. I remember I was listening to, I don't remember the specifics, so I'm going to try to summarize this, but I was listening to a Bible scholar talk about this, that one of the things you need to do when reading the Bible is wonder who is speaking and who are they speaking to. And for example, he gave the example of like Paul, I think, talks about how women should cover their heads when praying, but men shouldn't. And he said he is speaking to this particular like sect in like Rome, this one like Roman group, And that was already the cultural tradition, and he is enforcing those gender norms. He is not saying that that should be done anywhere else for any other reason. He is not encouraging you to cover. He is just speaking to these people. And so in that instance, you have these folks who are adapting Christianity into their cultural norm, and then later on you can get Christians trying to adapt that cultural norm into their thing and call it real Christianity, you know? But yeah, dude, that's a super common thing. Christianity is a highly individualized and personalized religion.
Oh yeah, and also like even like from as you mentioned like clothing thing, like there's like one rule that was, I think it's an Old Testament, I don't recall it exactly, but it was that we cannot use mixed fabrics, and all the clothes supposed to be made out of the non-mixed fabrics. And now we are bending literally Christianity for like new traditions. And fun fact, I was making embroidery for church, like as my first job as a graphic designer. It was really interesting to see like how they were using like mixed fabrics for the church clothing and church embroidery just to like get it cheaper. But and also I want to kind of disagree with Erika, but not in like a major way. It's more or less like that Christians, Catholics did a lot of good, but at the same time they are trying to hide a lot of bad. Like, you know, the people like, at least I don't know how it is happening in the USA too, but here in Poland there was a big scandal where they tried to hide a lot of priests that, to not break the tears, that fiddled with teenagers and children.
Mm-hmm. That's the cool thing they do.
Yeah, I'm mostly referring to like their hermeneutics, and just because I feel like when Catholics do hermeneutics, they're like, according to Saint Bartholomew of the year 622 at 5 p.m. on October the 28th. That actually is not the original interpretation, and using the original Koine Greek, it actually means this. Whereas in evangelical land here in the United States, they're like, I actually saw it in a dream, so God told me that actually we're supposed to be doing this. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I would say you got us on the kid diddling as far as the Catholics go, but unfortunately the evangelicals are also kid diddling. Like, we've also got that here too.
Yeah. Like I believe that it's happening everywhere. Like, for example,
I think so
here
too.
in Poland, this is the weirdest part for me. Like, I cannot believe that it's still happening. But church has its separate laws. So if something is happening church here in Poland, they instead of having the like if you go to the to get sued or something, instead of this happening within the system of like law, it's happening within the system of Christian Catholic churches law. So they are separated from it, and they literally pat their backs, and that's the most annoying part for me. That it's church is separated in laws. Yeah. I wasn't disagree with you like completely, but it was more like a specific of like church Catholics being like good, because obviously, as I mentioned, it's a lot of like bad. Like, obviously they have all those health organizations that try to help people. In fact, when I was a teenager, the thing that happened to me, I was teaching elderly how to use computers, and it was like a church-sponsored computers to do that. But you know, there's like a lot of stuff that are annoying me when it comes to like church believers are literally having a commandment that is like not applying to their like lucky charms and other stuff.
Yeah,
miracles.
Yeah, I think Poland is, if memory serves, Poland is of the Eastern European nations like fairly similar in that you guys like similar to the United States in that you guys have like a pretty strong religious right there, the conservative religious right presence. But I do think I do think we agree on most things, which is that's a good thing.
Yeah. Although, and also like one thing, they switched it last year, but for the longest time, when you wanted to have your gender changed in the documents from female to male, male to female, you literally had to sue your own parents. Like literally go to and sue your, like obviously it was just a sign, like it was just a piece of paper and you sign it, but it was still a thing. Like for example, if you had parents that were like not agreeing with you, it was more than just a sign, but most of the time it was like just a sign thing. But yeah, this was happening for till the last year, that when you wanted to have your gender change, you had to sue your parents.
Right on.
I have never heard of that, but that sucks. Then that's crazy.
Yeah, but it fortunately changed this year, and also like, so Poland within like European Union is the most homophobic country, and we're like, for example, we still haven't accepted the same-sex marriages, which is kind of weird because even like EU is trying to enforcing it on us. But like, oh, we're not gonna accept what EU is saying, and you know, they are trying to like not even like change something within the Polish law to like, well, there's attempts, but there's no like any resolution regarding that. But yeah, I was also because you're scientists, I was wondering if there's English is not my first language, so sorry for the stutter.
It's better than my Polish. I didn't even want to try to pronounce a Z.
Oh, so in Polish, if you put R and Z next together, it's a different sound. Especially in my name, it's like there's like a Z sound, which is like it's a weird sound.
Yeah, I have a cousin who's in Hungary, and the family name on that side was Wicharowski, and it's so many O's and Z's and W's and it's wild.
Oh, it's probably like CZ, like Wieczorowski, right?
Something like that. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was your question?
Oh God, I lost my thought. So
at least I think he's a cousin.
I don't know if you studied much about the like trans people. Your study is much around trans people, but it's always like, for me, it's always like how, because I don't know how you can like if you're trans, there's a feeling that you have that your gender is not like aligned. But is like how it is in US, because I don't know it in Polish in Poland either. But how it is in like US, what are like things that will confirm for doctors or something that will confirm you that you have a. And also, I'm gonna use gender dysphoria, but I know they changed something about it. Like gender dysphoria is not a sickness, but it's something else. Is there like a? Have you ever studied how they determine if someone is trans or not? Like as a scientist.
Yeah, you need to. I forgot what the exact terminology. You need to have a gender identity that is consistent, insistent, and persistent. So it is. Like you can't just go into the doctor and say, "Hey, I'm trans," and they're like, "Okay," and we're talking about going in and getting evaluated and figuring this out. And so you need to have a consistent presentation, so it is not changing over to, it's not this wiggly thing, and not today I'm like, and today I'm not, now, whatever. It's consistently the same thing. It is insistent, so you cannot like wash it away. You can't just pretend like it isn't there. You have a lot of comorbidities, anxiety, depression, suicidality, whatever. If you're trying to suppress this, it isn't working. It is insistent. It needs to come out, and it is persistent. So you try different things. You keep your options open. You evaluate different, and it's always the same thing all the time. And so when you do this for a little while, and I'm not a mental health professional, so am probably skipping some steps here, but like here in the States, it is a thing that takes months and months and months to go in and do this. If you are talking about medical transition, hormone replacement therapy, whatever else you want to come along with that, especially if you're a minor, it's a long, drawn-out process full of therapists, counselors, doctors, everybody else all involved. So that for adults, if you're trans, you're trans, and you can tell by yourself, and you can just go do whatever, I guess. But like specifically for kids, I'm pretty sure those are the parameters at the base level. It's not my area of expertise, though. It's outside of my field, so I don't want to talk on it too heavily.
Yeah. And also I have another because I've heard. So I want to like since you're a biologist, right?
Yes.
I want
so
to like, confirm something. I want to confirm something because because I heard something and I don't want to like I always mention it, but I want to like confirm it with a scientist. So there's this type of medication that like for children that are believing that they're trans. This is the oh god, I forgot the word. When you're suppressing
the puberty blocker.
Suppressants, puberty blockers. Yes, thank you. Because I've heard so many times, like from like random people, but not actual scientists. Are those because I've heard that they're fully reversible, and I want to like hear your opinion about it.
Yeah, they're used, so just like most things, when we talk about gender-affirming care and all this stuff, more often than not, these are things that we use for cisgender people more often than not. And so puberty blockers are a great example of that. The vast majority of the time that we're using puberty blockers is for cisgender children who have what's called precocious puberty. So you'll have a kid who's starting puberty at like 8 years old. And we're like, okay, that's not good. That's too early. You need to develop a little bit further. This is going to be hard on you mentally, physically, socially. We use puberty blockers to delay that puberty for a couple of years so that around age 10, 12, 13, you can begin getting into it the way that you should. It is only when we use it for trans people that people then worry, well, what if it's harmful and the doctors don't know what they're doing and you know, the children can't consent and all these things. Bullshit. Same thing with even, you know, more extreme things like take breast augmentation surgery, right? Or breast reduction, whatever. This now we're getting into something that's elective, something that isn't necessarily life-saving in these cases. There's plenty of cases of underage girls getting breast augmentations because they want to feel more aligned with their gender identity. They want that gender-affirming care for them, and parents sign off on it. And you can have whatever opinion you want on it, but the fact remains, nobody fucking talks about it. But when it's a trans girl, you can't make these decisions if they're just a child, and how could you know, and the parents should be sued, and blah, blah, blah. And you get a very different energy, and at the most, a very different amount of publicity, right? Or breast reduction in young boys with gynecomastia, where they're developing breast tissue, no problem with that. Trans boy, huge fucking problem with that. And the argument always boils down to things that you would not use for any cisgender person. Talking about, you know, oh, well, you can't be removing healthy organs, well, or healthy tissue or healthy body parts. Yeah, you can. You do it all the time. Wisdom teeth are healthy body parts that are supposed to be there, that grow naturally, and we cut them out of people's faces. Why? Because it shows that there's actual evidence it's harmful to leave it there. If you leave it there, there's a good chance you're going to have crowding, you're going to have impactions. Those could be lethal. It's a problem. So we remove that healthy, normal body part from children all over the place all the time. And when we are talking about a trans kid, there is harm here because this shows an increased risk of anxiety, depression, complex PTSD, suicidality. And when we do this treatment, these kids don't know anything. These kids can't make these decisions. These kids don't understand. Fuck off. It's just, it's, yeah. And so puberty blockers are the same thing. We use them for cisgender children all the time, and nobody gives a fuck. And when it's trans kids, they have reason they decide that they need to hate those kids, and it's stupid.
Yeah, but I always use this argument because I've heard, but is that true that puberty blockers are genuinely like irreversible?
What is irreversible?
Puberty blockers.
No, they're fully reversible.
Okay.
There's no and evidence of that. As I said, we use them for cisgender people all the time about precocious puberty. You'll be hard pressed to find anybody who took puberty blockers as a kid because they needed them, and now they're rocking around with the body of an 8-year-old at 35 years old. Just doesn't happen.
Because why I mention it, because I had discussions with people who are like, oh, but trans people are doing this like gender affirming care, and then children then they try to do it on children, and I'm like, okay, but usually they give like children who are like still like working through it. They're getting just puberty blockers usually, and because I've heard, that's what I repeat, that puberty blockers are fully reversible, but at the same time, like they don't go through the full puberty of a male or a female. And if they actually go through the process of their trans journey and they learn that actually they're not trans, but they're just like, for example, queer or gay, other type of thing, and they can just reverse it and just not, stop using them, or like they go through like hormonal therapy that is reversing it.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing, is that it's just putting a pause on this so that you have some time to figure it out. The whole point of gender affirming care for minors is to keep options open. It is a long, staged, gradual process that allows them to explore their gender identity and explore their options while keeping those options open and making sure that they have all the time in the world to change their minds. And it is not what transphobes and the general media present, that there are these wild doctors just bopping down the hallways of the pediatric ward with a pair of hedge clippers chopping off penises and breasts and things. That's just not happening. And it's important because, as silly as that idea is, we talked about this earlier on the show, the President of the United States said that you can literally drop your child off at elementary school and they will have a sex change operation without telling you. And that the kids are coming home with sex change operations and the parents didn't know. And motherfuckers in this state, in this country, believe that shit. And it is beyond dumb.
Trust me, it's same here. I had this with a bodybuilder that is using stars, and it's literally gender affirming care, and he was trying to argue me that children are gonna use like testosterone and like estrogens and they're gonna change, and what if they change them? I'm like, no. And I had to drop from that gym because of that guy. But what the I'm still like confused about like stuff like this. When like people are trying to talk with me about that, and when I'm trying to like talk sane with them, and they're like, oh, but sex and gender is the same thing. I'm like, bullshit.
Yep.
But thank you for your time.
It's just ignorance and fear and stupidity, and honestly, you can see the cycle. To talk about Trump here, you can see in real time. It's fascinating from the perspective of a public educator. It is fascinating to see how stupidity becomes misinformation, becomes fear, becomes anger, becomes hate. There's a great example of this is Donald Trump came out a little while ago and talked about how he's cutting funding from all this research because they're making transgender mice. And he said, we have $500 million to make transgender mice. Can you believe it? And what he was talking about is a study into transgenic mice. And doing transgenic.
From transgender frogs to transgender mice now?
Yes. And what he's talking about in biomedical sciences and in evolutionary biology and in all sorts of things, you can, implant, you can take genes from one species, put them into some mice to see what they do, and to tinker on them in mice models. So it is transgenic, moving genes around. Trump's dumb as a bag of fucking sand, and so he doesn't know what that word means. So he sees the word trans, stops reading, it fills in the blank to make it transgender in his head, and then stupidly says out loud, we got transgender mice, and all the people now absorb that misinformation and believe it, and then turn around and hate science and hate trans people. So you have this visible system, because the comment section is full of MAGA Republicans. Oh, these evil scientists, this is what they're testing on mice, so they can do it to children, right? And like, that's it. It's stupidity, becomes misinformation, becomes fear, becomes hate. And we can see it right before our very eyes in real time because of social media. And it is fucking fascinating and terrifying from my perspective.
I'm going to make a joke. Like, Trump is like human. Trump is deuter of some, but he was just stuck in first part of evolution of it.
Precisely. Just absolute fucking dumb shit. Anyway, I appreciate your call, my dude, but thanks so much for calling in and talking to us. Is there anything else you want to throw at us before we wrap up?
No, fuck MAGA, fuck ICE, and that's it.
Sounds great. We agree. Take care, man.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
What a show. Chat time.
I'm into it. Let's do it.
That's a little jingle that I crafted that specially for you. Forrest,
really
we've officially hit the part of the stream, the inevitable part of the stream, where 800 million people are in the side chat being like, what?
Are they still going? What's happening?
How could this? Oh my God! Someone call the presses. Get the New York Times on the phone right now. They're still going. The stream that always goes 8 hours is going 8. Someone stop it.
It's wild. It is wild. We got $5 Canadian from this person who says, from Brandy Fox, who says, Erika, sup with the watermelon, growing watermelon inside. That was earlier in the stream. That was right at the very beginning.
For eating.
Yeah. For snacking purposes.
Sorry, it's hard to keep track when I did half of them early. Not half of them, but when I did like 10 of them earlier, so give me a second here.
I like how we thought that was going to take a chunk out of them, you know?
Yeah,
I remember that time in my life.
No. It's okay. Delusion is what keeps us going.
Turn this down.
$5 from Bramley CX. Bramley, what a coincidence. Unrelated. It's time for me to cut some more watermelon. I kid. Mm-hmm. Geology rocks, but geography is where it's at. Yeah, I get it. Truth. Because those are the fields. Geology is where you study rocks, and geography is where places are, where you look at where the places are.
I don't know if that's what that means.
That's really funny.
This is a black light up above, and then the light strips kind of amplify it, but like you can notice that some of my books and the uterus and the shrimp guy here, we got some fluorescence going on back here as well. It kind of adds to the magic. You know what I mean?
Where's the shrimp guy?
The shrimp guy is in the alligator mouth. I don't know if you could.
I want to see the shrimp guy.
You might have. That guy right there?
Oh, nice. Hey, you know what I've noticed that's so weird?
He has a string attached to him, and I knocked him onto the ground. He's a little shrimp.
Oh, look how
a radioactive
cute.
shrimp.
Oh, he's a radioactive shrimp. You know what's so funny and interesting is that Lux is always producing for us now, and we never get Arden anymore because Arden does not want to produce for us.
Hey, you know what?
Though?
She's missing out.
Exactly. She's jealous is what it is. She just doesn't want to entertain the fact that our fans are so great that we can go for, what is this now? This is going on hour number 7? 8? It'd be hour number 8 we're going on right now. And we still have over 1,000 people watching.
If I had said, show me that shrimp guy at this point in the stream, Arden would be like, absolutely not. We're reading the next super chat. And then
exactly.
For sure that would have happened. There would be no shrimp viewing under the Mistress Arden's power.
I'm glad that you appreciate my forbearance.
This is the free Republic of Lux.
I appreciate all 4 of your barances. $10 Forrest, tell Erika the story about the baboons and the rotten meat. Erika said baboons are her least favorite primate. The story might give her hope. You surely know this. Is that
sorry, unclean unicorn? Yeah, you think I don't know about the tuberculosis / polio, whichever it was, and they're not kind of baboons, but they're similar. Please.
Yeah.
You think so little of me, unclean unicorn?
The Sapolsky and Share 2004, I think.
Right. It's a great paper.
Yeah. I read it a few times in Biomed. Actually, I used it, and I use it for that one speech that you saw me give that one time.
Let me tell you though, I don't hate baboons. I hate Hamadryas baboons, and that was not the right kind of baboon. Hamadryas baboons still suck.
Yeah, these ones were olive baboons, I believe.
Yeah, olives are okay. Pretty much my favorite, well, they're not really a papillon. I like gelatas though. Ethiopian gelatas. $5 from
I also like gelato. It's delicious.
Steven Kleinard. Milo needs to study up on entomology because his argument bugs the shit out of me.
There you go.
That's not even really a pun. Well, no, it is a pun. The second half is a pun. I thought it was just, at first I was just like, haha, I make that mistake all the time. And then I realized that you were actually trying to make me angry. And you don't have a animal PFP to save you. I wonder if someone could eat enough watermelon that would kill them. We could find that out later, Stephen, at some point. When I've captured all my pun users and I'm torturing them in various ways.
Alicia Silverbow said $5 to say, question for Erika. If I tell dad jokes, but I'm not a dad, does that maybe be a faux pas?
I get it. Because dad. Because I get it. Because dad and father.
But
and
fake,
dad.
Yeah, fake dad is what it is.
Yeah, I get it, Forrest. I get the joke. $5 from Squirrel Knitter. In CERT training, the instructor asked me, what is a tanker? He got 5 different answers. Water container, oil barrel, cargo ship, tank crew. Yeah, that's because words don't mean anything. They're fake. We made them up, literally.
Why doesn't Milo advocate for better science education? Said, that's what we're saying. Hey, what if I were to put so I got this flashlight here.
He's making sounds and I cannot hear him very well. I don't know what he's doing over there.
What if I put something up this spine, Kind of
I mean, I think it would be cool. I think you could do an LED strip that would be kind of neat.
Yeah, down.
He's not listening. He can't hear me. Do the next super chat.
I can hear you just fine. It's just like what I feel like this spine is just too dark over here.
First, it makes it worse that you can hear me.
You gotta, what you should do? Paint it with glow-in-the-dark paint or like fluorescing paint.
That's what we're talking. Yo, actually though, for real, I could just hit it with a highlighter or some such shit.
Might ruin the integrity of the plastic though, and those things are expensive.
I got this one as a gift.
Yeah, but they're expensive in theory.
And it's also missing. It's missing C1. It's missing the atlas bone.
Oh, really? Why?
It broke
Just didn't
off.
come with it. They lost it.
It also is. It's also missing a coccyx, which also broke off. So it's the coccyx is broken and the atlas bone is broken. It's still got an axis.
He already ruined it.
I've already ruined it, but nobody can tell from all the way over there.
Hey, how about this? God damn it. Okay, a lesser person who is less powerful than I am and has less discipline than I am would say that it's almost like you can't make heads or tails of what to do with that thing. You can't make heads or tails because it's missing the coccyx and the C1.
I don't understand.
$5 from Bramley CX. What does a witty butcher used to cut mean? I assume you mean meat, so this is ruined, Bramley. You blew it. Clever. That's awfully bold of you to be saying when I've got a large knife here, a cleaver of my own for watermelon cutting, like the dinosaurs in the Garden of Eden. T-Rex.
$4.99. This is the silliest thing to get stun locked by. Why didn't you put this energy and pedantry into learning what a pronoun is? Apparently, he was cool with any pronouns.
Yeah, it turned out.
But who knows?
I actually love those ones where it's like it's like a relatively unpleasant call, but then it turns out like at least we're not talking to a bigot. Like, I do kind of like those.
Didn't he misgender Stephanie like 3 times?
Oh, no, you're right. I forgot about that.
While talking about, I was fine with any pronouns, and then kept fucking misgendering the calls.
No, and the thing was about that, and this one, that was weird, is that he misgendered Stephanie, and then was corrected and was like, my bad. And then 2 seconds later, he did it again. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty forgetful, but not that forgetful.
I listened to my call, apologize for being nervous, not speaking better. It sounded terrible. Thanks for being. You did fine. It's weird because, like, I feel like the people who watch this show, among the many problems that come with watching this show, is that it comes across as natural and chill and easy, and you don't see, number one, how much work goes in on this end of us keeping track of 30 different things, and also, it makes it, you forget that we do this for a living. You know what I mean? We do this all the time. And the way that we got on this show was by doing a ton of like content. We already had to be established content creators to get offered a position as a guest to then maybe get a job here. And so like, yes. So a normal, everyday, sane, rational person calling into this show is going to be very uncomfortable. I literally I had lunch the other day with another content creator who is way more famous than me. Like orders of magnitude. Dude is massive, doing fucking worldwide tours, huge. And he was talking about these shows, and I was like, dude, if you ever want to come be a co-host, like, I would love to have you. You're huge. I would love to have you on. And he was like, abso-fucking-lutely not. I have no idea how you do that. That shit's terrifying. No. And so like this just, you have to understand, like, shit like this, it is its own weird animal. Don't be worried about it. If you call into these shows and you're a little uncomfortable and you stumble or stammer or whatever it is, shit happens. Who cares? Fine. I guarantee you everyone else forgot.
Yeah, it does not matter at all. Like, it actually takes a specific kind of unhinged to be decent at public speaking. And this is that, but for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. So it's like...
Yeah.
It is a skill that takes honing, and it's also a skill that you pay for it in other areas. Let's put it that way.
You also have to get comfortable with fucking up.
You do.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, dude, seriously. Like, I encourage everyone to try it. Just sit around your house, go about your normal day, and just imagine 2,000 people watching you. And try to just try for 1 hour or 2 hours at a time. Imagine you have 2,000 people watching you, so you can't you can't pick your nose. You can't just sit there with your hand in your pants. You can't be dumb. You can't just sit there. What we all do, where we're just sitting there making a dumb face at our computer screen. You can't do that. Just try it for an hour and see how it feels, and then imagine doing that a lot. It's weird. It's really weird.
You get kind of decent at it, and a lot of you get like little things to keep your hands busy, or you know, you eat snacks, or banter. Just pay attention, draw on whiteboards, whatever. But that's stupid. The point is that it's like anything, it's a skill. Like anything, anybody can get good at it. The innate thing you have to be born with is enjoying doing this shit. Which that's the part. That's the tricky part.
This is fucking love of the game, y'all.
It's love of the game.
We get paid. We don't get paid a lot. You know what I mean? This is not a full-time job. This is a good little side hustle.
It's a good side hustle.
It's a solid side hustle. No complaints. I'm not bitching.
I'm not complaining.
Let me tell you, this is far from my primary source of income. I do this shit for fun.
I make more doing this than I made with my graduate student stipend. Like, just this alone, I made more than with my graduate student stipend. So
you could also probably make more picking up cans off the side of the highway.
Oh yeah, I could make more. There's a job that you can have in China where you dress up as Sun Wukong, like the I think it's Sun Wukong. It might not be Sun Wukong, the monkey from Journey to the West, and you're trapped under a giant boulder, and tourists can come up and feed you fruit, and that's the job. It's a very low paying job. You would make more doing that than you would teaching hundreds of undergraduates every semester as a graduate student. It is pennies they pay us. Tiny Tim, please, it's not a livable wage. Please, God. Rent has gone up again. How will I pay my mortgage? And that's why the secret life hack, start a YouTube channel.
Yeah, yes, for real.
I can't even get that
for real.
out.
Fucking confusion over the word theory is not the problem. It's the intentional equivocation of people who know better, have an agenda. This could fix nothing and create more problems. That's what I'm saying.
I love that cat. I get so excited when I see that PFP. $5 from Stephen Cleanard. The fact that no theist will call in to end Milo's call is proof there is no God. I mean, not a creationist one, because we didn't get any of, like, this was the strongest battle, and God sent none of his strongest soldiers for this.
Yeah.
He's not a creationist.
The deliciousness of melon ramoon is keeping me calm. What the fuck does that mean?
Melon?
Melon ramoon?
Melon?
Yeah. I have a melon in the other room. I just didn't want to fuck with it. You know?
5 libs. Or pounds. From Mystic Mind Analysis, how do you start a party in the solar system? You plan it. Pluto wants to come, but it got blue balls. Pluto isn't blue. Pluto is not blue. Actual pictures of Pluto is not blue. It's like a slushy, hideous color. Also, be gone from me. Get this out of my face. But brony derogatory. Mean insult level brony. I'm kidding. It's a cute pony. It's a cute pony Sona. There you go.
Pony Sona.
Cute pony Sona.
Yeah.
Like Pink Pony
I recently saw a video where the sea wolves are using tools by pulling the ropes on crab traps to pull them on the shore to eat the trapped crabs. Yeah, that's just what they do. There's dogs do that shit all the time and shit like that all the time.
I also saw a video today of a cow using a broom to scratch its butt.
Yeah, I actually saw a couple of posts that were like, it is devastating. If you study animals at all, it is devastating every time some new animal uses a tool, because there are 687,943 quadrillion pop science posts that are like, this changes everything. Animal we didn't think use tool. What human mean? And it's like, do we have to do this every time? Yes.
Literally,
critters use tools. And you see the end of it. I'm done.
I was learning about insect communication recently, and you know, some of them they do stridulation. They're rubbing body parts together. Some of them have
starts with a T. Some birds stridulate as well. I thought that was crazy.
Not surprised.
It's
Timbles.
Yeah.
Some of them have timbles, which is like a membrane that rakes against a rib. The little ribbed area with a little muscle pulling it back and forth. But there are also some of them, these tree crickets, that will do this thing called they make what's called a baffle. There's a whole leaf, and they will cut a hole in the leaf, like this perfectly like triangular or whatever, like hole, and like stick their weird little faces in there, so that when they do their stridulation, it also vibrates the leaf as well, and it amplifies it like crazy. And so they literally turn the leaf into a speaker. They're doing the exact same thing that we do with a speaker, where you have that big vibrator in there, and a little thing vibrates, and the big thing vibrates. Exact same fucking thing. They do their little vibration, and they put it on a leaf, so the whole leaf moves, and it makes the sound so much louder, and it carries so much farther. That's fucking tools, y'all.
That's a tool use.
That's fucking tools. How cool is that? And then there's mole crickets that literally use the ground as a tool. They dig up their little hole, they burrow, you know, that's what they call mole crickets, and they will dig out the very opening of their burrow into like this perfect like kind of cone that is the same shape as like a brass horn or like a Victrola horn, you know? And then they angle themselves. They get just the perfect place in that burrow, so when they make sounds, it's amplified out through that horn. If they were any deeper or any further out, it wouldn't work. They know how to do it. They're using the dirt as a tool, and that's fucking amazing. They're so cool.
Yeah, but we usually give it to like the sexy critters, mammals, and like birds and things like that, but it's like fish, arthropods, like lots of things use tools.
So cool.
redefine tool, redefine man, or accept the mole cricket as human.
That's what I'm talking about. It's awesome. I gotta tell you all, wait for it. My brain stopped because I had to switch my headphone as I was pulling this out, and it was something. It was try the best part about all of this is literally try to define communication in the first place. Like and try to define tool in the first place. Try to define behavior. I fucking dare you.
Theory of mind, like it's a big gradient.
Oh my god, people pretend like this is so fucking complicated, or like the special buzzwords are so complicated, and that means that science falls apart. You don't know what the fuck behavior is. You don't know what the fuck communication is. You don't know what the fuck species is. You don't know what the fuck homology is. Like, these things are actually fuzzy, difficult terms. And like even homology, like it's something that we can define very easily when we're talking about evolution, but that doesn't take into account like serial homology and shit, right? It's a bit broader than you think. And that's something that I want more people to understand about biology.
It's like there's a phrase. It's like okay, read the next one. I'm going to think of this phrase. I'm going to think of this and then I'll say it. It has to do with what you're saying.
The use of the word noodle to mean a long piece of pasta precedes the use of the use to mean brain by centuries. So fuck you, Forrest. For sure. What do you mean? What do you call it when one makes word jokes while arguing about the usage of words? Punditry. Hashtag Erika loves puns and is a furry. That says and is a fury, but I believe they mean furry.
No, they mean
Erika
fury.
Is a fury.
They mean fury because I'm angry all the time. The phrase is most fields have rules, biology has exceptions. Right? Yeah. The idea is that it's like it's all like this is the way things are, except when every single time. That's all biology is.
I think I've got. Hold on a second. I've got my fucking this notebook around here somewhere.
Forrest taught me the word polythetic this week, and that's going to be very useful for me going forward.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second.
I'm reading the next one because I hate it. It's from Ray
Evolution. This is a quote from one of my textbooks recently, and I've only jotted it down, so I'm probably missing something. Evolution hates definitions. For every tidy definition a biologist, I wrote this down so fast, invents, estimates, I don't know, evolution will have exceptions. And like that's the biggest thing that I feel, especially when we're talking about things like sex and gender. That's the biggest thing. People are like, you don't know what blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, first of all, I can define these terms, but also you have to understand. It's like the fucking the non-binary sex arguments, and everyone comes in, they're like, you can't, these are all just exceptions, and you can't use these deviations to do the thing. I'm like, you literally don't know how biological thinking works. You don't know how it works.
I actually can't with that one. The sex is binary except for, and then it's like, okay, so it isn't.
Yes.
It's that. Right. It's definitionally that simple. I can't wrap my head around why this is such a sticking point, other than all the reasons we've been spending all night talking about.
Right.
We have $10 from Regato. As I said, I already hate this Regato, but I love the new picture of your kitty. We ran out of toilet paper today, and we're now using lettuce leaves. Today was just the tip of the iceberg. Tomorrow remains to be seen. # wiped out. You ever wonder if the velvety edge of a spinach leaf, if held in the right manner, could actually cut someone's femoral artery? I wonder that sometimes.
If you froze it, maybe.
If you froze it, and if it was exposed. Perhaps.
We can find out. I've cut them all up. The Green Man Dave says, I'm not finding that particular arrangement of use your noodle on a hoodie. Would you be content with those words with a bowl of ramen or skull with noodles in the brain cavity? I actually saw the shirt that you're talking about. I was looking at for use your noodle shirt, and that shirt does look cool as fuck. So you don't have to buy me anything. Seriously, I may buy that shirt for myself. I don't want anybody thinking.
He can't afford it.
Right. That's why I do these shows so much. I'm trying to just buy cool shirts.
He doesn't have the money. $4.99.
But that shirt does look cool as fuck, and I would absolutely buy that shirt. I don't know if I'm going to or not, but that shirt's tight. So don't feel like you have to buy shit from. I don't want to actually solicit gifts here, is what I'm saying.
$4.99 from Chip Payet. I love how Erika has to make multiple trips to get all the skulls from her shells. I forgot to tell you guys, the 2 new crania/partial crania that I got Pithecanthropus catalonicus's face, which is a Miocene ape from about 11 million years ago, and I got the MRD Australopithecus anamensis specimen, which is really, really cool. So those have been added to the thing. But yes, I have a lot of skulls. I like them.
Hey, really quick, just feel free to say no or whatever, but Call-In Studio is not running, but it can be. Yeah, would you be open, Luck, specifically, to opening one line for one person in chat?
Sure, why not?
Are they gonna actually call?
Well, that's what I'm asking. So, just out of curiosity, Stephen Brock in chat said they're just variants of male and female. What I want to know, just please answer in chat. Are you making the argument that sex is binary? And if so, would you call in if we opened a line for you right now? That's my question.
You're about to get ghosted, dude.
Absolutely, but I just want to know. Because I would take that call right this fucking second.
Put it out there.
Just put it out there. If you want to talk about this stuff, I'm out to talk about this stuff. But whatever. Or anybody else, if this person doesn't answer in the next couple of minutes and somebody else is like, yo, sex and gender are synonymous and binary and I can prove it. Like, well, we'll try to convince Lux. Something about listening to Erika talk makes my little ADHD brain actually want to sit and listen. She makes this stuff sound so interesting.
It's my
Something
pleasure.
About that.
The secret is I actually love talking about it, and I think it's really interesting. So I'm trying to convince you that it is too. Oh, wait, this is me. $5 from YouTuber Grudge. Please tell me Forrest has an onion. You got an onion, Forrest?
I don't, but I can go get one. No, I don't. I already ate. I ate all the only vegetable. I have a couple more carrots over here that I haven't munched upon. I got
just house a raw onion at the end of the stream.
So I want you guys to know that I had this, my coconut, and then I have my machete from Thailand that I was going to use to open up this coconut. But my husband went to sleep, and I don't want to wake him up I even have this big wooden board that I was going to use so I could hack this coconut to pieces. And there was going to be milk everywhere. There was going to be coconut milk and flesh all over the room. But we'll have to save it for another time. So I guess tune in next time and I'll break a coconut open on the show. $5 from Leah Shot. Oh, wait, this is you.
Forrest and Erika streams usually end with milk and flesh everywhere. It's just a tradition around here.
Usually.
My brother thought he was so smart. He said that the only fruit or vegetable that could make him cry was an onion, so I threw a coconut at him.
See, that's a good joke. No puns, and there's violence, which I love. 20 Australian dollars from Misha 76. I don't know why. I'm still surprised regularly at the sheer amount of knowledge just pinging around in Eric and Forrest's brains. Super impressive, and I am always left absolutely speechless whenever y'all just start explaining stuff. Here's the thing. You get to look really, really smart when people are asking you questions about your hyperfixations for your job. And the thing is Forrest and I have overlapping, but not, completely overlapping interests. And so because of that, we can cover a lot of ground together, and it makes us something of an unstoppable force when it comes to this particular situation. So thank you.
I'll be honest with you, this situation, I know Jimmy started SkepTalk for different reasons, but honestly, the show it's for us. It's exactly what we do for a living as a job. It's what we do when we're just hanging out. This is just what we are. On camera for 8 goddamn hours.
No, that's it. I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of extra enthusiasm that you put on when you're online, but you can't sustain that for 8 or 9 hours. You guys are getting the real deal. This is all me, baby. 100% organic.
Wasn't it a Cus I Wanna we did when we did our super long show?
No, I've never done Cus I Wanna.
It was a Saturday Cus I Wanna.
Yeah. So the last our record at this moment is 11 hours and 16
We're not going to beat the record tonight, Forrest.
Probably not. We're coming up on, I think it is, we're about to hit 8. So
we're not going to beat the record.
Yeah, if we do 3 hours worth of super chats, who knows? I don't think it's going to happen, but like, throwing it out there.
I don't mind not beating that record because that one is like we specifically set out for that record to beat the record. So it's like I don't know.
We could have gone further. I still say we could have gone further.
I don't really. Most of that day is a blur to me. But anyway,
yeah.
999 from Hannah Hodgins, 9516 from Boy Strong, aka Femboy Strong, and Dying Forrest Valkai. Oh yeah, you guys will be pleased to know that my pull-up number has officially risen to 6. So
Ooh, girl,
I'm getting stronger every day.
Hell yeah. Coffee Mom, we often forget that each fossil we find was an individual. They were born, they lived, and they died. That's not just a fossil. It was a someone. I really like the practice of using they, them pronouns for plants and animals and fungi and stuff. To kind of get that mentality, because especially when you're digging into like indigenous ontologies and trying to come up with a better way, I would just say better, I'll be honest with you, a better way of thinking about biology and ecology and the history of life and everything like that. It's really important to give these things back their personhood, and not separate, not continue on that dualism of thinking about culture versus nature, about humans versus the natural world. And remember that we are part of the natural world. And so when I'm cutting down a tree, like I think about like I'm cutting down this, for lack of a better word, a person. I don't really have a good word for it. But I'm not going to call the tree an it. I often name them. I have a tree in my backyard that was a peach tree that we named Mike when we got him. It was Mike the peach guy. And Mike died this year. And we actually felt sad, more sad than we would have if it was just the tree, And I feel like that's an important way of like thinking about the world, to be a better
not person, but individual, sure.
Individualhood. Yes, that's a good way to say that. Yeah.
I think it makes us more hesitant to do harm or to kill or take from our environment when we consider things on their own terms. I'm one of those. I don't kill bugs. I'm not a bug killer. I just like them too much. We got about 3 shield bugs living in this house. We got 1 million cellar spiders. I had a jumping spider living in my office for about 2 months that was just like hanging around in here. I don't know what ended up happening to it.
I do the same thing. There's a jumping spider lives in my dining room. There's a couple of crickets over there. There's and they're just hanging out. And like if there's a spider creeping across the floor, probably going to just let it do its thing because it's eating bugs that I don't want in here, Or worst case scenario, I'm going to scoop it up and put it outside, and Amber will tell you, I unironically, with no cameras on, I thank them for visiting and shit. Like, and it's just so it's just the way to be.
Yeah,
and I think it puts you. It reminds you of your place in nature, not as superior to it, not as lording over it, but just as another animal, just as trying to live. I think you're right. It makes you less destructive and more mindful when you have to take. It reminds you of the whole system that's around you. When I'm out harvesting blueberries and shit, I am very active in that thought process that I'm taking this and I'm going to have to give back now. And I'm a part of this ecosystem. I'm not just here to consume. And it also, like, it kind of makes you think about the world you live in a little bit. Because, like, this is probably stupid. As humans, we tend to really measure our worth and identify ourselves by like our jobs and what we produce. The first thing you ask somebody is like, what do you do? You know what I mean? What kind of human are you? What kind of thing are you? And then you just kind of realize, like, looking around you, that like all these other creatures, what do? They eat, they poop, they fuck, they have fun, they die. That's it. And that's their job. The keystone species in an ecosystem, the thing that holds this whole thing together, what does it do? It eats, it poops, it fucks, it has some fun, it dies. That's it. And
it's
it's an extreme privilege to not be extremely worried and not be stressed and not work and all these different things. So I'm not saying like just relax, y'all, just take it easy. But I feel like every now and then it's okay to just remember that you're just an animal for a few seconds at least. You can just be an animal. And I'm doing my job. If I'm just sitting here breathing and eating and hanging out and doing nothing, this is literally what life is all about. This is the whole point. And it's okay.
That's why, like, I don't know. I've said this many times before on the show, but like for me, some of the greatest pleasures of life are the simplest ones, and that's not profound. A million people have said that, and the reason is because they are indeed great pleasures, right? Like getting warm when you're cold, eating when you're hungry, like feeling safe with a roof over your head, getting dry after you've been wet all day. Like these little things. I mean, they're the essence of what it is to be, and to engage with the environment around you at a physical and chemical level, right? Like, I don't know. It's pretty, let's just say being alive is pretty based. And let's just say being a human can be pretty awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I really like that. Oh yeah, you go ahead. I was going to muse on philosophy. We'll do it later.
From Life is Literary, still waiting for my dad to come back home with those scratch tickets. It's been 20 years. I love that we did our little Life is Awesome spiel with this in the back. With this directly up to the side. Thank you,
I
Life
wanted to
is
share that I
Literary.
close my blinds at nighttime because it's not polite to the birds to leave my lights blaring into the yard.
Aww,
Yeah,
good.
dude. Yeah,
And if
you
they
get
could,
it.
they would appreciate that. Like that, I try to think that too. It's like, okay, like if our situations were reversed, I know that I would hope that they would do that for me. They would appreciate that.
Shout out to Stephen Brock, who has neither responded to our call or called in or anything like that. $5 from Stomp. If a creationist asks what do humans evolve from, what's the best way to answer? One asked me, what was mankind before we were human? The best way to answer is to talk about what a human is and like dig into that fuzzy area, you know? But,
I would say,
yeah, you go.
yeah, I would say, what were dogs before they were dogs, right? And then they'll inevitably say wolf, and you'll say, what's the difference between a wolf and a dog? And you can give a bunch of random answers, but they're both still canines, right? Now, okay, well, what was it before it was that? And you just walk them up the tree, right? You could also just say, you could meet them on their terms, and you could say a million different ape man fossils, and then you could show them a bunch of australopiths, right? Like you could go either way.
I think it's also good to say, you know, like, what were you before you were an adult? You were a teenager. What were you before you were a teenager? You were an adolescent. What were you before you were an adolescent? A child. What were you before you were a child? I don't know where adolescent would fall in there because that's kind of just a blanket term. Like, where were you when you were a baby? What, and like, okay, so where are the defining marks? What was the exact moment that separated you from being an adolescent to being an adult? Where was that actual, what physiological change took place at this moment? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like, okay, that's not how that works.
You do the same with language, right? Like you could be like, okay, well, we know which languages, we know English inevitably can trace its ancestry to Latin. What was it before it was English, right? And you can just trace through it. And it's like, okay, well, what specific word defined Old English or Middle English from its precursor?
Yeah, and English was like Germanic. Latin ones are like Spanish and French and everything. I know because I said that exact same thing. I got roasted in the comments. You have to say Italian or Spanish instead. Otherwise, people get fucking crazy. Despite the fact we have a ton of Latin shit in our... Because English, unlike all these Latin languages, English doesn't borrow from other languages. English beats other languages over the head in a dark alley and rummages through their pockets for loose grammar.
Listen,
$5 Canadian. What?
I don't care. I'm a part of the jock nerd class, which is biology, and we beat up the other classes of nerds. This is sort of an alpha nerd class, if you will. So don't at me, entomology. I'm kidding. Now that will haunt me, and I'll be right in the future. But still,
we feed the physicists to our alligators and stuff. $5 Canadian. Hello, I'm from Invader Zim, Lost and Found. Erika, we love it. We talked about this, didn't we?
Yes,
Robo-Parents Gone Wild Reanimate Dog?
You guys need to email me and tell me what the time frame is. I would love to help if I can, but again, I don't know that I will because I'm so slammed right now.
Shout out to Blind Limey in the chat who said English is 5 languages in a trench coat. Absolutely.
We have $10 from Getting the Human. What does Cloud drink when he has a cold? Sephiroth. What?
That's way too sexual.
This is Final Fantasy. And I know that because I played Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
It could be more sexual.
What is this?
I'm literally surprised you didn't say go to bed, Forrest.
Selective breeding and grafting have brought us seedless grapes and seedless oranges, but I'm okay with that. Why doesn't boneless chicken raise some ethical concerns? I wish boneless chickens were real. You know? Can you imagine? Like blobfish? just rolling around, squishing.
I would like to buy the chicken ball from the lab. I want lab meat, but it is, instead of being like aesthetically pleasing, I want it to be the horror show that all conservatives think it's going to be. Yes. And I want it to be like an evil blobfish of chicken breasts and drumsticks sticking out at odd angles.
And it just meanders around the table.
It undulates and vibrates.
And then you take it and you just turn it inside out from the cloaca, and all its guts fall out, and then you pop that directly into a deep fryer.
I was just gonna go whoop, and then yum.
Yeah, absolutely. And
$4.99 from Hannah Hodgins, 9516. We are all made of soup, so I had to make a super chat for it with a laughing ghost. Hannah, don't ruin the goodwill. You've brought up Farm Boy Strong in the past several streams. It's made me really like to see your name. Don't ruin the goodwill. You don't want this? You don't want me being able to pull 2 hay bales up with a rope at the same time coming at you in the dead of night. Let's just put it that way.
When I don't know if you have any like farm good stores around you, but like,
yes,
I used to haul hay bales about here in Tulsa, and like I want to grab 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. And next time you and I are hanging out, I want to like throw a hay bale at you, and like we can like get that on film, and like we can talk about lifting these things.
You won't survive that, because my instincts are so strong that you'd throw it at me and I'd grab it, and then because my instincts are so cat-like, I'll like reverse it, jujitsu it back at you, and it'll hit you, and then your chest will cave in. It'll be really bad. But if we could put it onto like some kind of rope, then yes.
Have you ever played 40-pound bag toss, where you just did a 40-pound feed bag and you just play catch with it? It's fun.
No, but that sounds horrible and fun.
It's awesome, especially if you have a bunch of people and you get in a group, like in a big circle, and you have to like toss it randomly to each other.
And you're especially,
and you can surprise each other with it. And the best is like the rule is don't stop the bag from moving. And so you don't catch it and then heave it. You have to continue the momentum and like move it around constantly. Or sometimes you can grab it and keep that swing going and like just swing it straight into your friend and just knock him across the room. It is awesome. And we will do that next time you visit.
Okay, that sounds good.
It's great. Hey, Nurse Erika and Dr. Forrest. Sexist. Tour and Sadler out of bed again. The incompetence of evolution. I'm pretty sure they're chatting shit, but I need help.
Yeah,
What are we talking about?
So they're doing Linsky again, actually for the first time. So James Tour, who in my opinion, is a young Earth creationist, but doesn't want to claim that label, has been having Rob Stadler, who is a young Earth creationist, on to talk shit about evolution because James Tour doesn't understand evolution. Rob Stadler got absolutely put to pasture by myself and Dan Stern Cardinal a couple of months ago. We forced his ass in early retirement, and then he decided to come back after many months, and now he's talking about Linsky. We'll have to talk about it at some point, but I mean, he's butchering it. I've already seen the highlights of it. I've already talked about the highlights of it with a couple of friends. It's nothing new, but we'll get there when we get there.
Cool.
$5 from Weaponized Emoticon 1131. Sweet. If you write a paper of any kind, I volunteer to help edit it and maybe research it, but no matter what, that sounds excellent. That was the cholesterol. Sweet.
Yeah. I think that would be great. If his results are what he's talking about already, that would really be a neat thing to put out there. You just have to polish the shit out of it because people need to understand what these things what these words mean. But yeah.
The show.
For Forrest, any good new book recommendations? I already have Determined and Behave by Sapolsky, and Erika, any books for entry-level anthropology? Actually, I have a couple of my friends wrote recently.
For entry-level anthropology, I would do probably like a pop sci book to get you kind of interested. I do Kindred by Rebecca Ragg Sykes. I do First Steps by Jeremy De Silva. I would do, let me see, what else do I have over here? I would do The Invaders, if you're interested in dog domestication. If you're interested in, let's see. I know The Real Planet of the Apes by David Begun for Miocene apes. And I think that should get you started. Those would be my recommendations for entry-level anthropology. That should cover your Miocene, your Australopiths, and your late genus Homo.
My friend Zoe just released this. It's called Why Are We Like This? An evolutionary search for answers to life's big questions. And it's cool. She's a great science communicator down in Australia. So I don't think this is actually available outside of Australia in the physical copy yet, but you can get the digital copy right now. So she's great. Thank you very much to her. You can also pick up this Mistakes Were Made, but Not by Me. It's all about like why we justify irrational beliefs. It's a cognitive dissonance and shit. And like why humans, including you, will ignore the silly things that you believe and justify silly things you believe, and why skepticism is so important and so difficult to do consistently all the time. And also pick up The Monad and You, which was a gift that Tina sent me. Tina is one of my frequent travelers to go on Trova trips with me. And she brought me this, and it's all about the monad and everything you need to know about it. I keep trying to read it.
Being unable to read it is how it should be. It needs to be incomprehensible.
Every time I pick it up, my brain just becomes everything and nothing all at once.
Perfect. Love it. Well done. $4.99 from Hannah Hodgins, 9516. To color anti-atheist, get wrecked. And then it's you stop, nose, don't, asteroid, lightning strike, dynamite, toilet paper. I agree, Hannah. You're inching back
in that order.
Making that goodwill back up.
To the person in chat who asked, we're still live? No, we're not. $5 Canadian from Fragged Locust. Forrest and Erika are really roughing it tonight. I think that's a pun about the roughage that we're munching on.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm a little bit worried about what's gonna happen after I drink some coffee tomorrow.
Weird poops.
I'm a little worried about it.
Weird poops tomorrow. Yeah.
We're gonna see. Forrest has got this disgusting shitting button, and that's what I'm concerned about. He's gonna do it now. That's the one I'm worried about. Wow, I like this bird. $10 from Punch Cat. Jimmy is going. For a second, I thought that said Jimmy is gooning. Jimmy is going to love this as anti-theist clip. What a raging weirdo. Erika and Forrest, you two are really great at keeping your cool. I'm impressed. I can't wait to see the clip that it's just like loser crashes out after getting muted.
Didn't Lux? I forgot what fucking show it was. I forgot what you said, but Lux had put in they said something like, here's the link, losers, or something like that. And I thought they said
goobers. I called you goobers.
Goobers. That's what it was. Yes, they put in the thing. They were like, get in here, goobers. And I would have bet my life savings that they just said, get in here, gooners. And I laughed at that I was so thrilled by that. And then I had to read it again. It said goobers. I was destroyed. I was dejected.
Well, I'm glad to know that I need to set the tone in our friendship a little bit better.
Forrest was like, they had me dead to rights, and then thank God it turns out.
Have you seen? I think it's called. Let me double check here. Yes, PDF to Brain Rot.
Love it. Love PDF to Brain Rot. I mean, I don't love it.
You know what I'm talking about?
It's a sign of the times, but it does make me laugh a lot. It's basically like it takes any kind of paper and puts it into brain rot so you can understand it. It's like brain rot comprehensible terms. Am I right on that? That's what it is?
Yeah.
Then I have seen.
Okay, so I'm actually going to no. Let's see here. All 17 versions. Can I get one of these? Yes. Pacifistic Culture Among Wild Baboons is Emergence and Tradition and Transmission by Sapolsky and Cher. This is the one that we were talking about earlier. So I'm going to just download that really quick.
Okay, while Forrest is doing this, I'm going to keep reading
that into this.
$5 from Joshua Everett, 9887. Wait, I was just out for a bit. Is this dumb POS Coke King? I don't think this was Coke King, but this was somebody.
Powder Emperor. Imperious also called himself Powder Emperor.
And yes, that's the Coke King. Yep.
If he's a lawyer and based on his behavior, Coke King sounds appropriate.
No shot that guy is a lawyer, by the way. No shot.
For real. Okay, so here is the thing. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but here's PDF to brainrot.org, and I put the Sapolsky paper in there. It's brain rot mode. We'll let this guy do it. We'll use some. You pick one of these.
No, do Minecraft, not Subway Surfer.
The thing is set to this Minecraft. We can do this one, the jumping one.
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones are, So this is what you get on goddamn, TikTok. We can also do classic TikTok sounds, Wii music, or fluffing a duck, monkey spinning monkeys. I think the Wii music is the best one, probably.
Yeah, it's probably good.
Yeah, we'll take that one. Monkey spinning monkeys is do. Yeah. What's this one? No, this one's good. We're gonna go with Wii music.
I know what Wii music is.
You can't.
That's probably a good thing.
Ooh.
Well, hold on. We might be able to still see it. Yeah, it still does one. Are you not hearing this? Maybe I need to. Oh, I know why. Hold on a second. I need to actually share my screen as well.
I wasn't
Please
hearing
don't
it.
nuke the stream with copyright music right at the end.
I was also worried about that, but hopefully
fuck, you're right. Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe. Let me go back and try to rerun it without music.
Okay.
See.
In the meantime, 5 pounds from Mystic Mind Analysis is anti-atheist in IMAX cinema because he's a huge projector. That is the kindest thing you could say about anti-atheist, I think.
That's a fucking dope line, dude. Okay, no.
$5 from Elias on a Silverboat. And Pierce is one of those lawyers that gets a chubby when he defends big oil companies after a major oil spill. Yeah, it's the South Park. We're sorry. We're sorry. Yes, I agree. 400 Australian dollars? Is that what that is? Holy. From Primordial
Yes,
Puzzles.
very generous.
Yeah, oh my god.
Thanks so much.
Yay, thank you, Lux. Seriously, I tried for 500, but I am at a limit. Oh my goodness. That is an enormous donation. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. Is there anything else we can do to make your viewing experience more enjoyable? How you doing? You need some snacks? Like, what can we do for you?
We got a lot of lettuce.
Got a lot of I got some cabbage, I got some melon, I got a coconut, but it's not open. $4.99
Okay,
from
I fixed it, and now let me go more and share screen 2 and share sound. And then let me see if this works. Okay, let's see if this does a thing.
I gotta be honest, that's a pretty good brain rot summary. That's
a phenomenal summary.
That's really good. Oh my god, oh my god, I think I'm the most scared of AI that I've ever been. That was
right.
Well done, brain rot generator. Man. Okay.
So
right.
Good.
Well, this vibe.
Oh, the chat didn't hear sound. It was just an AI voice reading what you saw on screen. I'm sorry you didn't hear sound.
Yeah, but
that
it was
sucks.
really good. We got Skibidi. It said homies for homies. It was pretty good.
Great.
$4.99 from Narui. From Narui, yeah. 160. I love when you guys are together. It's so fun watching you destroy idiots. It's my pleasure, but the only real idiot, well, we had, I don't know, the major idiot that we had tonight destroyed himself. We didn't do anything. He walked the plank himself. He made his bed.
Spirituality is like masturbation. It's fun, but don't force other people to watch. Louis C.K.
We got 10 Canadian dollars from Pureform42. Oh, goodness, I slipped into RFK mode there. Oh, Monad, how I've missed you. Thanks for that, Brandon, the not biologist. Yeah. Hopefully you guys are all buying the mugs. You're buying the mugs, right?
Yeah. Buy the goddamn mugs. Forrest, what are the names of the biology textbooks you show on stream sometimes? I tried to look through clips of old stream. Couldn't tell you what you're talking about because I show so many for different reasons at different times. So like I don't know how to answer this question at this moment. Maybe I can give you like, hold on a second.
$5 from Legally Mod. Why are so many neurotypical people seemingly shocked and dismayed that humans experience thoughts? This must be the consciousness thing. I don't know why people. I know I already said this, but I don't know why that's a shocking development for so many people.
This is the biology textbook that everyone like. This is like the standard biology textbook that you should get is Campbell Biology. It's like if I'm going to show any of them, probably going to be this one for any real reason. It's pretty solid. And this is the 12th edition, which is the newest edition.
$4.99 from Narui 5160. I want Aaron Adair to talk to Brandon. I think it could be a very interesting conversation. I think so too. I should have said that. I don't know why I didn't think of that because I'm doing this next week again with Aaron. So I should have said something. Yeah. I wasn't thinking.
Erika's sleep is the only thing God can't make suffer. True.
My sleep is pretty enjoyable too. I have like good dreams sometimes. Like I have bad dreams too, but mostly good ones or just like dreamless. It's really wonderful. $10 from Kate Space. I'm right there with you on sleep schedules and being productive around 3 a.m. Forrest. Okay, there's one other person. It's not weird. We'd just be the one sitting around the campfire keeping watch while the rest of the clan sleeps. Yeah, there you go.
It's a cool way to be. Although I am white, so please don't call me part of a clan. I'm right here with, in the spirit of tonight's calls, Wallace Stevens' 6 Significant Landscapes Part 3. I don't know what that has to do with. I don't know what you're talking about here, but hell yeah.
I think the moment might have gone for that one. G-Norp. $9.99 from the Chimera. Count Valkai. Please. Love you both. I also got bingo today on caller incorrectly accuses host of fallacy. Much love. Yeah, actually, anti-atheist was a gold mine. If you were playing along with bingo, you really checked a lot of boxes with them.
For real. Well, now I fucked this up. Has anyone seen Forrest in direct sunlight? Hashtag Forrest the Vampire. Hashtag Team Lux. Yeah, lots of people have. And again, I can't stress this enough. If you're a fan of Roll for Initiative, you know why this is so funny and also so frustrating. It's a whole thing.
$4.99 for Modern Day Kane. Forrest just like me with the messed up sleep schedule on off days. Been like this since like 14, almost 12 years ago. You're 26? Baby alert.
How do I fucking fix this display thing? I had it good and now it's dumb. After I showed the video of the thing that no one saw sound on, it broke. Did you guys see the True Crime documentary about the evil mime? They did unspeakable things. I'm a little sad Forrest wouldn't want to be a vampire. Vampires are fun. Who said I wouldn't want to be? I'd be a vampire all day long.
A vamper?
Vamper.
Tree vamper coming out.
Vamper all, yeah, that's Oklahoma for you.
I vamper all over you.
$10 from Draven Dresden. I don't know if you want to phrase it that way. I can talk Vamp Forrest.
No, you can't.
I can tell when sunset happens, even without seeing it. I'm allergic to garlic. Sunlight hurts. Okay, I got you beat on that one. Churches make my skin crawl. Super pale, long hair, longer canines than usual. Draven, I'd love to see your canines. Can I measure them?
Hey.
I'm always very careful with my.
Someone broke into a local police station and stole the toilets. No one knows who did it. The police have. Nothing to go on.
Heard it before. Heard it. Nice try. Would you think you can just roll in here with an unheard of poop pun without thinking of it a little bit deeper? Shame on you. $5 from Squirrel Knitter. Can you speak on the Guinea-Bissau Hep B trial? What is the purpose of this trial? I cannot speak of that. I do not know what that is.
Zero clue.
Guinea-Bissau Hep B trial.
Hepatitis B in Guinea-Bissau. Thank you, Forrest, Erika, and Lux for being great sports about the bingo. I love the fact that this is happening. I promise you intent 100% to celebrate what you do and how you do it. What does the scorecard look like today? Can anybody share a picture of it or something like that? I'd love to see it.
Bingo. That's a bingo.
Doing bingo while streaming is awesome to me, but personally, because I know I'm not directly participatory in it, and I know it's not my idea or anything like that. But my favorite YouTuber / streamer is a guy named Brutal Moose, and he had the brilliant idea to do bingo as the main gimmick of his gaming stuff. He did Windows 95 bingo and then PlayStation bingo and stuff, where he has a bingo board and each number corresponds to a different game that he's going to play for like 15 minutes. And it was awesome. It's fucking great. And so doing bingo things on a stream, it just makes me happy because it makes me feel like maybe I could someday be as good of a YouTuber as that dude.
I found one.
Hell yeah.
What do we got? How do we do?
Can I show this?
Hold on, quick acknowledgement. $5 from Kate Space. I bought both your Monad mugs and no other mugs I tried. Kate, thank you so much. It sounds like there's only one real fan of SkepTalk out there, and it's Kate Space. Thank you, Kate. We really
I need to find a way
enjoy
to
those mugs.
Oh, I can save image.
I just want to say, the mugs are pretty high quality. I drank out of one this morning. I don't think I have it in here with me anymore, but I had one this morning, and it's a tall mug, which I really like, and it's got a good feel to it. It's got a good width. I like it. Good mug.
The fuck? Okay,
$5 from Bramley CX. Thanks to Lux for putting up with this shit. Yeah. Yes, I concur. Lux puts up with a lot.
They're a champ.
608 from Jesse Clark 83. Here's a Wednesday Addams quote for Erika. Nothing like a bad pun to throw dirt on the coffin of epic poetry. That is so true. That is a common Wednesday W. Oh my god, look at that bingo card.
Erika displays a skull. Caller concedes a point. Caller claims different topic than they told the screener. Erika threatens someone.
Yeah.
Host convince producer to take an additional call. We got a bingo right there.
You got a bingo right there. Hey, also, you're missing sexism mentioned or displayed. We had some of that today, too.
Oh, yeah.
And we got stream technical issues on my end.
What's tittle?
I don't know what that is.
Jot or tittle. Like a jot or a tittle. Anybody reviews upcoming schedule? You know, I should have. That is my job, but I didn't. I don't even think.
Yeah, we really.
I blame Lux. I don't think Lux put it in the thing, so it's their fault.
That was my bad.
Damn, that's a good bingo card. That's actually pretty fair and pretty balanced. Is there
what is any line merch on screen? Oh no, he held up the mug. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a bingo.
Forrest draws something. What did I draw?
I don't like that.
You drew cholesterol molecular.
Oh, you did it.
Oh yeah. Stream runs past 10 p.m. Central Time. That's a given. That was a free space.
I didn't like how many people were surprised by that I draw cartoons. That's like one of my things is that I do cartoons. Don't be surprised by that. You're not up to date on your lore. You're not a good fan like Kate Space. $5 from Kate Space. Speak of the devil. Happy birthday, Erika. Good news. Studies suggest that having more birthdays is good for your health and leads to a longer life. Thank God we're keeping the science funding to prove stuff like this. And by keeping, I mean not keeping. This one's
the Anto then to underscore $10. Why is AlphaGal president? Why is AlphaGal president in all mammals except catarrhine primates? Why do humans have antibodies for it? Allowing for AGS, AlphaGal syndrome. What's even 4? How does this compare to stuff like vitamin C? AlphaGal, that's the one when you get a meat allergy. That's the thing that you become allergic to, right?
Yes, it is. I'm looking right now because I'm curious to see if anybody's done anything on that. There's a spatial distribution study. There's the gene sequence itself. There is normally, but in most mammals, it's not normally found. You know what my guess would be? My guess would be that it has to do, like the vitamin C thing, that it has to do with the climatic overturn that happened in the Fayum. I bet it's incidental, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, hey, remember, by the way, I noticed this earlier, Reuters actually covered that story that I mentioned. I'm going to make this bigger. like that. And I'm waiting for this fucking ad to end. God damn it, I hate this world.
What story was it?
It was this one. Fuck it, you're going to see part of this ad. This one. Yeah. So this is a U.S. citizen, and ICE fucking broke. There he is. They beat his door down and grab this dude in his underpants and drag him out into the snow. Why? For the crime of not being white. Because they had to just to be sure if this fucking old man might not be a citizen. This is a U.S. citizen who is fucking terrified.
Also, even if he wasn't, this is not how you treat people. Like,
right.
Like that's so you drag an old man out into the freezing cold. Any person, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Like, whatever. I'm not getting back into that today.
And just now, this person, this citizen, this person who is here legally, this dude is now fucking gonna be terrified because that can just happen. It turns out the government can just break your door down. You know they're not paying for that. His door's just broken now, so now he's less safe. And he fears for his safety and his life from his own government because they can just do that and get away with it. Way to make somebody feel super fucking welcome and safe and free, you stupid motherfuckers. Is that freedom? Ugh.
Makes me feel slimy. 5 Canadian dollars from Fragged Locust. We didn't breed out elf ears. Why do we have this idea of that is a trait of a different man, e.g. Vulcans, or just us imagining unicorns? I don't know. I don't know why pointy ears show up so many times. I mean, it's been gone for a long time. Like, the pointy ears has been gone since base hominoidea. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It might just be a unicorn thing.
99 from Milf Wrangler. That is very funny. How do you think technology has/will affect our evolution, or perhaps stunt it entirely?
It will accelerate it in interesting directions if it can get us to different environments. Otherwise, it is quote unquote stunting it in the sense that like modern medicine is wonderful, but it also makes us vulnerable in some ways, which is why we need to make better medicine to keep up. The answer to that question is it depends. Both, actually, is my answer.
Yeah. I would say that, it has been affecting our evolution for the past, couple million years, right? We are cyborgs by nature. The whole point of human evolution for the past, at the very, very least 2.5 million years, has been make better tools, get better resources, get bigger brains, so you can make better tools, so you can get better resources, you can build better brains, like on and on and on and on. And so we are cyborgs by nature. This is our whole damn thing. And especially for the past 10 to 20,000 years, the point has been using those technologies to remove selection pressures, things like heat, things like access to limited access to water, things like predators, whatever else. So it has been for a very long time, and it will not stunt it. Evolution's always going to happen as long as reproduction's happening. And when you talk about human evolution, there's this thing you have to remember called effective population size. The effective population size of a population is the smallest population that would still experience the same level of like genetic drift as the whole population. So like when you're thinking about the evolution of this species or this whatever, this population, what is the minimum size of the thing? The effective population size for humans is like 10,000 people. It's tiny because we are stupidly inbred creatures. And so as far as like what our evolution actually looks like in the long term, it's a tiny population that's actually doing that spread across all humanity, and that's nutty. So don't think we're going to stop evolution for humans any fucking time soon. It's not going to happen.
We got $5 from Brissinger Blaster. Can't wait to drive up to Oklahoma from Texas in March to see y'all. Should I bring a notepad? Bring a notepad if you want us to sign something, or bring the thing that you want us to sign. You three plus Seth.
Especially if it's a notepad.
Seth included are some of my actual heroes changed my life. That is incredibly kind. Can't wait to see ya. I forgot to say, Forrest and I and also Seth are doing a show in Oklahoma in In March.
March 7th.
Let me confirm. In case Forrest is forgetting shit again.
I don't think I am.
March 7th at from 2 to 5. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fun. If you want to come see us in person, come to it. It's going to be great. And
if you go to valkailabs.com and click on events, it'll scroll you down here. And here I'm doing 2 speeches back to back at the Ethical Society of St. Louis. And then the next thing I'm doing right here is with Seth. And that'll take you to this site here. And here's the details. You can get tickets right there. We're actually more than halfway sold out on tickets. I think we have 300 tickets available, and we've sold almost 200 already. So, like, this is a thing you can do.
Get them while they're hot. The projections, I mean, you know how this kind of stuff goes. You never really know. But, it's looking like the tickets are all going to sell. So, and if you want to go, you should get your ticket now.
Speaking of going to cool things, also.
We'll talk and we'll banter. There will be banter happening, and also Seth will be there, and he'll banter as well. We can sign things, take selfies, do all of the stuff. It's going to be cool. Probably.
Seth also has been talking a lot about how he really likes it when fans show them show him their belly buttons. He said that to me several times.
He said that to me too.
If you're at that show and you want to just pop a button out at him, I bet it would make his day. So just give him a little. You're not flashing him. Just a little. Show him a little belly button.
You need to just make sure he knows that you know that he loves this. Just be like,
yes,
like because you're doing him a favor by showing him he loves the belly button.
He really enjoys it. And also while you're here on valkailabs.com, you can click on Valkations and you can click this button here, and you can go with me to Zimbabwe or Costa Rica later on. You can sign up for one of those guys. They're a lot of fun, and there's going to be even more and cheaper trips next year as well. But those ones are going to be fucking tight. So sign up for those.
Ooh, we have $5 from Meg801 sitting here laughing at the fact that for a moment I was waiting for Erika to hand the lettuce back to Forrest across the screen. I believe they were 2 different vegetables, but
you might need to go to sleep if that's the problem that you're having. Codeine cough syrup. Codeine cough syrup is prescription now, but at one point you could find it in over-the-counter stores as recently as 2000. Fucking shit. Huge issue when I was a kid of kids using it. That's wild. That is wild.
I'm just saying, man. I don't think Forrest is as hip with the kids as he would like to have you believe. $4.99 from Life is Literary.
Hey.
Love tuning into the hosts discussing which drugs show up in black music versus white music. What I said was it's in both. It is in both because Glass Animals is a British man. So I'm just saying.
Glass Animals is a British man. $5 from Legally Maud. The best advice for a young American who wants to study science is to get out of America and never look back. That's unfortunately extremely true.
That's true. $19.99 from Lone Sky Hominin. Epic ad, though. Very good. Well done.
Call in studio. Have y'all tried sorrel? Leafy veg like spinach, tastes kind of lemony. I believe so. Would sorrel taste similar? Looks like clover with little yellow flowers. I think I have? Question mark? But I don't remember it, so it's effectively no. But I know I've heard of it before, for sure.
$5 from Leah Shana Silverbow. Give a man a vegetable he will eat for a day. Make a man a vegetable, and he will be fed for the rest of his life. Wisdom from of Allie. I have to pee because I've had to pee for a minute, but also I need to just marinate on this wisdom. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, the next super chat you guys get that you want to pontificate on for a few minutes, I'm also going to go to the bathroom.
Iguana donka donka dong. Iguana donka dong. That was great to have at the end of the musing about who's pissing where. And diarrhea sore. What are we doing here with these? What's going on with this?
It was the poop dinosaur that she was showing.
Yes. That makes sense. Thou shalt not eat unadorned cabbage, Cole's Law. That's really good. Cole's Law. I like that. Do you guys want to do a thing where when Erika walks back in, I just continue, like, I end a story as if I've been telling the story the whole time? I don't know if maybe she has her headphone on her, because when I leave the room, I still have my headphones. So, like...
No, she doesn't.
She doesn't? Okay, well, I'm going to start talking about this corn as soon as she walks back in the room. So I'm just going to be holding it for the sake of holding it, and then as soon as I see her enter the frame, I'm going to start saying, so, like...
You know, I can hear this from my bathroom, you dumb moron. I heard about your stupid
I didn't know! I thought you had headphones in and you took them out to go pee.
How utterly embarrassing to be busted like this.
I was going to discuss corn while you were busting a waz, and then you were going to come back in here and be confused.
Tough shit. $5 from Fiona. Oh, God. Anstian. Going to be real sad if y'all don't eat an onion like an apple at the end of all this produce munching. I would have loved to see that, but...
I got corn.
I don't know. $5 from Bramley CX. I was talking with a zoologist who was studying some scat. I already know where this is going. Amazing. I asked what that meant and what she did. I asked what that meant she did every day. She said, pull up a stool. Mm-hmm. I don't think I've threatened you with this one yet, Bramley. This is a actual usable machete that I've cut bush with.
That's crazy you cut bush with that. I just used trimmers.
Yeah, I was waiting for... Yeah, it's not nearly sharp enough.
All right. It's like steel wool down there.
I feel like you don't know this, but it has literally been Bush Girl Summer this year, so I don't know what to tell you. It's actually a crime during that to...
Who knows?
That, but whatever.
Who knows? I like how you were also saying that you didn't want to use the machete because you didn't want to wake up your husband with the noise, when I thought for sure you were going to say I didn't want to wake him up with the gaping flesh wound having to go to the hospital for stitches. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to wake him up as I was hacking into pieces with my machete.
Right.
He's a light sleeper. Actually, earlier today when I was...
One machete wound, he snaps awake like a pin.
It's a flesh wound. I was washing it because I really was preparing to use it, and it's been over in the corner on display for many years now. So I was washing it with some Dawn dish soap, as one does, and I was like, I walked by him and I was like, "What would you do if I just like came at you with this?" And he was like, "Die, probably." I would probably die.
Yeah,
it's a pretty sharp machete too. Anyways. $9.99.
That old Malcolm Reynolds line, "You died." It seemed like the thing to do at the time, you know?
Yeah, it was all the rage. From Hannah Hodgins, 9516. I'm so worried. My boyfriend is Hispanic and his family members who are citizens have already had run-ins with ICE. I'm so worried for him. Along with one of my family members, I feel sick. That is a reasonable feeling.
My wife is Hispanic. And she is white passing, but almost no one else in her family is. And trying to figure out what I can and cannot say on that. Actually, I'm just going to let that sit because I just realized there's a lot of things that will get us pulled down, and we'll put can't say some things for culpability reason. Yep.
We have $19.99 from Frieza and D's Balls. I went and played an entire beer league ice hockey game, had beers in the locker room and shower, got out of the rink, and these two silly people are still going best duo on the line.
Nice PFP, by the way.
Yeah, that's really what's saving you right now. I do love a doomed Yowie like that. But I don't Anyways.
Yeah. Goku making out with whatever other Goku. $9.99 from Ryan Koo. Just popping in to say I look forward to seeing Muflu in Tulsa in a couple of months. Hell yeah. Also, today is my birthday. Happy birthday. I didn't get you anything. I got you a 9-hour live stream.
Forrest got you a happy birthday. Congratulations, though, which is more than I got from him on my birthday. $10 from Corey Springer. If I bought my celebratory obituary bottle of wine today. Can't wait to drink it. But guys, thankful there is one positive of this mortal coil, and that is that the day will come. The day will come.
Wait.
I know I've said this before, but there's you I think I've told you this, Forrest. You know the famous Russian joke about the leader. Anyways, this guy gets up and he goes every day to buy a newspaper from the same newspaper stand in Soviet Russia. And one day the guy at the newspaper, he confronts this guy at the newspaper stand and he's like, hey, you always come to my stand and every day you pick up the newspaper, you flip to the same page, or you take the newspaper, you look at the page for 2 seconds and then you set it back down and leave. He's like, why don't you just buy one? He's like, well, I'm looking at the obituaries. And he goes, but the obituaries are in the back. And he says, not the one I'm looking for. That's...
Yep.
That's the gag.
Absolutely.
I fucked it up, but that's the gag. $10
No, I like it. Yeah.
Assailant Monk. It makes me sad that so many would rather push others down to make themselves feel tall rather than lift each other up and be strong together. Still doesn't stop me from offering a helping hand, but you forget the perk of pushing others down is that you get a great angle to lick the boot of the oligarchs. So that's the big perk that we're not taking into consideration here.
I live in Portland. I had a MAGA coworker who kept repeating most of the city had burned down because he heard it on Newsmax. I called him over to look out the window. It didn't change his mind. They are cultists. And that's the crazy thing. When we talk about, like, on these shows, you see it a lot. And on my Reactoria series, you see it a lot. In the videos that Erika responds to, you see it a lot. Where, like, you can literally have a creationist talking. It's like for Answers in Genesis, for example. And they're like, no. Evolution is impossible. And like, here we are watching it happen. And they will change it. They will twist it. They will lie. They will do anything to hold on to the core narrative that this is impossible. And it's the same thing here. It's why I use the word cult. And it's not a hyperbole. It's not a stretch, exaggeration. You could have Donald Trump himself could stand in front of these people and say, I am fucking with you. I am here to fucking take your money and your rights. I want to rule America with an iron fist and kill everyone who disagrees with me. I am a tyrant. I am a dictator. I am a king. Bend the knee. And they'll be saying, he doesn't believe that. He's just trolling you. Biden did worse. Also, where can I give him money? Like, it's the same thing.
He's actually doing it to get at the deep state. You know what I mean? Like,
it's all just a ruse.
It's also why
they're actually going to say yes, Daddy.
They probably
At the end of the day, they will just deep throat his boot a little bit further. $5 from Alice in Dr. Pepper. I have a universal trait that all women have. Women must be hot. Woke lesbianism. There you go.
Enlightened. $5 from Leashana Silverbow. I've invested in stocks, beef, chicken, and vegetables. One day I hope to be a billionaire. Get it, Erika? A billionaire, Erika. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's really funny.
I get it, Leashana.
It's really funny.
I definitely get it.
That's very, very funny.
Get it.
I like it a lot.
I'm trying to look around to see. This thing is actually quite heavy. I think if I threw it with a hard enough velocity, it could cave in your frontal bone, maybe.
Hashtag Team Stephanie. From Joshua Everett, hashtag Team Stephanie. I agree.
Cute cat. Ooh.
Another one.
Canadian dollars. Same thing from Pureform 42, Team Stephanie. Mm-hmm. We have $5 from Green Garbador. What are your favorite non-avian dinosaurs / other prehistoric creatures? Well, that's a tough sell. What? Lystrosaurus?
Yeah.
It's
not a dinosaur. They said other prehistoric creatures. Lystrosaurus, they're shovel lizards. They have a beak and tusks, and they're just this funky little reptile pig that lived through the Great Dying. They were in the Permian. They survived the largest mass extinction in Earth's history and saw some dinosaurs before they died, and they're adorable.
I'm going to go with favorite dinosaur. My favorite dinosaur is probably a chelabator. It's a raptor that I really like. Other prehistoric creatures, I have a huge soft spot for funky looking Permian dudes. So Cotyledonous, Sacabambaspis, Astraspis. I love little jawless fish.
Sacabambaspis.
I think they are incredible. I love their little. It's actually kind of peak design, and we never really got back to that. I would really like
They
to
call me Mr.
get back. Of course, this is excluding all hominids.
Sacabambaspis. Look at these fucking things. They're adorable.
I think they're wonderful as well. I do.
Lystrosaurus. Just imagine this thing about the size of a pig, just honking about, digging up tubers.
Look at the mini one. In that picture, the mini.
They're
I
great.
like the mini one.
Mine is Quetzalcoatlus.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's
really good.
That's a good one. And
I'm gonna show everybody Sacabambaspis.
Other big flyer is Hatzegopteryx, which I think I'm saying that right. Hatzegopteryx. It's like bigger head and not quite as long wingspan. It's kind of weird, but I like it. And Gorgonops are obviously cool. And Dunkel is cool.
Fucking
yeah. Actually, Forrest, if you scroll around enough on that page, you will find a post from me. Like if you look up Sacabambaspis and Astraspis, one of these posts is from me.
That's
or
excellent.
It was years ago. I'll try to find it at some point. I'll find it.
So that's the only thing I remember is fucking somebody on TikTok did that Shaggy song. Fucking they call me Mr. Boombastic, Sacabambaspis, funky prehistoric fish with goofy eyes. Is great.
That's I hate to say it. That kind of slaps. That's kind of brilliant. I hate to say it was kind of cool.
I like it.
Maybe you read the next one.
Not spicy enough. I'm sure the puns have gotten to Erika by now, but in case not, I want to remind her that she is my favorite paleo expert. Forrest, your degrees are nice, but your hair is beautiful. Thanks, I brought it from home.
The paleo expert thing makes me angrier than the puns, so that has actually put you directly to the top of the list. I'm like the It Follows demon, so that means you're next. So be aware of that. We have $5 from Kate Space. Forrest, how much do you have to pay to get back to get you back into that black lacy number? Holy!
I don't know what to tell you. I already did the fucking. Hold on a second. I already did fucking. Oh my god! How long did it take me to put on this dress, dude?
What was the occasion for this?
Oh, we raised a bunch of money for Josie's campaign, and it was her idea for me to. Well, so I had this cool little, like this velvety guy.
That fits you pretty well,
right? Look at the motion of it. It's great. We did that for a minute, and then we did. This one, which was like a sweatery squeezums.
Oh yeah, that's like a there's a word for that. There's a word for that for like the.
You just missed him twerking.
Yeah,
I'm glad
it's twerk. I just bounced around with my butt out. That's all it was.
That's what twerking is, Forrest. I
feel like it's not. Boy. I feel like there's more to it. And then there was this. This was the Lacey number they're talking about. It was a romp hymn. It was a romper, but they called it a romp hymn.
Yeah, because
it may actually be just a word.
Just with the pants.
And it's got like
I like the sleeves on that. Kind of slaps. It's kind of a cool outfit.
Is a fun one. Amber wore this to Christmas. She looked really fucking hot.
Did you stretch it out?
Probably. A badass in there.
She wants to wear it again. No, because you're taller than she is.
She's the one who.
It was her idea.
Yeah. Oh, she did pick it out. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I hated all of it, but it was a lot of fun. I just don't like the Lacey thing was nice because I was actually quite comfortable in the heat. You know what I mean? That was. I didn't anticipate the breathable shoulders were lovely, but just like the amount of like things touching me but not touching me properly, it was weird. It was a whole thing.
I think dresses.
I could see where the appeal would have been. It would have been fun, but like I just didn't like the fact that it was and was not touching my body in so many ways. I didn't understand it.
Yeah, but
I feel like I'd have to get really used to it.
Yeah, that's just because you've not worn them enough. Like when you know how they fit, it's not as surprising. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
$5 from Gin the Human. Who are the most annoying solicitors in Midgar? Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, I get it.
There you go.
Well, it's nerdy. And it's a pun. My favorite.
Adeline, you don't, everything's normal, all right? I was showing footage from another stream where normal things were happening. And you missed out so much. You have missed out on so much. You could have been here for the lettuce.
There were a lot
$10.
Of fruits.
Fun fact, Gutzon Borglum, Mount Rushmore, was a racist who was involved with the KKK. Yes, that is true. However, he had disagreements with them and smashed his Stone Mountain project. They tried to arrest and kill him. Crazy.
And nothing.
Yeah, no, that's true. It was fucking the Mount Rushmore was carved by a Klansman. That is a true thing, and it makes it all the more fucking awful.
$5 from Alicia on a silver bill. I quit my job after my boss started paying me in vegetables. Guess I just couldn't live off that celery. Get it? Get it? Yeah, I get it. I get it. Here's what I'm gonna do to you. I'm going to like tie you in such a way so that it's like, they do this situation where the bamboo grows up through people because it grows so quickly. I'm gonna do that, but with some other type of vegetable that is more location appropriate. It'll take a while, but it'll be worth it. Trust me. $5 from Sarah Talks Pod. Obligatory bingo super chat.
She gonna put a carrot up your butt.
That's a bingo. That's my Inglorious Bastards. And no, I wouldn't.
What?
The carrot would grow that way naturally.
You suspend the person upside down. Ran across a history fact today. In 1903, two men believed they could fly. They were right. That's true.
Plane-related death for you. Propeller, but the plane grounded. You walk into the prop.
I got this button. Sick joke, bruh.
I'm not even going to dignify that one with anything longer than this response.
I'm changing up my buttons.
From the Van Tounderscore. I had to leave before you got to Super Chat, so I missed your response to my prior Super Chat about alpha-gal syndrome. I'll try again later. It wasn't a very good response. Don't hold your breath, but we'll try to do better next time.
$5. In my experience, the fundy evangelicals also use Connie Greek and old Hebrew translations, but way more selectively. I don't know what any of those words mean.
We have... Wait, next. $10. From Greenman Dave, I just noticed Erika's Dungeon Crawler Carl shirt. I've not ingested the book yet, but it's on my list. I also aim to get a shirt for my BFF, Carl. God damn it, Donut. Yeah, it actually, the series really grew on me. My husband got this shirt for me. New achievement. I've gotten pretty good at it. Anyways, you gotta listen to the audiobooks. They're really, really good. If you're driving a lot, they're a great series to listen to. The humor can be a little cringe for me sometimes for my taste, but that's fine. That's not why I listen to it. They've really grown on me though. The books, the characters, I think they're good. It's the kind of lit RPG that becomes not that. So you guys should read them. Anyways.
We're coming up at this moment on, we're 4 minutes away from 9 hours on this stream.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind everybody, we were talking earlier on about just how weird our jobs are. And I was like, try to just pretend for like 1 hour, just imagine 2,000 people watching you at all times. And you have to like be really cognizant of where your body is and what kind of faces you're making, everything like that. Try it for a whole work day and an extra hour and eat a fucking head of lettuce while you're at it. Have fun with it. Everybody
I don't know that you get to claim a full head of lettuce on that one for us.
That's at least 30% of a head of lettuce.
I ate 100% of a crown of broccoli, the crown portion. So I'm just...
Well, I got a corn. I got a couple of carrots over here. I got a lemon. I ate at least like 2 bell peppers and most of it tomato.
The lemon was good. The lemon was good.
That was a good... solid. That was my finishing move.
Yeah, that was an anime finisher right there. $5 from Ryan and Nerf. Back in the day, I was shown videos on creatures that defy evolution, like bombardier beetles. Had bad arguments, but funny when they also claim kinds. Yeah, the bombardier ones, if memory serves, they use that to argue for fire-breathing dragons. That's what I remember from Dinosaurs by Design by Dwayne Getch. But Far be it from me. I'll do it since he's got lettuce in his mouth. 5 Canadian dollars from Alex 0203. Since I'm doing a double shift, I can afford a super chat. There you go. Love you both. Our pleasure. It's our pleasure.
That's how it's supposed to be. Go work so you can give us money.
Yeah. While we sit here on our asses, rolling in the dough like Scrooge McDuck.
You guys were vaccinated with a phonograph needle, and you were fucked by a reindeer. We're just saying things now. You don't know. $5. The lean hoodie was great, but the DCC shirt absolutely wins. Thank you both for another great show, and Viva la Revolucion, Carl, Princess Donut.
Paul, Mongo is appalled. That's the one they usually do. That's the quote you usually hear. It's a good book series. You guys should give it a shot. I actually think it's really good. $10 from Blind Limey. I'm still smacking my entire gob about anti-atheist and those like him who think it's a great idea to turn up to a battle of wits completely unarmed. Also, Fine Motion says trans rights probably. Yeah, I don't know what, I'm just trying to get into the headspace of, making an alt to just get absolutely verbally mogged by two people who do this for a job, but that's fine.
Weird.
Humiliation kink.
I guess.
That's what I kept saying. That man, he really does think that he's done well, and he has a very confusing boner about, how much we've made fun of him. I'm telling you, there's something there. There's no way. There's no way there isn't something there. Thank you so much for the ass dollars. Terminasit. What would you call a vegetable that gives diarrhea? Produce.
Okay, to be fair, that's original. That's the first vegetable joke of that kind. That's a very elegant merging of the vegetable theme of this evening, produce theme of this evening, and pooping. But no, yeah. I'm not a furry jam, Nick. Thank you for that, though. How do I want to do this one? Maybe something shopping cart related, so like a produce aisle for yours. How do you feel about being compressed between hundreds of shopping carts on either side, like in the middle, you know?
Oh, yeah. Like you get in the basket of one and then it slots into another one?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what and then it's sort of like, I don't know if you guys saw Final Destination 2, but when there's a character that gets thrown forward towards a fence, like a sort of cross-hatched wire fence, and then they're pushed through it like cubes of human come out on the other side. I want to watch that. It's pretty epic.
The laser scene in the first Resident Evil movie.
It's just like that, yes. 179 TBH currencies from Science Lover 999. Erika, tap lightly around the equator of your coconut. Several rotations, you'll create microfractures, and it'll pull apart. Don't hack. But I wanted to hack. Oh, man. Is that how you really do it? You can tell that I'm inexperienced with my coconut cracking on the equator. Tapping? Okay, I'll try that.
I assume they meant with your instrument.
Oh, yeah. So you gotta take the... We can not the noise canceller on your wavelength stream app is turning that off.
Sloshing.
Yeah, no, if you go, how do you say? So it's got the 3 dots, and you find the seam, and then you're gonna go perpendicular to that seam and give it a good whack, whack, whack all the way around, and it'll pop open like a cup.
Oh, I see it. There it is. What would you guys do if I just ripped it apart? That would be a little too farm boy strong. $10 from Elias on a silver bow. As someone who with a physics degree, biology is just applied chemistry, which is applied physics, which is just applied math. Please don't take my lunch money. Trembles at a resonant frequency. You can have a break this time, dork, but don't let me see this again.
I'm trying to find the Final Destination heavy duty steel fence scene.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. I'm trying to find... I got a Reactors React To compilation is all I've got.
That might be it, but it's... this movie's from the early 2000s. You should be good. Well, actually, sometimes they're even worse about that.
Well, it's fucking... See, and this sucks, because now it's everyone's blurring things, and I just have these fucking idiots going, oh! woo! You know what I mean?
Like the cubes are part of it. Like you don't want them to blur the cubes.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to blur the cubes.
Yeah, do you have HBO?
I might.
You have a pirate hat and a ship?
I might.
$10 from Hillhugger. Please don't judge my PFP, Erika. Soil mycorrhiza might not be cute, but they feed billions, and the god killed trillions in his flood, so these little guys are survivors, yo. I love soil mycorrhiza. Myco? Yeah, mycorrhiza. Yeah, I said that right. Okay, yeah, I think they're cute. Look at it. It looks like a little guy with a bunch of little arms.
What is it?
A little fungus guy. Mycorrhiza.
Because mycorrhiza is those are the fungi that grow into roots. They make a network around plant roots, and they help trap water in the soil so the plant has extra water, and in return they munch on the plant roots ever so slightly. They're great.
Cute. Like it. We have $5 from Where's Waldo. Like the toque. Erika, you call it a beanie. If that word is unfamiliar, you can say toucan without the "and." My father is Canadian. I know how to say toque. Also, my husband loves hockey, so I know how to say toque.
I found it. So here we got there's the man, and there's talking to some people. And why would you build a fence that looks like that? That's odd.
It's for the kill, Forrest. It's for the kill.
And here's a truck, a van is rolling at him. They're like, it's a van. And then he's going to get squished, and it's okay. Oh, no. The van is stopped by a winch. The winch stopped the van, and there's the thing. And then, the winch is breaking, and the winch blasted him with a thing, a pipe. And is that Justin? No. Yeah, those are some good meat chunks. That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't have to. Put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind.
That part didn't make any sense.
Don't let that get in the way of a good kill.
But it was fun.
It's a good one. Final Destination 2 is a good one.
Are the movies supposed to be scary, or are they supposed to be fun? Because that seemed like a fun.
The first one is actually kind of menacing. From there on out, they're mostly just fun. You just watch them for the kills.
It seems like the silliest way to die. It seems like a over the top kung fu movie death.
Well, the enemy, the villain in the Final Destination movies is the Rube Goldberg death, right? Like death itself is the enemy, but you never see death, and so it's just Rube Goldberg ways of dying, and you got to avoid it.
They were supposed to die, but somehow escape death, and so then like a menacing evil wind trickles a pen onto it, and then
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes the wind isn't necessary, though. Sometimes if it's in, you can die inside too. LASIK machines can malfunction, like all sorts of tanning beds.
Tanning beds, yes. Oh my God, literally tanning beds.
I found the tanning bed thing here. Yeah, I actually have a bunch of clips. I was going to sit here and watch people die in silly ways later on.
Yeah, they're really good.
Sounds like
actually. Fun. And also the nice thing about Final Destination is usually, but not always, the people that are dying are like kind of shitheads. So you're kind of like rip, but yes, I'm built different. $20 from Bleeding Roses. Hey guys, weird question. Would proof of the existence of Bigfoot be beneficial for further proof of evolution, or something that would hinder it from your lack of evolution to education, friend? It would absolutely help insofar as you can help a theory that is effectively fact, because it would be Paranthropus. If Bigfoot existed, it would be Paranthropus, which means we could sequence the genome of a hominin, and it would be more closely related to humans than it is to any other ape.
Yeah. $5 from Sarah Yingling. My friend is newly scared of GMOs in food. He said he already Googled it. Oh, fuck. When I tried to ask him more, I decided to share with him to help. I don't know of any specific off the top of my head, but I can tell you, like, there actually have been, like, major long-term studies on the safety of GMOs, and big fucking surprise, they show no significant safety risks that set them apart from any other thing. What I would throw out there, like, if you're talking about, I Googled it, I guarantee you, if you Google "are GMOs dangerous" or something like that, you're going to find a mix of information. A bunch of people trying to shove their way to the top of things. Case in point of that, if you look up, like, worst things Jesus ever said, or, like, specific questions about horrible parts of the Bible, the top results aren't going to be critical analyses of these things. The top results are going to be answers in Genesis, buying those top spots to make sure that they are the people you see. So, like, just remember, like, if you want to dig into this more, learn about artificial selection and how we've been manipulating the genes of these things for a very long time. And now we're just able to do it in a lab, whereas we used to have to do it for, generations out in the field. That's the biggest thing I would say.
$4.99 from Vanessa Beasley. Adorable PFP. 7885. What did they do before crowbars were invented? The crows mostly drank at home.
I like that one. I've said that one before.
Okay, so it's a repeat. Shame on you, Vanessa. Love Brutal Moose almost as much as you guys. That's a Forrest one, not me.
Did you know how to check ant gender? Drop them in water. If it sinks, girl ant. If it floats, is a boy ant. Nice.
You set me up easily for this one because it's obviously an ant-related death, like how they used to do, how they killed the guy in Indiana Jones, where he's like, the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where he's like consumed by flesh-eating ants. That'd be your one. €5 from ants. Victoria Macarios. Will there be a Miocene ape teeth video once you're a doctor? Not only will there be a Miocene ape video, but my hope is that I would like to record my dissertation defense. Not the part that I'm not allowed to record where I get cross-examined, but I'd like to record my defense and questions from the audience and include that. I think that would be really cool for people to see what a dissertation defense looks like, at least at my university.
Yeah. $5 more. How much should you love the monad? I have my mug, but not sure if it's enough love.
Need two.
Or the
two
monad.
Mugs. 2 monad mugs will please the great creature, the great deity.
Buy a couple of monad mugs, and then also go to valkaimerch.com and buy some random ass thing. Pine. Sorry.
$5 Australian from Pine Tree P 9588. Have you encountered the bacterial flagellum version of irreducible complexity? All the rage in the late 90s. Our church loaned out the videotapes. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm very familiar.
I've also encountered the many academic papers talking about their evolution. So, fuck, man. I don't know what to tell you.
He got bodied by that with the blood clotting cascade at the Dover trial, where he was just buried in paper. It was a very funny image to imagine, but they couldn't record it.
I talked about that. I actually referenced that in my dissertation right now because I'm talking about resistance to evolution education, and that's a thing that comes up. I referenced that, and also a lot of stuff from Eugenie Scott in her book.
Eugenie Scott is such a G. She's so cool. I met her at the ABAs last year, but she's awesome. She's super cool.
I met her in Canada for Western Canadian Reason Conference and immediately asked to collab on some things, and she sent me some cool resources. Super nice person. With that, y'all, 9 hours and 10 minutes in, SkepTalk has come to an end. Erika, my dear friend, do you have anything you want to say to wrap up the show?
I'm just trying to decide if this is going to be a honk shoe kind of night or a honk me kind of night as far as me going directly to bed after this. But I had fun. Love doing SkepTalk. I think it's a blast. I love hanging out with my buddy Forrest. Love hanging out with Lux. I love getting interesting callers, both sweet and profane alike. I think that this show rocks. It brightens my day. I look forward to it. I'm exhausted. My belly is so filled with different produces that I'm about to die of lack of sodium. I need some salt badly. I'm about to go eat like a chip.
Actually have a salt shaker, and I have been taking little knocks of salt.
So my really cells helpful. Are about to explode. I need salt right now.
I need to make my fucking blood isotonic, y'all, because I'm in a way.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
This was so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But it was great. Thank you. Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind. We'll talk about it after.
Save it. Fucking thank you so much to Erika for being an awesome host and an awesome friend. Thank you so much to Lux for producing tonight. Thank you so much for Stephanie for call screening tonight. Thank you so much to Faya Halo for doing the timestamps. God help you for fucking sitting through all this. Thank you so much to our mods in chat for keeping everything simple and safe and making everybody have a good time. Thank you so much to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you so much to our callers, even the ones that suck. Have an awesome rest of your day. Fuck ICE, free Palestine, never stop learning. Bye!